American Roulette, written by Pat LaMarche, Sherry Knowlton, J.M. West, Matthew Best, Phyllis Arenio, Robert Bradshaw, Andrew Carey, and James Dodds. Afterthoughts by Cheryl Woodruff Brooks. Creative consultant Cheryl Dunn Bycheck. Narrated by John Greenman, Katie Greenman, and Alan Grover. Dedication to the victims. All author earnings from American Roulette in print, electronic, or audiobook formats will be donated to nonprofit organizations that address gun violence in the United States.
Go, go, go! The police special operations team stormed through the main entrance of the school. The sound of shots echoed off the cinder block of a distant hall. The team, dressed in camo and wearing body armor, moved rapidly with practiced precision, stopping at the first body encountered. While the lead officers provided protective cover, an emergency medical technician checked the victim. "No pulse. He's gone. Let's move." The leader directed the team to advance. Hearing footsteps and more shots coming from the hallway to the left, they positioned themselves to make the dangerous turn around the corner toward a target. Once in formation, they lunged at the suspect. A startled man standing at the end of the hall raised his hand, brandishing a gun. The lead officers fired 3 shots. Crack, crack, crack! The man collapsed. Officers approached the downed victim and kicked the handgun away. Just then another shot echoed down the hall. "This guy is wearing school credentials. He is not the shooter. Could be a teacher with a gun, but he's still alive. Get him to an ambulance." Medics moved forward and radioed for help. They opened a stop-the-bleed kit, plugged the wounds, and dragged the patient to safety. The rest of the assault team regrouped and headed to the classroom at the end of the hall. The team broke through the closed door, weapons ready. On the other side of the otherwise empty room stood a young man dressed in black, holding a pistol to his head. "Drop it, now!" shouted the team leader. The man obeyed. A voice in the background yelled, "End of exercise! Stand down!" With that command, the lead exercise controller, Stephen Bradley, ended the school active shooter drill. A few of the designated observers applauded. The actors, serving as fake dead and injured victims, stood, smiling as they brushed off their clothes. New York City Emergency Management had hired Stevens' consulting firm to put together the simulation, a training exercise for the city's Special Operations Team. Stephen debriefed the participants in this very realistic and challenging test, got feedback on what went well, and compiled lessons learned from the experience. As he wrapped up, Stephen promised the police commissioner that he'd send the accumulated data after his team examined it. "Christine, can you get a cab for Mr. Bradley? He is headed to LaGuardia." The commissioner crossed the room to clap the taller man on his back. "Stephen, thank you. You did a great job today. I look forward to your report. Safe trip." "Commissioner, your New York City team is top-notch. No surprise. We'll be hard-pressed to find areas for improvement, but that's why we do these trainings, right?" Long and lean, a handsome man with dark green eyes, Stephen slid his briefcase from the table and walked toward the door. "If you didn't learn anything, I wouldn't have earned my money." Leaving New York City's emergency management headquarters, Stephen used his briefcase as an umbrella. He ran to the curb and hopped in a taxi. "LaGuardia, Terminal C." Taking a deep breath, his body went limp. "I'm exhausted," he exhaled, not meaning to say the quiet part out loud. "I hear that," the cabbie responded. "I get lots of fares from here, and they all look wrung out." "I bet. I've just spent the last 4 hours in the spotlight performing for some of the Big Apple's senior-most emergency officials. I need a cold one." Looking out the window, Stephen added, "This city's traffic sucks." The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and shrugged. "You ain't telling me nothing." "Can we get to the airport in 30 minutes?" The driver shrugged again. "I wouldn't bet my last buck on it. Bradley dug for his cell phone and dialed home. "Hello, babe." "Hi, honey. How did it go today?" "Well, I think. I tried to read the room, and of course there are always a few tough customers, particularly in this city. Crusty old cops who view consultants with disdain, and you know I always get uptight when I present to important clients. This group can make or break a reputation." "I'm sure you did great. You can relax now. Go get a martini." Stephen's partner, Michael, was his rock, the stabilizing force he needed in his world of chaos and crisis. "Thank you, babe. I'm hoping this damn traffic breaks and I make my 5 p.m. flight. I will call you when I'm boarding. Mwah." The hard-nosed cabbie smiled in the rearview mirror when Stephen blew his kiss before ending the call. Looking up, Stephen smiled back. "You'll get one, too, if you get me there in 30 minutes." As the cab crawled through traffic, Stephen, founder and CEO of the Bradley & Associates crisis management firm, reflected on how he'd achieved his position, how he'd never envisioned for himself 40-some years earlier when he served as a private in the U.S. Army. After 20 years, rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel and doing a stint at the Pentagon, he had proven himself a top-notch military strategist and able leader. That was exactly what National Oil Company wanted for its San Jacinto oil spill when they tapped Stephen to lead their corporate crisis team. The resulting TV appearances, articles, and conference presentations had thrust him onto the national stage and eventually enabled him to launch Bradley & Associates, located on the infamous K Street in D.C. The traffic did not break. Having missed his boarding time entirely, Stephen texted Michael from the taxi, explaining that the next available seat was on the 7:30 p.m. D.C. shuttle. At the airport the disaster consultant grabbed a Starbucks and made his way to gate C7. He found a seat where he could charge his phone and laptop, parking himself in front of a TV monitor. "Perfect seat. I can watch CNN and wait." He glanced at his watch and groaned. 2 more hours. After catching up on emails, Stephen sent a thank you to his staff, reminding them of Monday's Zoom meeting to debrief on the NYC active shooter exercise. Lastly, he emailed Commissioner Kelly, thanking him for the opportunity to support the city's emergency preparedness program. Anxious to get home, Stephen turned his attention to CNN, wondering if the news station had weather updates. "I hope there's nothing in New York or D.C. to delay the flight," he muttered. Within moments, cable news rock star Anderson Cooper shifted the papers in his hands and lowered his tone. "There's been another mass shooting. They've become so common we often don't break for updates anymore, but this one appears to have more than 24 casualties. We have a local affiliate standing by with an update." The screen split as Cooper and a 20-something reporter with short brown hair discussed the event. "Anderson, we don't have much information. We're expecting a statement from the police chief at any moment." Rising to a standing position, Stephen hushed a mother and daughter sitting by him who were talking too loudly for him to hear the television. On screen an all too common sight unfolded. A reporter stood in front of a crime scene tape, surrounded by dozens of squad cars, ambulances, and fire trucks. The woman Stephen shushed gasped. "I can't believe this. Another shooting. It's every week now. Seems like every day. What the hell is wrong with this country?" Her daughter replied, "It is every day, Mom." The trained professional turned away from the screen, observing the body language and reactions of other passengers. Part of his DNA, something he learned in the military and refined through the dozens of crises he managed, Stephen relied on his situational awareness. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat and well-tailored suit responded, "I don't know how many got shot there, but I can guarantee you that one good guy with a gun would have saved lives," he proclaimed in his thick Southern drawl. Anybody else got a lame opinion? Stephen wondered. No others in the gate area ventured one. Thankfully, Stephen sighed. After years of helping authorities navigate mass shootings, Stephen knew what he wanted to tell the sophisticated cowpoke. Sure, there's one good guy with a gun until the good guy's boss fires him, or his wife cheats on him, or until he's cut off in traffic by someone who looks different than him. Then, all of a sudden, he isn't a good guy with a gun any more. But Stephen kept silent. Cooper's words broke Stephen's concentration. Let's cut to the local police chief's press conference already underway. The chyron scrolling along the bottom of the screen identified Chief Patrick Rushton as the stricken-looking man in uniform who stepped to the podium. Good evening. I am Chief Rushton. I have with me members of my staff and representatives from the State Police and FBI. I am going to make a brief statement this evening. I will be taking no questions from the media at this time. Stephen could feel the chief's discomfort and wondered, is this guy going to get through this? At approximately 5:17 this evening, a shooting occurred at the mall behind me, Liberty Mall. At this time, I can confirm that there are multiple fatalities, with at least 12 others hospitalized for serious injuries. The chief paused to contain his emotions. This is a difficult moment. We are a tight-knit community. We lost people we know and love today, friends and neighbors. We are still in the process of identifying victims and completing next-of-kin notifications. Until that process is complete, we will not be releasing names. Clearing his throat, the chief continued, There are many unanswered questions. We know the shooter or shooters have been neutralized. It is possible there was more than one shooter, as we found several weapons at the scene. The police chief looked at his notes before continuing. In addition, upon performing a wellness check earlier today, sheriff's deputies discovered what appears to be another homicide. This may or may not be tied to one of the suspects in the mall shooting. Nonetheless, we are confident there remains no further threat to the community. The state police and FBI are assisting in this investigation, and I appreciate their support. That is all I can share at this time. We will have a full press briefing tomorrow at a time and place to be announced. Stephen's second cell phone rang, interrupting his focus on the news. He took the call on his company's emergency line. Bradley and Associates, this is Stephen. Stephen, this is Charlotte Crawford. It's been many years since we've spoken, but we worked the 9/11 American Airlines Flight 77 crash together. I was the safety manager for American, remember? Of course I remember you. I don't forget those I go into battle with, especially when they saved my ass 10 times a day. Stephen spoke the truth. He would never forget Charlotte and the others from that fateful day, September 11th, 2001, when one of his clients, American Airlines, called him. Their Flight 77 had crashed into the Pentagon. The airline's crisis team, as well as the rest of the country, was grounded. No flights anywhere for any reason. American asked Stephen, since he was local and could drive, to establish an emergency operations center at Dulles International Airport. The only American Airlines safety manager in the region was Charlotte Crawford. I haven't heard from you in ages. Stephen kept one eye on the TV screen as he spoke. If you're calling me, this must be important. Stephen, have you seen the latest on the mass casualty mall shooting? I have, he paused, adding, well, what I can see from CNN. I am now the Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety for the Lincoln Property Management Group. Liberty Mall is one of our properties. Understanding the gravity of the call, Stephen collected his belongings and moved to a more private corner of the gate. I'd congratulate you on the new job, but this doesn't seem like the right time. Let me just say that I'm sorry, Charlotte. How can I help you? When we got the news this evening, we convened our crisis team. We got the ball rolling, but we briefed the CEO tomorrow morning. We could use outside help, and I thought of you. Thanks, Charlotte. I'm actually on my way home right now. The woman on the other end of the line interrupted him. "But I'm dealing with one internal issue. The VP of Communications thinks we should bring in one of the major PR firms, Edelman Levitt Ketchum. You know, the usual powerhouse bandits. Charlotte, I think you know where I would come down on that. Do you guys want crisis communications or crisis management? You know the difference. Is the objective messaging and media manipulation, or do you really want to comprehensively manage your way out of this shitty situation and cover the company's ass? I need you to tell me what Lincoln's bottom line objective is." Avoiding a direct answer, she called on his loyalty instead. "Honestly, I can't be sure. I want someone I know and trust, but I would need you here before that meeting with the CEO in the morning." Without hesitating, Stephen offered to change his plans. "I'm already at the airport. I can be there tonight. Email me the time and place for the meeting, and forward me your crisis team meeting notes from today. I'll need support from my office. You understand that, right?" "I got it," Charlotte sighed heavily, adding, "Thank you." Already in charge, Stephen continued, "A few other things for right now. Has Lincoln issued any press releases yet?" "No." "Good. Don't. You don't need to. Nobody knows who owns that mall. Let's try to keep it that way. If your VP of Communications feels they need to take action, they can prepare a briefing for the board of directors with the CEO delivering the updates. You will need a similar communication to go out tomorrow morning to employees with condolences, etc. Are any of the employees among the casualties?" Charlotte exhaled. "We just don't know yet." "Fine. We'll cross that bridge later. Finally, comms should prepare an if asked standby statement in case Lincoln does get contacted by the media." "Thank you, Stephen. I'm relieved to know we have your support. I'll get a hotel and text you the details. Oh, one more thing. I want to put you in touch with our mall manager. He hasn't been able to connect with local police and is feeling in the dark. Can you please try to get him tonight?" "Absolutely." Stephen wrote down the name and number. The mall shooting continued to dominate CNN as Cooper brought in law enforcement experts to talk about what the investigation might entail. Stephen called Michael. "Babe, change of plans." Earlier that day,
5:30 a.m. Emma Franz. A police officer tapped his baton against the passenger side window. Startled, Emma Franz lurched forward, inadvertently beeping the horn. "Oh, for Pete's sake," she muttered. No longer reclined, she reached her hand down the left side of the driver's seat, depressing the button to bring her seat back to its upright position. Emma looked across the passenger compartment and out the glass. A beefy-faced man with kind eyes and an exaggerated frown gestured for her to roll the window down. All right, hold your pants on," Emma called to him. Reaching forward with her right hand, she turned the key she'd left in the ignition and used the juice to lower the window across the way. "Hey, Eduardo, what's the problem?" Leaning his arms on the top of the opening, the cop poked his head into the car, rocking it from left to right. Inhaling and exhaling loudly, Eduardo responded, "Emma, you know what the problem is. You're the problem." Frowning again, for real this time, he said, "You know you can't sleep here. I've told you this a dozen times. It's loitering. It's not safe. And it's against county code to have overnight parking in any commercial zone." Rubbing her face, then digging around in the glove box to find a bottle of drops, Emma tilted her head back and moistened her eyes. "Ugh," she shouted. "My lids will freeze if I don't learn to warm these up first." Cupping the bottle in her hands, she continued, "I'll remember next time, I hope." Turning to respond to the peace officer, Emma couldn't help but smile at him. He'd thrust his upper body into her car, a.k.a. bedroom, like a moose over a log cabin mantel. Eduardo, you know I got nowhere else to sleep on the days I work doubles. My mom's house is 2 hours up the interstate, and even if I could make it all that way after working 12 hours, I don't have the money for the gas. If you just lighten up and let me stay here, I can make enough cash to get an apartment for me and the kids. If you don't, I'll fall asleep at the wheel one night, and then you'll be cleaning up one heck of a mess." Eduardo reached into the left breast pocket of his uniform coat and pulled out a $5 bill. He handed it to Emma and said, "Look, I can't argue with you about this any more. My sarge says if I find you out here again, I'm supposed to bring you into the station." "Book me?" Emma shouted. "What a complete waste of money!" "Agreed, a complete waste. But if we keep making an exception for you, we gotta make it for all the folks who live in their cars. And the NIMBY folks around here don't want that. NIMBYs don't want you here at all." Emma muttered again. "NIMBY, huh? Not in my backyard. Huh." Then more loudly to the officer she replied, "I'm not in their backyards. I'm in the mall parking lot." Eduardo cleared his throat. "I don't know how you can stand working for them. Liberty Mall management must call headquarters 5 times a week with this or that complaint. You know their motto. Good publicity is no publicity. NIMBYs make a lot of noise, and our rinky-dink weekly shopper newspaper takes notice. You need to go so Liberty doesn't have to hear from them." Frustrated, Emma added, "This town's okay with me guarding their precious little angels when they send Billy or Susie to the Apple store to play with all those $1,000 gadgets. But I'm a security threat when I need some shut-eye? What a bunch of two-faced, selfish, stuck-up snobs." Waving the $5 bill at his friend, Eduardo continued, "You study up for the police entrance exam, and we'll make a real cop out of you. Starting pay for our guys ain't much, but I bet it's twice what Apple pays you. Definitely enough for you to get a place. In the meantime, take this and buy yourself a coffee at Mickey D's. Once you make a purchase there, you can hang out in that parking lot for a while. At least then you'll be a customer. You can come back here when the mall opens." Eduardo shook the fist that held the $5. "Take it. You must need to whiz by now. You'll be able to use their bathroom, too." Emma waved the money away. "Thanks anyway, Eduardo. I can afford my own coffee. I'll do as you say, but I can't sleep much longer. I'm working the early shift today. My mom is bringing the kids down so I can take them to the movies tonight." The homeless woman's eyes brightened. "It's a long ride for her, but she knows I miss them. I'm going to meet them all for dinner in the food court when I get done my shift. The kids and I will head to the movies, and my mom will go home. She doesn't like to drive after dark. I can bring the kids back up to her house myself because I don't work again until Monday." Eduardo righted himself and backed away from the car so he could see inside. "I remember when you told me you wanted the kids to stay at your mom's. Broke my heart that day, you did. I know you miss them." "And how?" Emma wiped a tear from her eye. "Sylvie lost her first tooth, and my mom sends me a text. I missed the whole thing. I just got a picture of her smiling ear to ear with that big gap on the bottom. I burst into tears right there at work. But I can't have those kids living in this car with me. It's only a few more months." Emma's voice trailed off. Eduardo brought his arm back and then his hand up to the brim of his police hat, saluting the young woman. "Roger that, Mall Officer Franz. Have a good shift today, and have tons of fun with those kids." Emma summoned a weak smile, returning his salute. "You too, Officer Gomez. You have a safe day out there in real copland." Eduardo slapped her fender and returned to his squad car.
5:45 a.m. Chris Deitrich. "Rise and shine and give God your glory, glory." Chris Deitrich's alarm played the Bible anthem his mom had sung to him when she woke him up for school. Yeah, I hear you," he groaned to the alarm clock. He reached over and hit the snooze button, noticing that his wife, Jennifer, had gotten out of bed. "Jen, are you in the bathroom?" Chris asked. "Yeah, I'm here," she called. "I have to get going. My boss wants me to come in early today. We have that big presentation I've been telling you about. If we get this client, it will mean a nice cash bonus for us. You know how badly we need that." "Yeah, I know," Chris responded, not needing another reminder about finances. "How much did you say the bonus was?" Walking into the bedroom, Jennifer finished buttoning her blouse. She looked beautiful to Chris. Checking herself in the mirror, but not looking at him, she answered, $8,000. "Well, that sure will come in handy," Chris muttered. "Yeah, it will, but it's not going to last long." Jennifer took the pile of bills from his dresser, the ones that her husband had been ignoring, and came over to the bed. She sat down next to where Chris lay, staring at her. "You have to do something about these. We can't keep ignoring them, and you know that $8,000 won't pay all this, not even close. But maybe we can get one or two off our backs and have a little breathing room." She dropped the stack of bills onto Chris's chest. Just paper and envelopes, the pile felt like 1,000 pounds, enough to crush his chest. The towering pile blocked his view of the end of the bed. Chris just stared at the envelopes on his chest. He imagined them sprouting arms and legs and walking all over him. He then envisioned them pulling a gun and pointing it at his face, holding him hostage. A bunch of mobsters, they wanted their money. They wouldn't relent until they got what they wanted, even if it killed him. "Rise and shine and give God your glory, glory." The alarm went off again. This time it was Jennifer who turned it off, as she leaned over to give Chris a kiss. The tall, slender woman smoothed her shoulder-length blonde hair and headed for the hall. As she left, she said, "Time to get up, Chris. I know this is stressful and brings you down, but I need you. Our family needs you. Please make sure the kids get off to school. You'll need to get Tim's lunch together. And remember, Sophie's lacrosse stick won't last much longer. Stop at Dunham's later today. Thanks. Love you. Mean it." Out the door she went. "Okay," Chris muttered in response. He was stuck, staring at the threatening bundle of debts on his chest. "I'll get you your money. I just don't know how," he promised the pile. In his mind the envelopes put their guns away, a truce of sorts. Chris got out of bed and shuffled into the bathroom to empty his bladder, brush his teeth, and splash some water on his face. He looked in the mirror. "Well, good morning there, man in the mirror. It's going to be a busy day. Any words of wisdom?" In his mind he heard his reflection sneer. "You have that stack of bills, Chris. Even in my world there's no escape. Not that you need me to remind you. Jennifer won't let you forget. No sense in hiding from these things." "Gee, thanks," he said to himself with a shrug. "I can't even get a moment of peace in the bathroom." He opened a vanity drawer to find his razor. There, of course, another envelope stared back at him. "Ah!" grunted Chris. "Damn, I forgot about you." Picking it up and turning it over in his hands, he added, "I stuffed you in here when Jen came home early so she wouldn't find you." Glancing up at himself, he shrugged. "You're right. It just never ends." Chris shaved, wiped the extra lather off his face, and went to the closet to dress. What should I wear?" Chris asked, laughing to himself. "Black. Black, or I could climb out on a limb and wear black." Being a Lutheran pastor in his part of the country made clothing selection easy. He picked out his usual black pants, shirt, socks, sports coat, and shoes. Once dressed, the pastor placed a small white tab in his collar, and he was good to go. No thought process needed. Back at the mirror, the minister wondered if his colleagues in parts of the country where they rarely wore the traditional black clothes struggled to find suits that reflected their personality. "That'd be way too much to think about. Too many decisions too early in the morning," he declared. Then it was time for his final ritual, the shining of the shoes. "You ready, Lefty?" he asked his left wingtip. Chris had his hand in the shoe. He turned it toward himself, dipping the toe in assent. His footwear used his voice to answer. "Ready when you are." Shoe-chatting or polishing, or both, were two of the very few things that brought joy to the pastor each day. As Chris shined his shoes he prayed, "Well, boss, another day. Thank you, I suppose. I know I should be more grateful, but I'm struggling. I don't feel very hopeful." Sighing, he added, "You know that already. But what am I supposed to do about all these bills, God? Rob a bank? That's where the money is." After pausing a few seconds for an answer only he could hear, he continued, "Yeah, I know. I'm not going to do that. I just feel I don't know. I feel like I'm drowning in these debts, like there's no way out, like we'll never catch up. What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do?" Silence. Chris finished buffing the polish. He studied his reflection in the toes and said, "Well, at least your shoes look good. Too bad the rest of your life isn't glossy." He grabbed the pile of envelopes Jen had left on his chest. He sorted through them. A medical statement with a large amount due. A late fee on top of the service fee for the doctor's office. Oh, gosh, here's an accounts payable statement from the lung biopsy I had 12 months ago. Here's one for the hospital. Oh, good Lord, there's even one for a different department at the hospital. Radiology. Seriously? Does every department have its own collections department? When does it end? He stopped, not wanting to read any more. The minister winced as he recalled his time in the hospital. He'd nearly died from COVID a year earlier. He spent 2 weeks in the ICU as the virus ravaged his lungs. He'd improved since then, but at such an enormous cost. The medical debts piled up because of an inadequate insurance plan. It was the best the church could provide for him, but it was woefully lacking. In no time he surpassed the limit the insurance company would cover. "Hell, at this rate, my life insurance policy makes me more valuable dead than alive." In hopeless frustration he grunted, "And I still have to pay the monthly premium. What's the point of having health insurance anyway?" As Chris reflected on the countless tests, procedures, medications, and doctor's visits since his time at the hospital, he resumed examining the bills. "Oomph!" exhaled Chris. "You're the worst," he whispered, opening the envelope for his ICU stay. "This is a killer right here. How am I supposed to pay you? And you're just one of the medical bills. I'm not even counting the electric, the mortgage, the water sewer fee, and groceries. I don't know how Jen keeps paying the car loan." Overwhelmed, the pastor's eyes filled with tears. "Cassie's college tuition is coming up, too. Where's that money coming from?" He raised his voice, shouting, "Do you hear me, God? Where?" The pastor didn't wait for an answer. Chris grabbed his backpack from the carpet next to his bureau. He opened the zipper and looked inside. The metal object he had stowed there stared back at him. Smooth and unchanging, it incorporated none of the chaos of his life. The distraught man spoke. "Hi, my old friend. I'm taking you with me today. Perhaps you'll come in handy. Will it shock people when I expose you? I bet it will. But that's just too bad." Chris snickered, grabbing a fistful of the debts and stuffing them into his pack. "Maybe you can make these disappear." Hoisting the bag onto his back, the pastor continued, "I think I'm ready to face the day. I just pray to God that I don't get any more bills. I seriously can't handle it. I may go mad. I can just see the headline in the news, 'Local pastor loses his mind.' That'll sure help my cause, won't it?" The beleaguered man shifted his weight. "Whatever. Time to focus for now. I have to get the kids ready for the day." Chris walked out of the bedroom. "Kids," he yelled in the hallway, "time to get up. Rise and shine and give God your glory, glory."
6 a.m. Caitlin Browning. Caitlin jolted awake, disoriented by the lack of sound. Darkness and silence swamped her senses. She felt a slight vibration on the bed next to her. Something soft brushed her face. Panic! Reassured by a faint whirring sound, Caitlin reached over and cuddled her purring cat, rubbing her face into the soft fur. "Oh, Gabriel, I can't tell you how much I've missed you. It feels like forever since we cuddled." Falling back onto her pillow, she wrestled with unsettling memories. Home, safe in her own bed, Caitlin willed herself to relax. Did she miss frequent mayhem and unrelenting bright light, a constant in the residential mental health care facility? No, of course not. But she had gotten so used to that environment, it had become almost soothing. But that was then. She'd returned home, no longer in a locked ward, free to come and go as she pleased. Well, sort of. Reflecting on the past month spent in the hospital, Caitlin considered how much she had changed. No longer feeling the need to hurt herself, she pushed away the memories of cutting. The teen shuddered. The discovery of those awful wounds had terrified her mother. Caitlin's parents never faulted her, they just worried about her. Still, Caitlin carried a guilt that burdened her. The treatment in the hospital had shown how she used physical pain to lessen her emotional pain, at least for a short time. And like any other addiction, the need for physical pain had grown greater each day. "I'm so sorry for all the trouble I caused. I upset everyone, even you, my little angel cat." Petting the soft, furry creature, she whispered, "You're always here for me. I love you, Gabriel. I feel safe sharing my emotions and my crazy thoughts with you." Gabriel inched onto Caitlin's chest with a comforting purr, lulling them both to sleep. Soon after, Caitlin's mom tiptoed into the room. "Time to tackle the day," she whispered to her daughter. "Hi, Mom." The teen opened one eye. "I'm already up." "So I see," her mother answered with a smile. "Well, sort of. I woke a little while ago. Didn't realize I dozed off again." "Your appointment at the outpatient clinic is scheduled for 8:45. I can drop you off on my way to work. What would you like for breakfast?" Caitlin was about to protest, but changed her mind, knowing that skipping a meal would cause her mother concern. "I guess I can't take my meds on an empty stomach." Pushing off her blankets, she continued, "Just some toast and jelly. I'm too nervous to eat more. I don't really know what to expect at Happydale." "Happydale? Isn't the clinic named Springdale?" "I guess all the inmates, patients, call it Happydale. I heard it's a reference to something once said in a movie about a mental institution." Caitlin shuffled over to her bureau to find some clothes. "Oh, I know," chuckled her mother. "That's from an old movie called Arsenic and Old Lace. Cary Grant's character used the term Happydale, meaning the mental hospital where he thought his two old aunts needed to be. The film's funny and charming. Maybe we can watch it sometime." Caitlin blanched. "Geez, I just got released from the funny farm, and my mom suggests I might find a movie about a mental hospital amusing?" Rolling her eyes, she quipped, "I guess Cary Grant is charming, but Happydale, not so much." Changing the subject, Nora offered, "I have an idea. How would you like to have your hair and nails done today? I have an appointment with Teresa at 1:30, but I can't go. If you'd like to take my place, I'll let Teresa know to expect you instead. I checked today's schedule. You should be finished at Happydale no later than 1, if you stay for lunch. It's a lovely day and just a short walk from the clinic to the mall." Caitlin considered her mother's offer. Her hair, a long and tangled mess of knots, made combing or brushing unpleasant, if not impossible. She hadn't thought much about her appearance while in the hospital. Typical for depressed patients, her psych nurse said. Caitlin's nails, bitten to the quick, begged for attention. A trip to a salon might be just what the doctor ordered. Dr. Mom. The teenager smiled and tugged her ponytail. "Thanks. That'd be nice. I was thinking about getting my hair cut short. It looks like a bird's nest." She sighed. "I kind of just let it go. It looks dry and feels worse. That's why I pulled it back in a ponytail. I'm a mess." Looking again at her roughly bitten nails, she added, "My nails are beyond help." Nora's reaction told Caitlin that her response pleased her mother. "Great. When it comes to hair, Teresa works miracles. And as for your nails, acrylics can do wonders. You won't bite through those." As Caitlin opened her lower drawer to grab some socks, her nightgown slid over her shoulder and exposed several thin red scars. Nora looked away as the wounds on her daughter's arms became visible. "Mom," Caitlin began, "I'm so sorry for worrying you and Dad and for causing you so much grief. I didn't mean to." She gulped, bursting into tears before she could say more. "I should have gotten dressed before you saw these marks again. I'm sorry." She snatched a gray sweatshirt from her bed and slipped it over her head. Then she stepped into a matching pair of sweatpants. Nora rushed to embrace her child. "Caitlin, no need to apologize," she murmured as she cradled Caitlin's head. "It's not a fault situation. I'm just so sorry that your dad and I didn't realize, that we missed the clues, that we failed you. We didn't understand the depth of your pain or your despair." Moving to hold her daughter at arm's length and establishing eye contact, she added, "Remember, depression is an illness, like diabetes or asthma. It's not something to be ashamed of or hidden. But depression does require treatment, just as diabetes and asthma do." "But people with diabetes or asthma don't have to be put into a locked hospital ward," the teenager sniffled. "Different illnesses require different treatments. Your dad and I are very proud of all you've accomplished. Therapy and medication seem to be helping." Holding her daughter's chin up with a gentle hand, Nora asked, "They are helping, right?" Caitlin nodded. "Good. But remember, your hard work and attitude made a major contribution to how far you've come. After a few weeks at the outpatient clinic," laughing, Nora corrected herself, "I mean Happydale, "you should feel even better." Burrowing in for a hug, Caitlin muffled her response. "I sure hope so."
6:10 a.m. Will Humphreys. Labored breathing filled the silent room. The covers tangled into disfigured heaps around Will Humphreys' body. The sound of his alarm startled him. He groaned as he hit snooze and rolled to the other side. When it blared again, he gave a long sigh, turned it off, and dragged himself out of bed. Will collected his clothes from the dresser top, jeans, a denim jacket, and a black T-shirt that read, "I'm not listening," and then, in small print, "Because you're not listening." He grabbed his black sneakers and staggered to the bathroom. Stepping into the shower, he stared at the wall while hot water streamed over him. Finally, as if lead filled his arms, he managed to wash his thin 5'7" frame, spending most of the time on his shoulder-length brown hair. A lion tattoo covered his left forearm. His listless, pimpled face, as usual, showed little expression. After drying and dressing, he shuffled down the dimly lit hallway for breakfast. A gray day. Muted light emanated through the kitchen window, barely reaching the rest of the house. A little aluminum-sided ranch. It only afforded 2 small bedrooms and a bath. In the kitchen, besides the dark pine cabinets and limited counter space, a 4-foot round table with 3 wooden stools crowded the room. Swinging open the cereal cabinet door, he mumbled to himself, "Captain Crunch. Whoa! That never happens." Will's mom hustled around the corner. Sally, a 5'2" mousy brunette, squeaked, "Hurry, and eat before your dad finishes showering. He'll have a conniption about the cereal." Will rolled his eyes. High energy and always on the go, Sally bit her lip and sped to the fridge, then to a cabinet and drawer. Putting a bowl, spoon, and milk on the table for him, she grabbed a cup of coffee and sat down. Her words, just like her life, gave the impression of ongoing busyness. "They asked me to cover for someone else at the hospital. I didn't get home until late. Did you see the school counselor yesterday?" "You always work late," Will asserted. "You promised you'd go paintballing with me." "I said I'd probably try. Besides, I couldn't help it. They're short-staffed." "It helps pay the bills," she replied. Will whined. "That makes 3 times we didn't go when you said we would." "That's life. It doesn't always happen the way you want." "We didn't go to the new Star Wars movie, or go on a family vacation. You never do what you say." She ignored his remarks. "Well, did you see the counselor? Twice this month. You've been unsafe." He shrugged. "She was packed as usual." "Tell her it's urgent," she insisted. "And remember to pray. God is just. I hope you're praying about your issues. You know that's important." Sally didn't go to church, but often nagged Will about asking God for help. She called it His justice. Will's dad called it nonsense. Head still down, Will made a face. Justice? What justice? She crouched down to look into his eyes. "You know what the psychiatrist said about your depression last time. You still need medication. And he told you to talk to someone about how you feel. That's your school counselor's job." Will droned, "Mom." He'd just finished the last bite of Captain Crunch when his dad, Henry, turned the corner into the kitchen. Fear flickered in Sally's eyes as she glanced down at Will's bowl. She let out her breath when she saw only milk. Henry boomed, "What's that about feelings? You're going to make the boy soft. Ain't that right, Will?" He gave him a huge shove on the shoulder, almost knocking him off the stool. "It's all about grit and determination. You got to make things happen. Look at my life. Built my business from nothing." Sally and Will both shrank. They had heard the story repeatedly about Henry being a self-made man, starting his business from scratch. His power washing company, Have a Blast, barely paid the bills, especially when he blew much of it on endless cases of the next popular IPA beer. Henry, 6'3" and broad-shouldered, towered over his wife and son. He had a way of sucking energy from those around him. Oblivious, Will's dad went to the pantry. A big hand grabbed the round oatmeal box, lifted it up for his wife and son to notice. "This puts meat on your bones. What'd you eat anyway, Will?" The 18-year-old pressed his lips together, then, with a flat tone, "Cereal." Henry beelined to the cereal cabinet and opened it. He bellowed, "Sal, what the hell you doing, getting this crap?" Her head drooped. "Thought it'd be nice for once. You know it's his favorite." His mom cared enough to give Will things, but just not her time. Henry walked over to the garbage can and slam-dunked the cereal box. "That won't happen again, and this better be the last word on it." He leaned over to the teen, giving him another shove. "Come on now, Will. Grow up. That stuff's for kids. You're going to stay small like your mom eating that garbage." His son breathed a quiet sigh as the large man continued ranting. "Look at Dirk Hayes. Everyone in town's saying he's going to be the next Lawrence Taylor. He's already been recruited by Lockhart University. They say recruiters gave him a jersey and some big under-the-table incentive." He smacked his left hand with his right fist, making a loud crack. "Now that guy's making something of himself, son. You got to start acting like a man." Will visibly recoiled at the crack of his dad's fist, as he had at the mention of Dirk, an outside linebacker on the football team. His tall dad with a short temper had never hit him or Sally, not a physical abuser. He had put a fist through the living-room wall and back door during 2 of his previous tirades. He shoved and pressured Will incessantly, but no, he never actually hit either of them. Henry's quest to control his son began the day he was born. Every time Will cried, his dad thrust him into a hall closet. He ignored Sally's tears and objections. One time He shook their crying baby like a rag doll before throwing him into his makeshift dungeon. Henry had screamed, "It's insanity! No one should have to live with that!" That violent outburst had awakened Sally enough to take her one and only stand. She pulled Will from the closet and told Henry if he ever did that again she'd take their son and leave. Her dead serious look told her husband she meant it. After that, Henry just up and left when Will cried. He had zero tolerance for emotions or weakness. But no, Will acknowledged silently, my old man never actually struck either of us. That morning Will knew the routine. He waited for Henry to jackhammer "You gotta" into him yet again, his dad's favorite words. "Speaking of being a man, what are you going to do after graduation? That deadline's knocking on the door. No guy should be cleaning up other people's trash. You got to lose that food court job at the mall. That's women's work," his dad sneered. "You got to make your life happen, Will. Grow up. You got to be a man." The 18-year-old sat motionless, jaw clenched. He stared at the table. Anger smoldered in his eyes.
"7 a.m. Leah McCall." Leah McCall felt as twisted as a Twizzler, kicking the covers and shedding the sheets. A quick shower invigorated her as the aroma of coffee wafted upstairs. She heard the steady drip, drip, drip into the Irish mug her son Ryan had bought her for Mother's Day. Blowing dry her sable hair, she feathered her bangs back, turning the dryer around to defog the mirror over the sink. She peered at her hair. Gray threads were showing. Already? Well, things could be worse. Donning a pale green sweater, she pulled on a rust-colored pantsuit, slipped on knee-high socks, and stepped into low black heels for her TV program. The tinkling ringtone announced a call. She grabbed her cell phone from the nightstand on the third ring. "Hello?" Leah fished through the jewelry box atop her pine dresser for jade earrings. "Hi, Mom. It's Sarah. Did you remember this weekend?" "How could I forget your 18th birthday? I've ordered the cake. Do you want a home-cooked meal with your high school friends? I was thinking of lasagna with a salad. Are any of them vegan?" "How many are coming?" the mother replied. 5 friends and me, 7 counting you. I'm bringing my new roommate, Wren Nighthawk. She's driving us home. You'll love her. She plaits her black hair in one long braid and wears Native American clothes. Every time we hike to Biolab at 8 in the morning, she grumbles. The clock is a man-made concept. Time is eternal. But there's been a change of plans. Dad offered to take us all out to Carrabba's for a birthday dinner. Isn't that great? Then we'll swing by your place for cake, ice cream, and presents. I told the girls to bring sleeping bags. When did all this happen? Leah threaded posts through her earlobes and clambered down the creaky stairs to grab her coffee. She tried to hide the hurt, but her ex often pulled stunts like this. I won't be able to go. I need to decorate the dining room and prepare. I'll buy several flavors of ice cream when I pick up the cake. Anything else, like crudités with dip or popcorn? She spooned a teaspoon of chocolate mix into her coffee, added creamer, and returned the bottle to the fridge. Glancing out the kitchen window while sipping the morning brew slowly, she paused to gain control when movement caught her eye. A black cat flashed across the lawn, perhaps hunting for prey. Dad said you could come. Biting her lip, Leah heard her daughter call to someone in her dorm. Go ahead, I'll catch up. To her mother, Sarah said, Wren's headed to the biolab. We're partners. So the thing is, Dad said we could stay over at his house. Oh, well. She didn't want to argue about her daughter's birthday plans, but heat flamed her cheeks. Opening the fridge, Leah examined the contents. Sad and sparse. Almond milk and condiments on the shelf. A decent apple sat next to an overripe orange, which she tossed into the trash. Need to go to the store. Leah paused a minute, thinking. Why can't you socialize with Dad on my birthday? If you really don't have time, I'll tell him we'll stay overnight at your place. Listen, I gotta help Wren with dissecting a fetal pig. Ugh. Catch you later. Bye. Love you. Love you, too. Don't change your plans on my account, she spoke to dead air. Speaking of air, time for me to go. Leah gathered her purse, keys, and briefcase and dropped them at the back door, then bolted the front door. Reflecting on buying her house 5 years earlier, she scanned the downstairs of her shotgun duplex, thrilled with the fall colors she and her best friend Eileen had painted. The living room, Belgian chocolate, the dining room, creamy ivory, and the kitchen, tawny yellow with knotty pine cabinets. Red and tan throw pillows gave pops of color throughout. Her grandmother's autumn leaves quilt was folded over the sofa. Sarah and her brother Ryan had painted the bathroom and powder rooms taupe. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms lined a narrow hall, and a standard bathroom stood just off the landing at the top of the stairs. If she'd had second thoughts about the house, the screened-in porch off the kitchen had sealed the deal. Outside, she'd planted flowers and herbs. Her next-door neighbor, Kirk James, a NAM vet, had offered to trim the hedges and mow the grass. Since he refused payment, she occasionally made him cookies. At the end of the small lot, the garage housed her Nissan Rogue. Crossing the first-floor rooms, Leah grabbed 2 cold packs from the freezer compartment of her fridge. Brr, they should call them frozen packs. Dashing through the back door as she turned the lock on the doorknob, Leah strode down the walk, entered the garage, and pressed the fob's cargo bay button, tossing the cold packs into the igloo cooler she kept in the car for cold or frozen items. The reading specialist turned media personality slid into the driver's seat and pushed the start button. The engine droned as she backed into the alley and drove to the studio. "Remember to stop for gas," she murmured aloud. Leah glanced at the dashboard. The fuel gauge registered a hair below empty. Driving on autopilot, she pulled into a station and worked the pump while mentally rehearsing the opening of her television program. Reading is fun. Today, I've selected a collection of classic animal novels. This one contains a mystery, and who doesn't love a mystery? C.S. Lewis wrote The Chronicles of Narnia. Chronicles means a series of related stories. The main characters include Aslan the lion and 4 siblings who find a surprise when they visit their bachelor uncle in the country. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is the first. She planned to read 5 pages on the air.
"7:30 a.m. Earl Bricker."
"Ain't you got a wedding soon?"
Absorbed in his stack of pancakes, Earl Bricker took a second to realize the question was for him. With a wry smile, he looked across the table at his longtime friend John.
"Just 3 weeks away now. Fact is, I'm taking the missus to Liberty Mall this afternoon to look for a fancy dress. She's not happy with the one she bought off the internet."
"Sounds like this wedding is going to be some shindig," Reuben, another member of Earl's breakfast quarter, chortled. Paul, who was normally quite reserved, dug his elbow into Earl's side and guffawed.
"Does that mean you're wearing a tuxedo? You didn't even wear a monkey suit when you and Mary Jane got hitched, did you? In fact, I don't remember ever seeing you in anything but Carhartt shirts and camo. Of course, I imagine Mary Jane makes you dress up for church on Sundays."
John tugged at his graying beard and embraced the general hilarity he'd launched with his question.
"I ain't never been to a wedding in Ashby Hills."
He drew out the last 2 words in a mocking tone. Earl, who had known these 3 men since they were boys, was no stranger to the group's penchant for razzing. He shook his head and took a sip of coffee while waiting for his friend's self-delighted laughter to die. Then he said in a reflective tone,
"I hardly recognize my little Becky these days. Or I guess I should say my Rebecca. That's what she calls herself now. Getting herself a scholarship to MIT up in Massachusetts and graduating with a degree in architecture. Living in the city with that man for years, and now marrying the guy at a mansion instead of a church."
He stopped. hearing Mary Jane's voice in his head, calling him out for being so negative. He drew up his shoulders and continued, "But I'm proud she's doing so well and seems happy. And since she and Brooks are springing for the whole shebang, Mary Jane and I can't complain that they picked a place close to where they live. She hasn't said much, but I think Mary Jane would have preferred they get married in our church, or any church for that matter." Reuben said, "Well, at least your boy is still right with the Lord. He's still teaching at that Christian school up north, isn't he?" "Yes. They made Kent the principal this year. I probably told you that already. He and the kids are coming to visit this weekend. His wife is some churchwomen retreat or something. Then Kent and his wife will be back for the wedding. It's a no-kids event, so the children will stay with friends that weekend. Thank God Mary Jane and I will have someone to talk to during the reception. We've only met Rebecca's soon-to-be-in-laws once. Nice folks, but we didn't have much in common. Brooks' father is a lawyer." Earl's three friends made noises of commiseration before they all fell silent, returning to the heaping plates of eggs, bacon, sausage, and pancakes spread before them. When the plates sat empty, the four friends sipped their coffee and gossiped about common friends and what passed for news in their small town of Blackbriar Farms. A waitress came by to clear the table and then returned with a carafe of steaming coffee. "Second round, gentlemen?" she asked, as she did every Friday morning before they held up their cups. "Thank you, Bonnie." Earl used his cup to point across the table. "This week's check goes to Paul, I think." "Yep, it's my turn," Paul acknowledged as the server walked away. "Glad they haven't jacked up the cost of breakfast, or all of us retired guys might have to change this get-together to every other week. Can't say I'd blame the diner if they did charge extra, though. You seen the price of eggs? With that guy in the White House, the cost of everything from gas to grub has gone through the roof. I went to the supermarket to pick up steaks last week. Couldn't justify paying that much, so I took hamburger home. Boy, was the wife pissed." Earl said, "You're right about the cost of living, but I must admit Mary Jane is making a pretty penny at the farmer's market every Saturday with her egg sales. She upped her price $1 for each dozen and still charges less than the supermarkets. Every week she sells out completely. If this keeps up, she's thinking of adding more laying hens." "Good point. I've been thinking about raising the price of the vegetables I sell at our stand this summer," John agreed. "Listen to us," Earl laughed, "talking about our gardens and raising chickens. When just over a year ago all I could think about was keeping the production line running at the tool factory. There's something to be said for retirement." Reuben snorted. "Yeah, we're living our golden years, as long as those libs and commies in Washington don't run this country into the ground." "Hate to break this party up, but I have a doctor's appointment to get to." John rose from the table and stood with one hand on the back of his chair. "Doc says I might need a new knee." Earl struggled to his feet, using the tabletop for leverage. "Payback for all those years standing on hard concrete floors, working the line. But the knee replacement surgery, best thing I ever did. Now that I have my Medicare, I'm going to go back and get the second one taken care of. But I wanted to wait until after this wedding." As the remaining two friends stood, Paul snickered. "The wedding. I wish little Becky well and all, but I sure don't envy you, Earl. Spending a whole day in a monkey suit surrounded by a bunch of rich elites. I guess that's why they say we'll do anything for family." Reuben looked at his friends. "Are we still on for the shooting range next Tuesday? I want to sight in that .22 I bought. John, are you going to bring that new AR-15? That's a sweet piece. I'm thinking of getting one." "Sure am," John drawled in reply. Reuben shook his finger at Earl and Paul. "You boys better stock up before the damn government bans all our guns and the FBI comes knocking on our doors to take them away. I read a post on the internet that said the feds already have a plan in place that starts this summer. I built an underground storage area for my armaments. It's waiting, ready for that day." John replied, "Ain't never going to happen, Reuben." Paul snickered. "Sounds like you're prepared for the zombie apocalypse, too. You have any extra room for me and the little woman?" All four men plucked red baseball caps off the table, placed them on their graying heads, and turned to the exit. Earl and John trailed behind, both men slowed by slight limps. Reuben and Paul kept up their good-natured bickering about guns until they reached the diner door. In the parking lot John slapped Earl on the back. "Have fun dress shopping with Mary Jane. I'll be thinking of you, brother, especially your hour-plus drive in Friday traffic. You can tell us all about it at the range on Tuesday." "Thanks a lot," Earl groaned, and climbed into his battered Ford F-150 pickup. Seated, he pulled his pistol from the shoulder holster beneath his jacket and laid it on the passenger seat. Distracted by a van pulling into the parking lot, he absent-mindedly massaged the spot beneath the empty holster. Then he threw the truck into gear and pulled out onto Barnstable Drive. 7:40 a.m. Roger Elliot. The first thing Roger Elliot saw when he opened his eyes that morning was a splash of sunlight illuminating his wake-up wall. Every day since his second birthday, 24 interminable years earlier, this faded blue stretch of lath and plaster had greeted him when he awoke. Starting with the crude crayon work of his 4-year-old self depicting his imaginary friends, the wake-up wall displayed a parade of what mattered to Roger. Posters of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Pinky and the Brain had given way to a gamut of superheroes. Roger leaned Marvel, but Batman, The Flash, and Green Lantern held their own. At 13 he discovered underground comics on the net. Overnight both sketchy Tony Stark and clean-cut Thor got kicked off the wall by busty babes who fought crime in costumes so flimsy they were torn to nip-slip tatters. "Smut," his mother had declared on a rare foray into her son's territory. "Art," Roger countered. Bernice drew hard on a cigarette. Hooded eyes glittered as she scrutinized Roger's pin-ups. After a long moment she exhaled, mingling her distaste with the smoke. "Art's smart," she growled. "Real art exhibits ain't got waste-baskets overflowing with crusty Kleenex." At 14 Roger replaced pseudo-porn with hardcore. Those glossy, airbrushed images reigned for the next 10 years, a visual smorgasbord of his ideal female. But as his teens and early 20s crawled by with zero romantic encounters, understanding dawned. Those come-hither looks weren't for him. They were for the handsome dude that women nudged each other about as they looked right through Roger. And when he finally realized the truth, that glorious and painful awakening, he knew those simpering bitches had been laughing at him the whole time. Today his wake-up wall exhibited a graveyard of his abandoned fantasies, the ancient surface bare except for yellowing strips of Scotch tape and dozens of push-pin holes. In contrast to the former canopy of color, a single black-and-white notice laid stark claim to the entire expanse. Glowing with a halo from the morning sun, it read, "Feminism is man-hate. Go your own way." Roger marveled at how such a great truth could be expressed in so few words. Caught like light in a bottle. He hoisted himself up onto his elbows and reread the words, "Feminism is man-hate. Go your own way." Clarity, he smiled. It's all right there. He stood, stretching in the sunlight. His shadow, broadcasting the bulk of his upper body, eclipsed the great truth statement and a lot more wake-up wall real estate besides. Roger patted his gut and sighed. "Gonna get out and walk a few miles. Today for sure." This empty promise was an echo from yesterday and an endless string of days before that. His gut, knowing the truth, growled. "Okay, fine," smiled Roger. "Coffee and doughnuts coming up, pal." Cloaking himself in a voluminous bathrobe, Roger lumbered downstairs. There at the kitchen table, like a prayer ignored, sat Bernice. Perching like a bird over an overflowing ash tray, she clutched her coffee mug with both hands. Despite the double buttress, the mug quivered, sending tiny waves of coffee crashing against the rim. Seeing Roger, she straightened up and clunked her mug down next to the ash tray. "Merry Christmas!" she crowed. "Merry, Merry Christmas!" A sly grin lit up her face. Brown, stubby teeth, worn down by a river of caffeine, nicotine, and booze, peeked out. Roger rubbed the whiskers on his chin, eyebrows furrowed. Ho, ho, ho?" Bernice pushed a legal form across the table. "Read this, sonny. You'll be laughing out of the other side of your face in a minute." The words "Superior Court," followed by "Final Decision," and the notary public's seal and signature jumped out at Roger. As he scanned the form, "Approval for plaintiff relief" and "Notice of immediate eviction" struck him like a mule kick to the gut. He tried to read it in detail, but the words swam in front of his eyes. You're throwing me out?" he gulped. A loud buzzing seemed to come from somewhere in the room. "But why?" His knees suddenly weak, Roger dropped into the chair across from Bernice. She chuckled, shaking her head in dismissal. "I knew you wasn't listening. How many times I told you in the last 6 months, get a job or get out. My bills don't pay themselves, and damn boy, but you eat like a pig. Probably why you look like one. I can't afford to keep pouring Pop-Tarts and frozen dinners down your pie hole. You're a pain in the ass, but as long as you kicked in your share I overlooked it. Now that you ain't been contributing, well, out you go." Bernice retrieved the court order, eyeing it with a loving expression as she smoothed it on the table. "Got this 2 days ago. Immediately called the sheriff's office and told them you refused to leave. Threw a beer can at my head and told me to go fuck off, you did. They asked if I felt safe giving you a couple of days to comply, and I said, the sun ain't riz on the day I can't whoop this tub of lard. Called 'em back this morning. They said I'd been reasonable long enough. They'll be here to run you out this afternoon." Bernice tilted her head back and inhaled. "As Martin Luther Coon said, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. Well, he got what was coming to him, and now you have too. If only your daddy had took you along when he left me high and dry." She crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. "Well, throw your tantrum, Tubby. I'm ready." Roger's stomach roiled as confusion and anger surged, each emotion vying for dominance. Fear joined the party as a vision of being escorted out by the cops loomed in his mind. "And where do I go, then?" he wondered. "I've got no money, no car, no friends." Nausea swooped in. Roger fought a ferocious urge to throw up, but the look of cold triumph on Bernice's face saved him. Here it is again. Another woman sticking it to a man just because she can. Roger's face blazed deep red as hot rage burned out the other whirling emotions. With rage came determination. "She's dying to see me lose my shit. No, I am a man." He steeled his resolve by revisiting his touchstone. Feminism is man-hate. Go your own way. "I will go my own way. Show her how that works." He took a deep breath and smiled. "Looks like you'll be needing a new roommate, Bernice. And now, if you'll excuse me." Roger stood and walked carefully out of the kitchen, the look of shock on Bernice's face igniting a small blaze of happiness in his chest. He forced a deliberate pace up the stairs, but once in his room he dove into bed and curled up, yanking the covers over his head. For the prior 2 years Roger had immersed himself in the manosphere, an online stew of misogynistic hate and social alienation that blamed women for just about everything. From the first moment he stumbled on a subreddit discussion, Lookism, he was hooked. "Are you a 10, pal?" asked the original post. "Are you even a 5+? No. If you were, you wouldn't be sitting there in the dark reading this. Attractive people are out there right now with other attractive people. Attractive people get the sex partners they want.
the jobs they want, and the life they want. There's only so much food on the table, and the game is rigged so the good-looking ones get the steak, while you sniff around for the scraps." Roger found more sights like this. He read for hours. Eventually the truth became clear, and he was stunned he'd not seen it before. Men wanted women. Sexual desire was hard-coded into their DNA. Not their fault. Women took advantage of this, playing men like violins to achieve what they wanted: sexual pleasure, good jobs, social status, you name it. Feminism was a bald-faced lie. Women didn't want equality, whatever that meant. They wanted control over a nation of neutered males. The truth explained everything that was wrong in Roger's life. The ostracism, the bullying, the sexual rejection, it was all right there. He embraced this excuse, grasping the core nugget that it's not your fault, like a drowning man clutches a life jacket. But acceptance of this explanation came with a bleak caveat. There was no way out. "Once you've been branded by the sisterhood, you're screwed," one post ran. "You are man trash until the day you die." Since then, man trash had echoed in Roger's head, the reverberations kindling sparks of self-hate and rage against the world. In the gloomy, quiet hours of the night, "until the day you die" also resonated, but as a siren song promising peace from the demons, both real and imaginary. Huddled safely under the covers, Roger assessed his options. He had two: the street or the cliff. The street guaranteed a life infinitely worse than the one he had now, but the cliff now, he'd been toying with that going out in a blaze of glory fantasy for months. In his darker hours Roger had tiptoed up to the cliff's edge. "Just a quick peek," he'd whisper to his wall. At the foot of the cliff, following a simple step forward and a brief period of violence and drama, lay tranquillity. No more living in a body in a world he detested. After a wistful, terrified glance over the edge, he had always scuttled back to safety. But now, trapped between homelessness and internet fame, he teetered forward, foot raised to a walk off into the void. All it took was that one step. Step off a cliff and you're done with fretting, done with second-guessing, done with self-loathing. Nature takes its course and things work themselves out with no further dithering or decisions from you. "And when the dust settles later today," he mused, "I'll have a new home, one way or the other." Flinging off the bedclothes, Roger jumped up. "Clarity," he declared. He studied his wake-up wall. The early images he'd loved best, the silly cartoon characters, the noble crime fighters, seemed more real to him than the endless display of naked bits he'd never be allowed to enjoy. Roger could still hear Superman's cape snapping in the wind, could feel Spider-Man's sticky web binding Dr. Octopus. But Miss January, clear through Miss December, were nothing but a blur of disappointment. Taking a big breath, he inhaled his old life deep into his lungs. Roger held that breath, a lone tear trickling down his cheek. Then he hawked, spat, and turned away. Time for that first step. Roger dragged a dull green footlocker out from under his bed. He twiddled the combination lock open and tossed it aside. "Won't be needing you any more." Lifting out an object swaddled in cloth, he placed it reverently on the bed. Like a kid savoring his final present on Christmas Day, Roger took his time removing the cloth wraps, stretching out the reveal better than any stripper he'd ever watched. Finally it lay naked in front of him, a Colt M4 carbine, glistening in the sunlight, the matte black surface promising dark deeds. He picked it up and racked the bolt, opening the chamber. Holding that aperture up to his face, he closed his eyes and took a long, deep sniff. The intoxicating fragrance of gun oil and gunpowder filled his nostrils. Roger sighed, his pulse throbbing. "Black beauty," he said, a slight catch in his voice. "Good news, girl.
Today is the day. Today is your day." Laying the rifle down, Roger plucked his Kel-Tec .22 Magnum pistol out of the footlocker. Ejecting the magazine, he pressed his thumb down on the topmost bullet, ensuring the ammo stack flexed easily against the feed spring. 30 rounds. Crowded, I know. Don't worry, boys. I'll get you all some extra room soon. Roger slipped the loaded magazine into the pistol, pulled back the slide, and let it clack home. The very noise promised unsparing performance. Metal snugged against metal, poised to fly, hit, and kill. And that sound? A clarion call inviting him to pull the trigger. Roger held the weapon high in front of his face, admiring its clean lines. "Yo mama!" he enthused, turning it this way and that in the sunlight. He chuckled. "No, my mama." Easing the weapon into his bathrobe pocket, Roger started toward the door. A thought struck him. He spun around, knelt by his bed, and nestled the M4 semi-automatic rifle under the sheet and blanket, resting the barrel on his pillow. He gently tucked the covers around the stock. Standing, he gazed down at Black Beauty. The soft outline it made in the bedclothes only magnified its deadly authority. Roger's heart swelled, crowding his lungs, constricting his breath. Like a call and response from an old spiritual, his pajama pants grew taut across another swelling. He placed a hand on both, then laughed at the image of himself. "I pledge allegiance to my cock." Humming "Happiness is a Warm Gun," he strolled out the door. 8 a.m. Will Humphreys. Will pulled into his school's back parking lot in his tan Chevy Cruze. An indistinct older model, it transported him from one place to another. His dad had shut down Will's motorcycle dreams and managed a too-good-to-be-true deal on this car at a local auction. Sleep-deprived, the senior wiped the sand out of his eyes and lit a cigarette from a pack of Marlboros in his glove compartment. He puffed while observing his peers. After taking his last drag, he got out of the car and headed toward the red brick building. He merged between two waves of students flowing across the pavement. Slowing his pace, Will studied a group of guys who lingered at the doorway. None other than Dirk and his cronies. His dad's hero and captain of the football team dominated and intimidated people on and off the field. The 6'5" linebacker especially harassed Will daily, only a little more often than his dad praised the star athlete. Will's face remained mostly expressionless as he tried to conceal his fear. After the group went inside, he crept to the door. Pulling it open, he peered down the hallway. Seeing Dirk and his buddies turn the corner, he ambled down the long corridor, thinking he was safe. But as soon as Will rounded the bend, the group of athletes blocked his way. The blond-haired gridiron leader grabbed his victim with a vice-like grip that wrenched both T-shirt and denim jacket. Dirk hoisted him up and slammed him against a locker. The clang of metal echoed, covering up the sound of Will's jacket tearing. Dirk bantered, "Hey, slug, you're always hanging around in the wrong place at the wrong time." His groupies erupted in laughter. Then he added, "That's what slugs do, and they get slimed." Dirk dropped him without notice. Crashing to the floor with a thud, Will groaned as his head banged against the locker. Another student, Regina Carroll, had just come around the corner. She scolded Dirk and his buddies. "You guys make me sick, harassing people like that. Stop being so asinine." They mocked her, chanting, "Stop being so asinine." They waved her off and took a left down the main hallway. Their obnoxious, condescending voices gradually faded into the din of the school's early morning chaos. Attractive, with long dark hair, Regina had always shown interest in Will. She appeared to enjoy the challenge of breaking through his aloof, nothing-phases-me exterior. Other guys tried to get her attention, not Will. He acted as though he didn't want her doting on him. Still, he often hung out with her as one of the few people who even talked to him. With concern in her eyes, the young woman exclaimed, "What jerks! I hate them when they do that. And when they call you Slug." Regina grimaced. "Are you okay?" She reached out to help him up. He rebuffed her gesture, jumping up quickly and brushing himself off. "I'm good. I'm cool. Look, your elbow's bleeding, and your jacket's torn. Are you sure?" "Damn, it's my favorite. That makes me mad," he said through gritted teeth. He smeared the blood from his elbow onto the locker. "Must have caught my arm on the lock." "They never let up," she continued. "No one can keep taking that. It's bullshit." Already back to status quo, Will played it down again. "It's just sore. No big deal." "I'm telling Brubaker. Something needs done." Will made a face. "He and I don't exactly see eye to eye." Mr. Brubaker, the assistant principal, handled school discipline. Will had come to learn from experience that Brubaker made quick judgments about students and steamrolled over those he deemed unworthy of his time. She sighed. "I get it. Who does with him? But don't go this on your own." "I'll see," the victim sighed as he trudged down the hallway. In homeroom, Will asked his teacher, "Can I go talk with Mr. Brubaker?" Barely looking at him, the middle-aged woman handed him a pass and returned to grading the exams piled on her desk. After entering the outer office, he asked the secretary if he could talk with the assistant principal. She buzzed her boss and told Will to go in. The room appeared lopsided. A long table with chairs surrounding it, lampstands, a large desk, and pictures of the administrator's side of the room, versus a single little chair on the other. Will shrank as he took his place in the small wooden seat. Arms folded across his chest, seeming to revel in his position of authority, Brubaker leaned back in his chair, feet propped up on the bottom drawer of a massive oak desk between them. His voice sounded abrasive. "What do you want?" Will gulped and croaked as he answered, "I wanted to report bullying." "Who's getting bullied?" shot back the wide-faced man with almost no neck. Cautiously, Will breathed, "Me." "You serious?" Brubaker slurred his words. "I thought you were going to say some little girl." The assistant principal closed his eyes, appearing to force the next words out of his mouth against his will. "All right. Who is bullying you?" He smirked when he said bullying, and made quotation marks with his fingers. With even cadence and mechanical tone, the teen said, "Dirk, every single day." The assistant principal made a pained face. He hesitated. "Don't act on a snitch's words. You're not exactly Mr. Goodboy, either. It'd be his word against yours. Come back when you have something concrete." Under his breath, Will commented, "Look at my elbow and jacket. Nobody ever does anything." "What'd you say?" Brubaker fired back. "Nothing," he snapped. "I heard you, smartass. Nobody ever does anything. You got after-school detention today. How's that for doing nothing? I'll teach you to be flippant with me." "But I have work after school," he protested. "Should have thought of that before you got too big for your britches, small fry." Will's face hardened. I knew coming to this jerk would be a mistake. The bell rang, but he didn't move. "Get out of here, too big for your britches, or I'll give you detention for Monday, too." Will stood slowly, not taking his eyes off the obnoxious man until clearing the doorway. Nonek acted like he didn't notice, or didn't care. Will spotted Regina down the hall, weaving through students to reach him. Breathless, she said, "I didn't see you coming from homeroom. Thought maybe you talked to Brubaker." He kept walking and didn't say anything. "Went that badly?" she asked. He sounded distant. I read it in his eyes. He's scared to deal with Dirk because he's the golden child of Collinsworth High School, or else he's plain afraid of him. Brubaker's all talk," she said. "I'm going to give him a piece of my mind." Will shook his head. "No, he'll think I sent you. Don't give him more ammunition." The friends parted ways for their first period classes.
8:20 a.m. Emma Franz. Emma spun the dial on the padlock until it opened in her hand. Pushing the metal garage door open, she peered inside her 5-by-10-foot storage unit. When she'd rented it, she had received the low introductory price of just $19 a month. I've got 3 months left to find an apartment before they jack the price on this. Just inside, a broom leaned against the wall. She took it and swept the dirt and other debris that had blown in under the door. Nearly $240 a year to keep the stuff I already own. It'll go to $59 a month when this first year is up. That'll be more than $700. Inventorying her tiny space, she added, "There's not a single thing in here worth that much." Setting the broom back in its place and stepping further inside, she walked to the freestanding armoire in the back of the corrugated metal space. Opening the closet, Emma thumbed through her clothes hanging from the rod. Thanks to doing laundry at her mom's and having a place to hang her clothes, Emma always managed to look professional at work. She took her job seriously. As an unarmed specter of human intimidation, she needed to command respect. "It's the only weapon I'm allowed to carry," she'd told Eduardo during one of their conversations about joining the real force. Eduardo encouraged her. "That'll come in handy when you're holding your service Glock. Heck, even a taser commands respect. You're going to have a tool belt full of weaponry. As an officer, you need to respect the power at your fingertips. But it's best to nurture respect from your community. When Joe or Jane Blow knows they can trust you to be fair but firm, well, hopefully you'll never have to resort to deadly force." Eduardo, a father of 5, had smiled when he told her, "I love it when the bad guys just go quietly down to the station. I got a thing for getting home alive, eating dinner, and helping the kids with their homework." Emma planned to go to the police academy in the fall. Having studied every book Eduardo loaned her from his time at community college, she felt fully prepared for the academic part of the police exam. 3 months at the academy would allow her to hone her skills in the physical challenges. A brown belt from studying martial arts in high school, Emma hoped to go back to practicing and get her black belt at the academy too. Selecting a fresh uniform from the cupboard, Emma chuckled. "For now, the only black belt I need is one that keeps my pants from falling down." Reaching over to a battery lantern perched on top of a cardboard box, the mall cop switched it on. The room brightened. Walking to the door, she lowered it from the inside. Emma stripped naked and donned her new undergarments. Tossing her dirty clothes into a basket, she finished dressing and reopened the door. After turning out the light, grabbing her dirty laundry and locking the storage unit, Emma walked to the back of the car and popped the trunk. "Mom's washer saves me a bundle," she muttered. Once behind the wheel, Emma switched on the radio and drove back to the mall. The security officer backed her car into a space at the rear of the McDonald's parking lot, a few blocks from work. Once she tucked the car out of the way, Emma got out and walked into the fast food restaurant. An older man with a short-handled broom and a long-handled dustpan tidied up the dining lobby in preparation for the morning rush. Emma waved to him. He nodded. At the counter, she ordered a large black coffee. "Hot as you can make it, please." "Cream for that, miss?" the assistant manager asked. "Nope, black and bitter like my heart," she answered, uttering one of those obligatory foolish comments that casual acquaintances use when they have nothing better to say. Clutching her hot beverage, Emma turned to leave, making sure she waved a second time to the old man cleaning the lobby. "Shouldn't you be home enjoying a quiet retirement?" she muttered under her breath. Emma already knew the answer. Poor people like her just wind up becoming old people like him. No end-of-life relaxation. No easy chair with a purring cat keeping your lap warm. No easy anything. Old folks staff the fast food joints, power retailers, and grocery chains. all still working because they hadn't earned enough Social Security to make ends meet. Damn hard to save $1 on minimum wage, ain't it, old-timer? Emma's words came out under her breath. She didn't exactly want to be heard. Been making minimum wage or a little more your whole life, haven't you? Don't set aside much Social Security that way either, do you? He didn't respond, so she stopped asking questions no one could hear. That was okay. She already knew the answers. Back in the driver's seat, the young woman popped open her glove box. She grabbed her cell phone and 2 small school pictures. She propped the kids' photos on the ridge at the top of her steering wheel and dialed the phone. It rang twice. On the 3rd ring, she heard an excited shout. "It's my turn to answer! Let it go!" Emma couldn't stop herself from chuckling. "Hey there, Teddy. Cut it out. You answered first yesterday. You know it's Sylvie's turn." Following a few indistinct snorts, Sylvie's voice came through the phone. "Hi, Mom. We get to see you tonight. Nanny says you're going to take us to the movies." "Oh, she did she?" Emma smiled. How could she not? The joy in her daughter's voice infected her instantly. "Ask your brother what he wants to see, and you think about it too." In the background, Sylvie and Teddy started debating modern cinema. "Okay, now don't tell me what you decide. Remember, there's a new Disney flick, and the Marvel Universe has released a few. I'll daydream about it too. You can tell me about your choices at dinner tonight. We're eating at the food court here at work." Cheers came through in unison from the children. "Is your homework done?" Emma asked. Suddenly the kids were gone, and their grandmother spoke. "I don't know what you said, but those 2 shot off like a rocket to grab their book bags." Emma chuckled. "I just asked about schoolwork. How are you, Mom?" The grandmother sighed. "Oh, I'm just fine. Be glad to have you home this weekend. Those 2 can be a handful. I'm tired." "I'll be glad to be home too, Mom." Emma felt her face getting hot, her eyes burning with new tears. "You know how much I appreciate you, don't you?" Her mom muttered a response that Emma couldn't quite discern. The woman who'd spent months living in her car continued, "I know this is tough on you. You've already raised 1 set of kids. I also know it's not fair, and I do know how lucky I am to have you." Emma's eyes kept watering. A heavy sigh came through the phone. "Well, I may as well tell you now. That little girl of yours and I had quite a fight last night. She wanted to wear my eyeshadow to school. I told her absolutely not. And no nail polish either. 6-year-old girls need to dress like little girls, not dance hall floozies." Emma wanted to tell her mom that a little nail polish and some eyeshadow would be just fine, but she knew better than to argue. It was enough to ask her mother to drive the kids 92 miles down back roads to see a movie with their homeless mom. Emma left well enough alone. "I love you lots. Thanks again. I'll see you this evening." The phone went silent. The young woman put her chin down on the steering wheel, stared at the kids' pictures, and let herself cry. "8:25 a.m. Caitlin Browning." When they stopped in front of the clinic, Nora prattled on while Caitlin peered out of the car side window. "Before you go, Teresa is looking forward to seeing you this afternoon. I told her you had a few ideas for changing your hair and that I'm fine with whatever you and she decide." Reaching into her large handbag, she fished out a new red wallet. "Caitlin, I got this for you. The money for your hair and nails, including a tip, is on a debit card inside." Caitlin turned to look at her mother. "Thanks. Don't know what I did with my old one." She took the wallet from her mother's outstretched hand. "And it's red, my favorite color. You'll also find a little pocket money for food or snacks. There's a Sephora in the mall. It just opened a few weeks ago. I know you love makeup, so why don't you check it out? You might find a few things you like. Do you have your phone on you? When you look in the billfold, you'll find a slip of paper with my Uber password, just in case I get hung up." Nora paused, swallowed hard, then resumed her instructions. "Or if you get uncomfortable around so many people and just want to head home." Caitlin murmured her gratitude. "It means so much to me that you understand." Nora reached out to hold her daughter's hand. "Unfortunately, I have a very important closing today, scheduled to start at 2, which I couldn't rearrange." Nora got very detail-oriented when her nerves got the better of her. She pursed her lips and added, "It's commercial property, and the transaction is complicated. It's anyone's guess how long it will take. But if you need me for any reason at all, please, please, please call me. Don't worry about interrupting." She stopped and looked at Caitlin. "You sure you have your cell with you?" A little overwhelmed, but wanting to make her mom feel better, Caitlin responded with her best impersonation of an annoyed teen. "Duh, yeah, it's in my backpack." Her eyes twinkled. "No worries about a ride. I forgot to tell you. Ricardo's meeting me at the food court around 4 after his school lets out. He'll drive me home. But if our plans change, I'll let you know." Nora teased. "Now I'm jealous. Ricardo will see your new haircut before I do. I guess we'll use him as a tester. If he hates it, you can run to Macy's and get a wig." "Very funny, Mom." "Gotcha. But seriously, I'm so glad you'll be spending some time with him. Ricardo is a delightful young man. He called us once a week while you were in the hospital to see how you were feeling." "He's definitely a good guy," Caitlin agreed. "He sent me tons of cards while I was away. His mom suffered from postpartum depression after his little brother Carlos was born. Ricardo understands depression, and he saw her recover, so he gets it." Stepping out of the car and walking across the sidewalk, Caitlin turned and waved goodbye to her mom as she opened the door to the clinic. Taking a deep breath, she made her way to the receptionist's desk. "I'm Caitlin Browning. I was told to ask for a Dr. Gardner." "Hi, Caitlin. I'm Lila. Dr. Gardner is expecting you. She'd like you to fill out this questionnaire and return it to me before you leave today. The doctor should arrive in a few minutes." Lila handed Caitlin a large sheaf of paper and a pen attached to a clipboard. Lifting the telephone receiver, Lila pushed a few buttons and told Caitlin, "Dr. Gardner's on her way." A tall, red-headed woman strolled into the waiting room wearing a white coat and a big smile. She extended her hand. "Caitlin, so happy to meet you. I'm Dr. Gardner. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. Why don't we head to my office?" She motioned for Caitlin to follow as they walked down a long hallway. The doctor stopped in front of the last door on the left. Opening the door, she gestured for Caitlin to enter. Caitlin hesitated. Body tensing, she looked at the doctor, her eyes questioning. "I imagine you're feeling uneasy, but that's normal," the doctor reassured her. "This is a new experience for you. New surroundings and unfamiliar faces. Please know we're here to help you. We pride ourselves on being supportive, not judgmental." The doctor walked into her office and sat in a chair across from several others. "Please have a seat." She indicated one of the overstuffed chairs in front of a faux fireplace. Slouching, Caitlin looked around the room. It looked and felt like a small sitting room. Or a library, she thought, as she glanced at the bookshelves encircling the room. Caitlin wanted to relax, but her body would not obey. Taking deep breaths to calm her nerves had little effect. "Caitlin," Dr. Gardner continued, "do you have any questions or concerns you'd like me to address?" I don't know exactly what to ask. I don't know anything about this program. What's expected of me?" Caitlin looked down, eyes on the floor. "For the first 2 weeks, you'll be enrolled in our full-day intensive outpatient program, tailored to your specific needs. We'll help you develop the tools you need to gain insight into your behaviors and feelings. We'll teach you to set realistic goals and develop new skills for success." Caitlin peeked at the doctor to see if she might be reading from a brochure. She asked, "What happens after those 2 weeks?" "At that juncture, we anticipate you transitioning into our half-day program. This change will give you the opportunity to return to school. The half-day program begins after your school day ends and runs from 4 to 7:30 Mondays through Fridays. There's more, but we have a handout with all the details." Caitlin looked up and stared. "Ah, I'm not answering the right questions, am I? You must be interested in our treatment plan. Based on your hospital records, we intend to continue your individual and group therapies. We think hands-on stress management helps a lot. Yoga, Tai Chi, and meditation are available. You may choose to participate in any or all of them. Our personal growth curriculum includes art classes ranging from drawing and painting to crafts, such as stained glass and jewelry making. We find these adjunctive therapies effective when treating anxiety disorders." Dr. Gardner paused. "Hey, look, it's a lot. You just focus on getting better. Let us worry about the big things. We'll continue monitoring your medications and make changes, but only if needed. Sound all right? Is that okay with you?" I guess. From what she'd been told, this outpatient program wouldn't differ much from her treatment as an inpatient, except for the locks. "No more locked doors?" she asked. "No more locked doors," the doctor assured her. "You won't feel like a prisoner, I promise." "I have to admit, I love yoga, and I'd like to try Tai Chi." Caitlin raised her head, sat up straighter, and leaned forward in her chair. Dr. Gardner asked, "Have you heard of Qigong?" "We're hoping to add it to our adjunctive treatments as well." "I've heard of it, but don't know much about it. Isn't it like Tai Chi?" "Yes, it's very much like Tai Chi. Both focus on the mind and body, incorporating slow movements with deep breathing. Both have been shown to improve health by alleviating stress and anxiety. Qigong, a system of wellness, is older than Tai Chi, which is a martial art form. We're actually looking to hire a Qigong practitioner." Caitlin smiled for the first time since she entered the facility. "That would be awesome." "Good. You have a lovely smile, Caitlin. I'm happy you've chosen our clinic. We're big fans of helping people recover their smiles. We've just got a little paperwork to do. Please read and fill out the questionnaire Lila gave you. Take your time. No rush. After you've completed the form, I'll take you for a tour of the facility. Your individual and group therapy sessions won't begin until Monday." Dr. Gardner opened her laptop and glanced at the schedule. "It appears that most of the counselors have multiple sessions today, and you may not have the opportunity to meet with all of them. If you do, and if time permits, please feel free to ask them any questions you may have. Otherwise, we'll take time on Monday for you to have some one-on-one meetings." Swiping her mouse pad, the doctor continued, "I see there's a yoga class scheduled for 10:30 today. You're welcome to attend if you'd like. And we're in luck. Beginner Tai Chi resumes next Wednesday." After a brief pause, the doctor concluded her comments. "I know this information is a lot to process. Any questions or concerns?" Caitlin thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I don't think so. What you've described isn't that different from my inpatient treatment. We had several group and individual therapy sessions each day. We also learned some relaxation techniques. I particularly liked yoga." Caitlin mused. "Those techniques must have worked. I mean, they let me out." In a gentle voice, the doctor explained, One reason we asked you to come in today, even though your sessions don't start until Monday, is so that you will have some familiarity with the facilities when you start next week." Standing and moving to the door, the doctor added, "Need anything before I go?" Caitlin shook her head. After the doctor departed, Caitlin let out a long breath. "Geez," she groaned aloud. "This clinic seems okay. I bet it costs a bundle. I should be relieved. They seem to offer a lot of non-head shrinky programs." She took another deep breath. "Maybe the doors aren't locked, but I still feel trapped. I need to stop feeling like I'm a bug under a microscope." Glancing around the room, peering at the ceiling and bookshelves, Caitlin didn't see any cameras. "I kind of like Dr. Gardner, but we'll see how things play out." Shifting her focus to the clipboard, Caitlin began the tedious chore of completing the forms. "8:35 a.m. Leah McCall." Leah entered the studio, nodding at and helloing everyone, aiming for her studio setup. She stopped, observing Jamal Warner's 4-by-5-foot lion sketch. He'd been one of her reading students when she taught school. When they first met, Leah had noticed a skinny little ruffian with black curly hair and shiny eyes. As a teen, he often wore black tees and jeans and had attitude to spare. A barber had recently buzzed the side of Jamal's hair, leaving a lightning bolt tattoo visible above his left ear. A mass of loose curls crowned his head. At 18, a senior in high school, her intern played basketball and painted. Standing in front of his work, the artist lightly brushed brown tones on the mane, then smudged the paint with his finger, blending the colors and highlighting them with soft gold. On the opposite panel, he'd sketched profiles of 4 children, their eyes on the lion. The youngest girl pointed at Aslan, her mouth a surprised circle. He swirled the brushes in water and laid them on paper towels to dry, then shoved the easel out of camera range and tossed his hoodie over one shoulder. Leah checked her watch. "That's beautiful. Perfect. But shouldn't you be in school?" "I wouldn't skip school, Teach. I'm skipping study hall. Thanks for recommending me for this internship. I can't believe I'm getting paid to paint." "You're extremely talented. I'm glad you have the opportunity. After graduating from college, you'll earn more. Internships generally count as employment experience. More importantly, you'll learn and grow. Staying on campus, socializing, helps students adjust to college life." "Ah, you read me." A wide, sheepish smile lit up his face. "Catch you later." He saluted her with his forefinger. "Oh, the sketches are yours when you finish the TV program." "Thanks so much. I'll frame them and hang them in my dining room." Jamal carried the water containers out of the room. Leah arranged her script on the high table between Jamal's 2 panels, booted up her laptop, and parked her copy of the book on a stand facing the camera. Another copy she placed directly in front of her, the pages she'd read marked with Post-it notes. The cameraman wheeled the monstrosity of hooded metal with one square eye in front of Leah. Behind him, an aide pushed a teleprompter in place beside the camera. A makeup artist stood by with her carry-all. Her ears were triple-pierced with metal studs. "Looking a bit pale today, Ms. McCall. And let's give you a few highlights. They'll wash out in the shower." Jewel painted random caramel ribbons in the star's dark hair with deft hands wielding a wire-thin brush. "Now some color on your face. A touch of plum blush," which she blended into Leah's hairline. "Eyeshadow and concealer. Add contrast. Next, a spot of mauve lipstick. Lucky you have flawless skin. No need for pancake makeup." Then came the part Leah disliked. "Shut your eyes." Within seconds, Jewel glued on false eyelashes. "Your sweater matches your eyes and earrings. Very pretty. And that rust pantsuit complements your skin tone." "Thanks. The eyelashes are a bit much." Leah frowned. "You've been saying that for 10 years. Now for the powder." The makeup artist patted powder on Leah's forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin, and whipped off the cape. "There, done. You look better now." Jewel exited the studio. Leah slipped into her chair in front of Jamal's sketches. 5, 4, 3. The cameraman counted down to airtime with his left hand. A light snapped on. The program went live at 9 a.m. Flowing flawlessly, Leah read, using a different voice for each child as they entered the magical wardrobe and exited into the snowbound world of Narnia. 3 listeners called in to ask questions about the characters. The hour passed quickly. When it was time to sign off, Leah mentioned a station promotion. The first 10 people to mail postcards or send emails to the station, our address and email are listed at the bottom of your screen, will receive a free copy of this book. That's a total of 20 books, 10 for snail mail and 10 for emails. Remember, tune in on Monday right here when I introduce Prince Caspian, the second book in the series, weekdays at 9 sharp on this PBS station. Until then, keep reading. Have a great weekend. Leah stepped off the set and checked the time. Before meeting Eileen for lunch at 2:30, she had time to make an appointment with Dr. Marla Bond, the psychologist she'd seen once on Bright Day, the TV show that focuses on local news and people. Fumbling for her phone, pinging text alerts, Leah swiped, entered her password, and tapped the message icon. She saw a few new texts, none of which she wanted to read. "Why aren't you answering my calls? Call me ASAP." The second one. "Let's pin down the activities for Sarah's party. She said you weren't coming to dinner. Why not?" The third one. "Are you ignoring me?" "Later, dude. I have a life," she whispered to her ex, but didn't type it. She finally responded to Rick's third text. "Busy working and going to lunch. Check with Sarah. Staying home to prep for the party." Leah's hands trembled as she tapped Dr. Bond's phone number. When an answering machine prompted her to leave a message, Leah responded, "Oh, hello, Dr. Bond. I'm Leah McCall, calling to schedule an appointment because I'm still grappling with issues from my divorce. My ex kept the house and bought me out. We have 2 grown children, 18 and 20, who call the ex's house home and refer to my duplex as your place. I thought when we split that'd be the end of the bickering, cutting quips, and giving orders." She provided her phone number and ended the call. And that's just the beginning. Jewel breezed by, carrying her container of makeup, the cape folded on top. "Boss wants to see you." Leah trekked down the hall and around the corner. She knocked on the program director's door. "Entree! Have a seat," said Martin Peters. With a receding hairline, a pale face, and wire-rimmed glasses, he looked tired, but his red bow tie lent an almost comical touch to his striped dress shirt. "Yes, sir?" she asked. "I've been getting calls about the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe." He hesitated, twirling a pen between his fingers and then dropping it on the desk. He looked at Leah. "Well, I'll cut to the chase. I don't want any political or religious negativity on your reading program." Leah paused a beat. "Did you watch it? I'd appreciate it if you'd watch the program before you jump to conclusions. The book is a classic fantasy that people can read on several levels. I'm reading it so my viewers can experience the wonder of talking animals and children on a quest to find a witch in a frozen land. Yes, the book contains religious symbols, but the lion has long been symbolic in mythology. Ever heard of the Nemean lion? The king commanded Hercules, a hero in Greco-Roman mythology, to complete 12 nearly impossible tasks, the first being to kill the Nemean lion. Or the Lion King? And witches have a long history, mainly negative, in our culture." The program director shrugged, shaking his head no at the first question, and then nodded yes at the second question. "In Narnia, the siblings' quest for answers is a coming-of-age plot for children. I'll bet the kids aren't complaining, or they'd call me on the air. Kowtowing to parents objecting is censorship. You've never questioned the engagements I've booked with school classrooms in the area to discuss classic children's books." Peters held his palms out, leaning back in his chair. "All right. I knew that was coming. I'll watch the program. See you Monday. But I'd appreciate a heads up on any controversial future titles." "Have a nice weekend," Leah murmured as she flipped her own mane and left the studio.
"9 a.m. Earl Bricker." As he drove home, Earl grinned, thinking about the conversation at breakfast. He appreciated that he could bitch and talk trash with those three guys. They'd been through a lot together: 12 years of school, Little League, first roses, marriages, divorce for one of them, children, good jobs and bad. Now in their mid-60s, retirement. All four of them remained conservative to the bone and steeped in their working-class roots. Although they'd never made any specific pact, they all knew that they could vent about wives, children, work, politics, or life in general, and it would go no further than their circle. A man needed that, friends he could talk to without censure or unwanted advice, although the advice was there if he needed it. Earl glanced at the clock on the dashboard. Plenty of time. With a snicker, his thoughts drifted to Reuben's underground gun storage, something Earl had no need to share with Mary Jane. His wife had no problem with his weekly breakfasts with the guys, even though she thought Reuben and Paul had gotten a little extreme in their politics. She also got mad when those two called him too often to join them at the shooting range or go to a gun show. She tolerated his concealed carry pistol, but would rather he have no firearms in the house except his hunting rifles. Underground armament storage would be a big no-no in the Bricker household. When the truck's tire caught the edge of a pothole, the tiny stuffed owl dangling from Earl's mirror bobbed and swayed. Mary Jane collected owls, starting right after they'd seen the rare snowy owl on one of their first dates. After nearly 50 years, her collection had grown large enough to take over an entire bookcase in the living room. She'd selected this one from the collection to christen his truck the day he drove it home from the dealer, saying, "I read once that in China and Japan owls symbolize good fortune and protection, so I'm giving you this little bird to watch over you when you drive." He knew nothing about Asian customs, but Mary Jane read everything she could get her hands on almost any topic. He had no doubt about the accuracy of her information, and had been touched she'd given him this white owl that reminded him of their courtship. He breathed a sigh of relief as he turned onto their farm lane. Mary Jane was on edge these days with the upcoming wedding. He didn't want to aggravate her by getting home late for the big dress shopping expedition. Plus, he wanted to pen Molly the cow in the barn before he left for the mall. "I'm home," Earl announced as he sailed in the kitchen door. Midnight, their black lab, ran to greet Earl as if he'd been gone days, not hours. "Good boy," Earl cooed as he rubbed the dog's ears. Mary Jane turned from the stove, a steaming dish in her hands. "Just in time for a piece of warm apple pie, if you want something to eat before we go." "I just finished breakfast, honey." "You forget how well I know you, Earl Bricker. If you don't eat before we leave, you'll be wanting to stop for fast food halfway to the mall." She eased the pie onto a trivet on the counter. As Earl walked over to kiss the top of Mary Jane's head, he noticed that beneath her full-length apron she was already dressed for the shopping trip. Her pocketbook and a small tote bag sat on the counter. A familiar spring coat draped over a nearby chair. "How are the boys?" Mary Jane asked. "Same old, same old. One new thing, John's looking at going under the knife, his knee." Mary Jane shook her head. "I swear that the tool company should have included 2 free knee replacements in its retirement package. Seems like everyone you worked with has needed one." "Yeah, I always said concrete floors would be the death of me." "I certainly hope not." Mary Jane shook her head. "But She paused with a question in her eye. Don't even say it. I know I've been putting off the second operation. I'll call Monday to schedule an appointment with the doctor.
Good. I'll hold you to that promise. I notice how your right knee gives out if you're not careful. It's past time to get it fixed.
Earl caught a whiff of the apple pie and started to waver. I need to put the cow in the barn and get changed. Maybe I'll have a slice of this when I'm finished. What time do you want to leave? I promised our grandkids we'd make bird houses this weekend. I need to stop by the hardware store to buy a few boards. Should only take a few minutes.
Ethan and Grace will love building bird houses with their pap, his wife replied. I spent the morning getting everything ready for Kent and the kids to visit this weekend. I have a second pie in the fridge along with potato salad, coleslaw, and burger patties. I thought we could have a picnic tomorrow, and then a big Sunday meal after church before they leave for home. The only thing I must do before we head out is collect eggs. Midnight and I penned up the goats already. If we can be on the road by 11:20, that would be fine.
Then let me get Molly squared away.
Earl headed toward the door, midnight on his heels. 9:15 a.m. Chris Deitrich. Chris's keys to the church door were anything but silent. He carried a key for everything the pastor could possibly need, all the doors, the supply closets, the church administrative office, the pastor's office, and the lock box where the money was kept. I wonder if Martin Luther ever dealt with locked doors. Then, in a low whisper, he replied to his own thoughts. Knowing him, he probably just pounded them open. Chris unlocked the door gleefully. Nailed it! He laughed at his Martin Luther reference. The pastor went inside the welcome area, locking the door behind him. Welcome area? Not very welcoming, is it? He asked no one. Then louder he added, Wouldn't want the wrong people getting in, now would we? He shook his head, critiquing his own thoughts. I swear some church people make me wonder if we are following the same Jesus. For emphasis he made the sign of the cross at the notice on the wall next to the door. It read, Keep door locked at all times. This is for your safety. Resolution passed by Church Council at the March 2023 meeting. Continuing his dialogue with his deity, he said, You know, God, they have no clue how many people come to this door looking for help. Is this a members-only club or a church? It's not what I got into ministry for, that's for sure. Chris walked down the hallway to the church office. Hi, Pam, he called to the church secretary. Good morning, Pastor. I hope you're ready for the day. Chris rolled his eyes. The cleric knew that if Pam greeted him this way, it meant she had unpleasant news. Still, the man trusted his assistant to help him handle things. In many ways she had a better sense of the congregation and its members than he did. That's what 21 years as the church secretary will get you, the pastor often explained to others, who wondered how she kept everything straight. Oh, boy, Chris said as he prepared himself for her litany of church tasks. What do you have for me? Who's in the hospital? No one, actually. Even better. Kathy would like a visit, Pam replied sarcastically. Oh, great. Did she call and tell you, or did you figure that out through the grapevine? The preacher asked as he entered her office. Just trust me on this. Give her a call. The secretary rose from her chair and handed her boss a note with the woman's number. Sorry, I know she can be difficult. Do you mind if I just call her right now from your phone? Asked Chris as he backed away from the paper, like it had been written with poison ink. Sure, I'll dial her number, responded Pam, sitting back down and grabbing the handset to the church's remaining landline. Pam punched Kathy's phone number into the office phone and handed the receiver to Chris. Good luck. Pam fell silent, her lips curling into an apologetic frown. Hello, it was Kathy's voice. Who is this? She asked with an innocent tone, giving the preacher a short boost of hope. It's Pastor Chris from church, calling to check on you, Chris answered in a neutral tone. Oh, Kathy's response sounded curt.
Kathy, a 77-year-old widow who liked things a certain way, had no trouble making sure everyone knew it. She also had a lot of money. Her husband, Carl, once a successful banker, had contributed a great deal to the church over the years. A pleasant man who people would have liked even without his donations, Carl died and all the money passed to Kathy. Much to the pastor's dismay, none of his charm went with it.
"Well, it's about time you called. I have a list of things here that I need to address with you."
"Oh," remarked Chris, "that's not why I was calling you, Kathy. I heard through the grapevine that you weren't feeling well and wanted to check on you."
"Ask if you need anything. Perhaps some meals, or something like that."
Chris tried to divert the conversation away from the list, which he knew he didn't want to hear recited again.
"Yes, well, it's true. I'm not feeling 100%."
Kathy sounded distracted, but Chris knew better.
"Of course, I'm thinking it's stress, because you don't do things the right way at the church. People are saying that the church has changed, and I agree with them. You aren't like Pastor Herman. He was a wonderful pastor who visited everyone all the time."
After a brief silence that Chris had no intention of filling, she continued,
"He visited me and my Carl all the time."
Chris desperately wanted to explain to the old woman that visiting her without Carl just wasn't worth the trip. Instead, he bit his tongue and prayed her rant would end.
"Pastor Herman served this congregation faithfully for 30 years before he retired. He knew everything that went on in our lives. You seem more interested in taking care of those people who come to the door of the church looking for a handout. You know they're more likely there to steal the silver right off the altar."
After a quick gulp of air, she continued with her other regular attack.
"I bet you don't even plan on sticking around long like Pastor Herman did, do you?"
Still silent, Chris's heart rate was quickening. He avoided Pam's stare as his cheeks flushed and his facial expression twisted into a grimace. "Keep it together, man," he thought. "Anything else you want to complain about, Kathy?" Chris asked, making it obvious that he was annoyed.
"Well, yes, as a matter of fact," Kathy continued. "You know that I send a lot of money to the church, and not to have you play social worker with those people. You must spend more time with the members, especially us older members. I expect you to be—"
"Listen," Chris interrupted loudly and forcefully. "That's not how church works. Your giving doesn't mean that you get special treatment. This isn't some members-only club. It's a church." Spittle formed in the corners of the pastor's mouth. "One of the things we are called to do, literally from Jesus' mouth, is to care for the poor. And as long as I'm the pastor here, that's what we'll do."
"Well, I never!"
retorted Kathy. Amused, Chris realized she's not used to people talking back to her, let alone cutting her off mid-sentence.
"Pastor Herman would never have spoken to me this way. Maybe I'll just get off the phone with you and get on the phone with the bishop. He needs to know what's going on at this church, or rather what isn't going on. I give a lot of money to the synod, too, you know. He'll listen to me, and then you'll be in trouble."
"Do you want the number for the bishop?" Chris shot back. "I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear from you. I'll put Pam back on, and she can forward your call directly." Wiping sweat from his forehead, he nearly shouted into the phone, "Do you need anything else, Kathy? I have someone at the door who needs help."
"No, I have the bishop's number. I'll call him myself. Maybe we can have you removed and put in a real pastor, someone like Pastor Herman."
Kathy hung up. Chris slammed the phone into the cradle. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Pam.
"Well, that went well."
Pam smiled weakly.
"Yeah," said Chris, "really freaking well."
He turned away and walked into his office. Over his shoulder he called back to her,
"I'll be in here until the bishop calls and tells me Kathy is coming to pack my things. Pastor, Chris, can I offer you something that might help?" Pam asked.
The pastor turned back to face his assistant again. "A one-way trip to a warm island in the Caribbean?"
"No, it's a chocolate bar." "Well, life isn't sweet most of the time. You can take a moment and enjoy a little sweetness."
Pam cajoled.
"Enjoy."
She placed the chocolate atop a stack of mail. Chris sighed, knowing there'd be unpaid personal debts that wily collectors sent to his place of employ. Taking the stack, he noticed an envelope with Pastor Deitrich scribbled on the front in cursive. "What's this?" Chris asked, holding up the envelope. "I don't know," Pam responded. "It was taped to the church door when I got here. I didn't open it since it was addressed to you. Okay, I'm going to head back to my office. Can I get a printout of where the church stands with its finances? I need to take a look ASAP. Thanks." "Sure thing," Pam responded. In his office, Chris flipped the wall switch, proclaiming in a very deep voice, "Let there be light." He chuckled and walked to his desk, carefully putting his backpack on the floor beside it. He sat down, throwing the stack of mail aside. Looking at the envelope with the handwritten address, he stared at the letter. Holding it up to his face, he remarked, "Considering how my day started and my conversation with Kathy, I can't imagine you've got any good news." Holding the envelope, he wagged it side to side like it was a head answering him with a firm no. Chris opened the letter. Thumbing through multiple pages, he immediately went to the bottom of the last page to see who it was from. "A concerned member? Oh, great. This is going to be just super." Speaking again to his handful of papers, he added, "Anonymous letters are never good. I should just throw you away." His hands made the papers bob up and down as if to say yes. He didn't throw it away, though. Instead, he returned to the top of page 1 and started to read. "Pastor Herman was a wonderful pastor and a great man unlike you. You are trying to change everything. I don't even recognize this church anymore. I have dedicated too much time and money to this church to just sit quietly by as you destroy everything I have worked for. Under your leadership our finances are a mess. All but one of our endowments are depleted. It's right there in the annual report. How did that come about? What are you spending money on? All those lazy, poor people? Did council approve the expenditures? What is your plan to get us back in the black? How are you going to get more families here? During your time as pastor more people have left than joined. Why do you think that is? Probably because you are spending so much time with those damn poor people rather than with our members. You need to shift your attention to what's really important. What are they teaching pastors these days in seminary, anyway? It's not like it was when Pastor Herman led this congregation. At the next congregational meeting I'm going to propose that we cut your salary in half." The pastor had read enough. "Well, shit." Chris looked at his watch. "It's not even lunch time, and I'm already exhausted and frustrated. I knew I shouldn't have read the letter. Always throw away anonymous letters, Chris." Pam entered his office, interrupting him. "Always." With a faint smile she added, "No one writes a letter with good news and keeps it anonymous. It's always complaints that begin with 'people are saying' and other passive-aggressive B.S." Pam approached his desk, carrying the financial report. She walked over to her frustrated boss, accidentally bumping his backpack and knocking it over. It hit the desk with a thud. "Hey, careful!" He raised his voice. Pam looked hurt. "Sorry. Anyway, here's the report you wanted. I wish you wouldn't yell at me. I'm not the one who wrote you a nastygram, remember?" In an attempt to lighten the mood, she added, "That was quite a thud. What do you have in there? A pound of lead, or is it a bomb?" "Right. Sorry," Chris apologized. "Just be careful where you step, that's all. I have valuable stuff in there." "Whatever." Pam turned and left. Once his assistant returned to her office, Chris lifted the backpack and unzipped it. He grabbed the additional bills that came to the church and shoved them in the bag. He zipped it and moved it to the other side of the desk. Turning his attention to the financial report, he studied it intently. "There have to be answers here," Chris surmised. "The old treasurer screwed the congregation out of $376,000 over 15 years, all while Pastor Herman looked the other way, and nobody did anything about it. They didn't even call the cops. The synod was powerless to do anything. If the congregation didn't press charges, the hierarchy wouldn't either. They just forgave the bastard and forgot about it. It's like they all live in fantasy land. Then Pastor Herman conveniently retires, and I get to be the one who's waking them up to the nightmare. Chris got frustrated. He wasn't getting the answers he wanted. He threw down the reports on his desk. "All right," he told the financials. "You're no help. And anyway, I have a sermon to write. Sunday is just around the corner. I need to get that written and get to the mall. After I buy that lacrosse stick for Sophie, it will be time for holding court." He chuckled to himself. Nobody thought the name he gave his Bible study group was as cute as he did. Saying the name still made him chuckle. In an improved mood, he thought, "I don't know how I'm going to pay for the stick, but I'll figure something out." Holding court meant more than just Bible study. It was his monthly gathering of people who talked about hot topics and how they might impact their faith. Holding court was one of those changes in the church that people like Kathy didn't like. "They don't think it's proper to talk about controversial topics," Chris explained to himself, "unless that something happened in a desert 4,000 years ago." Kathy found it frivolous because non-believers attended. Holding court wasn't focused solely on the members of the church. A big no-no, the clergyman whispered. On the other hand, Chris, along with a few forward-thinking people in the church, believed that ignoring current events wasn't working. Besides, Chris liked the fact that holding court attracted non-churchgoers, people who would never set foot in a sanctuary again, mostly because of bad experiences. "Hang in there, Chris," he told himself. "Just a few hours until holding court. Then you'll get to spend time with people who actually want to follow Jesus, or at least act like him." Looking up to the sky, he added, "Thank you, Lord." 9:20 a.m. Roger Elliot. Roger heard ice rattle into a glass as he approached the kitchen door. Time for our mid-morning Red Bull and vodka, he thought. Perfect. He breezed into the kitchen and stopped dead center in the room. Bernice hoisted an eyebrow and eased back in her chair. "Finally thought up some fancy-back sass? I've been waiting." Roger shook his head. "No, we're not going to do this that way. You're about to get something you've wanted for a long time, so am I. Why don't we surprise each other and be civil about things? I'm going to make breakfast for both of us, our last meal together. Wouldn't you like a last meal?" Lifting the cast-iron frying pan off the stove, Roger set it sideways in the sink and used a butter knife to scrape off the large bits from its last use. When he got tired of scraping, he presented the pan to Bernice with a mock bow. "Clean enough, m'lady?" he asked. She drained her glass, belched, and glanced down at the pan. "Who cares?" she said. "Get me another can of bull from the fridge." Roger extracted the can, along with milk, butter, and eggs. He handed the bull to Bernice. The vodka was already on the table. "Want any more ice in that?" he asked as she poured. Bernice shook her head. "No, don't plan on leaving it in the glass that long. Got celebrating to do." She swirled the glass to mix the drink, then knocked back a hefty slug. She chuckled as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Was telling Marge the other night about getting you out of the house. Told her you could stare at the internet and twiddle your diddlers someplace else. She asked if you had a girlfriend. I must have laughed for 2 minutes. 'Rosie Palm is the only sweetheart that boy's ever known,' I said. Marge said it sounded like you were a pencil. Didn't know what the hell that meant, so I left it alone. Marge is a half a sandwich short of a loaf, if you know what I mean. A pencil? Pencil neck, maybe. No, pencil dick. Yeah, that's probably you." Bernice flung her head back and laughed, spewing Red Bull cocktail in a donkey's bray that sagged into a sodden smoker's hack. An innocent bystander, Roger, got tagged. Wiping red flecks off his face with the dish-towel, he grimaced, nose wrinkling. Yuck, like they say. You can take the girl out of backwoods Missouri. Pencil, Brow furrowed. Roger fired up a burner on the stove and settled the pan over it. Slicing off a hunk of butter with a spatula, he slipped it into the pan. Golden runnels crept out from the cold glob and spread across the pitted black surface. Pencil, wait. Roger brightened. Incel. She said incel. His face turned deep red. Sadly, she's right. I am an incel, an involuntary celibate. He drew himself up and began to preach. When the feminist movement seized control of our society, the primary goal was to neuter men. They split us up into two groups, those to control with sex and the illusion of power, and those to socially disenfranchise by completely ignoring them. Women created the pass-fail criteria based on lookism. It actually boils down to the 10 scale. If you're a 6 through a 10, you get groomed to receive sex and success in society. 5s are controlled with the promise of both. Unfulfilled, they never stop hoping. The rest of us get shoved to the bottom of the barrel, ignored, brushed off, permanently denied the pleasures so freely offered up to the alphas and the betas. Roger gritted his teeth, his knuckles white as he gripped the spatula like a weapon. He focused on cracking 4 eggs into a bowl without breaking a yolk, one of his little personal victories. In went the salt and pepper. As he whisked, he added, "It's not my fault I ended up here. It's your fault, yours and every other woman in this country." Lighting another cigarette, Bernice inhaled and regarded her son, lip curled in a sneer. "Careful, boy. Don't fall off." Smoke dribbled from the deep creases around her mouth, floating up to the ceiling. "Fall off what?" "That high horse you're galloping around on. It's my fault you're a tubby loser who lives at home with his mommy." "Mine and every other woman in America? Dear God, what a pack of bitches we are." Sliding the smoldering cigarette into the ashtray, Bernice crossed her arms, lips thinning in anger. "Have you actually listened to yourself? You sound like a nut. After that string of bullshit, I'm not sure I want to eat your slop. You're probably planning to poison me." "Oh, how you talk, Bernice. We both know who the real killer is in this family." Roger dumped the eggs into the frying pan and stirred the spatula through them. Bernice hesitated, glass halfway to her mouth. Raising an eyebrow, she said, "Do tell." Leaning back against the kitchen counter, Roger began. "From the day it dawned on me that other kids got presents on birthdays and Christmas when I never did, I knew you detested me. Shit, I didn't even know about birthdays. I never got invited to anybody's party, and you sure never mentioned anything about it. Christmas hurt the most. In grade school everybody would ask, 'What'd you get?' Every year I made up a grand list of toys. That's where my path to weirdo outsider began. I couldn't ever have anybody over because they'd wonder where my stuff was. And going to anybody else's house? Well, each cool thing they owned was a knife in my gut. So I skipped out on the whole friends thing. But it wasn't until 3rd grade that I suspected you were trying to kill me. School was always putting out little safety campaigns. One week we got Buckle Up for Safety. They hyped that one because, well, the 5th grader who died when his dad rolled their car. I was astounded. You never, ever told me to put on a seatbelt. You always put yours on, but I figured that was just some grown-up thing. You were just as astounded when I started using it. Disappointed, too, I could tell. A few days later I noticed 2 frayed spots, one on the lap belt and one on the shoulder belt. You tried to tell me they'd always been there, but I knew better. 8-year-olds aren't dumb. But the real eye-opener came 2 years later when I unloaded some groceries from the back seat. My hand caught the belt tucked into the seat cushions, the one for my infant seat. It came free and had some frayed spots, but those had been there a long time. About 10 years was my guess. Roger started 4 pieces of bread in the toaster. He flipped the eggs around, then lowered the heat, keeping them warm. Bernice looked down at the table, toying with her cigarette. "I can explain that, Roger," she stammered. His mouth dropped open. She never used his name. "Save it," he said, shaking his head. "I'm not done. You can lump all your bullshit into one smelly bag when I finish. Fourth grade was when they hit us with stranger danger posters and handouts. Don't trick or treat alone. Scream if a stranger tries to be friendly. Clearly the world was crawling with pervs looking to snatch up every loose kid they could get their hands on. And yet you would take me to the mall and leave me sitting on a bench while you shopped. 'Wait here, Roger,' you'd say. 'They don't allow children into this store.' You'd be gone for the longest time. There I'd sit until you came back or mall security noticed me. You finally quit doing it when that black security lady got in your face for the third time. She knew what you were up to. I wish I knew her name so I could look her up and say thank you." Bernice took a deep drag and stubbed out her cigarette, twin blue streams of smoke jetting from her nostrils. "Shamika? Tanitha? La Cuiva? Who gives a shit? Soul Sister had it in for me. I could not believe how—" She broke off and downed the rest of her bull and vodka. "Uppity? That the word you're choking on? Jesus, woman, you're as fucked up by your upbringing as I am. Difference is your anger, your hate, it permeated that backwoods Missouri air, mingling with that red Missouri dust. You breathed it in from birth. Mine came from one bitter woman who took out her rage against the man who left her and his baby behind." Bernice glared at Roger. He stared back, calm, unflinching. Neither moved. The toaster broke the tension, popping up the toast with a no-nonsense crink. Still scowling, Bernice poured another cocktail. Roger buttered the toast, stacking each piece on a small serving plate. Cold silence reigned, dominated by the scrape of the butter knife and the slurp of the drink. As Roger sat the toast on the table, Bernice slammed her glass down next to it. "You're no right to judge me, goddamn you!" she sputtered. "I never wanted no diaper-shitting, tit-sucking baby." Roger whirled and jammed the butter knife into her cheek, pressing the serrated edge into her skin just below her eye. "There's still one more attempted murder charge," he hissed through gritted teeth. Bernice froze, her alcohol flush draining to chalk white. "She looks like a corpse," he thought. "How appropriate." Roger pulled the knife back, holding it briefly in front of Bernice's face before placing it on the table. Bernice scooted her chair back, her eyes darting toward the door. "I don't want to hear no more," she mumbled. Roger sidled around the kitchen table until he stood directly across from her. A sticky glob of something from a past meal clung to his bare foot. He ignored it, focusing instead on 3 Zen moves to a clean kill he'd bookmarked from a subreddit titled No Mercy/No Mess. Zen kill move number 1, establish a warm rapport. He smiled. Zen kill number 2, diffuse suspicion by referencing target's future. "Okay, no problem," he said. "I got stuff to say before you had the house to yourself, but I agree, you don't need to listen." Zen kill move number 3, act without haste or hesitation. He leaned forward, placing a hand on the table to steady himself. Slipping the pistol out of his bathrobe with the other, Roger meticulously centered the barrel between his mother's eyebrows and pulled the trigger. At the last moment of her life, Bernice's eyes widened to the whites, finally recognizing the offspring she'd created. Roger finally going his own way was the last thing she saw. Her head rocked back at the crack of the pistol, then dropped forward, chin resting on her chest. Bernice collapsed into her chair motionless, like a puppet whose strings have been slashed. Blowback from her skull sprayed a harsh mist of red and gray up Roger's arm and across the table. A thin dribble of blood trickled from her nose, some pattering onto her glass. The red liquid on the outside mocked the red liquid on the inside. Roger exhaled, marveling at the thin membrane separating life and death. The slightest gust of an ill wind and, well, over you went. He stared at the husk. It stared at the table. No music welled, no narrator voiced a summation of his feelings or his future. His life simply ticked on. After a minute he shrugged. Wow, Bernice, this was supposed to be my big moment. Free at last, blah, 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 right? But total nothing burger. Roger drummed his fingers on the table. Popping a bad guy in an online first-person shooter game tickled his pleasure centers upstairs and amidships. Heck, he sometimes caught his toes curling in the afterglow. Why was the real thing such lukewarm dishwater? Maybe it's the lack of action, he mused. No running down dark alleys, peeking around corners, or going full auto on a group of targets bunched up in terror. No screaming, no whimpering, no juices. The buttered toast brought him back to the needs of the living. Right. This food is getting cold. Let's dig in. Roger dished the eggs onto 2 plates, sliding one in front of Bernice. Here's your fork and a napkin. He crouched to sit across from her, then leapt back up. Damn, the jam! He grabbed a jar from the fridge and put it on the table. Taking the top piece of toast, Roger slathered it with jam and held it out to his mother. Hey, look, edge to edge, just the way you like it. Bernice offered no thanks. Roger shrugged and slipped the toast on her plate. Taking 2 pieces of toast for himself, Roger tore through his breakfast. When it was gone, he sat back and rubbed his belly. A small belch escaped. Oops, excuse me. He went to the fridge, poured a glass of orange juice, and sat back down. Eyeing Bernice's other piece of toast, he said, Hey, you going to eat that? Bernice ignored him. Okay, fine for you, then. Children are starving in some shithole someplace. Roger savored each bite. I've stepped off the cliff. There might not be buttered toast after I hit the ground. Wiping his mouth, he leaned forward. Now, he growled, slapping both palms onto the table hard enough to make the utensils jump, let's chat about your latest attempt on my life, Bernice, the one that did the trick. Perhaps jarred by the table thump, Bernice's head seemed to loll back a bit, her unfocused eyes coming up to meet his. Roger paused, peering closely at his mother's face. She waited for him to go on. Here's the thing. I know I'm a fat dweeb with poor hygiene and worse social skills. I've been a janitor, an inventory stocker, a graveyard shift floor polisher, you name it. Anything that doesn't require human interaction. That's always been mutually understood by every boss who hired me. I was decent at all those jobs. I could have hung on to any one of them and done that backroom crap the rest of my life. Millions of people do, and they subsist just fine. I would have too, but I kept getting fired. I'd land a job, work it for a few months, and then get sacked. Roger wondered if Bernice's facial muscles were tightening. He could swear the corners of her mouth crept up just a teensy bit. 3 weeks ago I went out to the mall to try and drum up something, anything. I was ready to get on my knees and beg. Started with Steve, my last boss. He's a dork, like me, and we clicked more than I usually do with normies. When I hit him up, he shook his head and told me the most interesting story. Sorry, Raj, can't do it. We kept getting phone complaints from customers about you. Our policy's pretty lenient, but after 3 strikes you were out. Funny thing, by the 3rd call I was pretty sure it was the same person, same complaint. You gave her major grief. Backsass. Backsass was the term she used. Not words I hear a lot. And a real southern corn-pone accent, like straight out of Trailerville. I told corporate it was a fishy deal, but you know suits. They didn't care. Had to shit-can you and put you on the no-hire list. But good luck, bro. He shook my hand and walked off, and it hit me like a drunken truck driver. You'd gotten me fired from every job I ever had, and you were going to keep doing it. I was screwed. Since then I've just been waiting for the hammer to come down. Roger toyed with the last bit of toast before dropping it back onto the plate. He'd lost his appetite. You're dead, and that's a good thing, you bitch. But congratulations. You killed me first. You've been killing me slowly over a long period of time. At every point in my life where I might have experienced normal, you made sure I was shut out. Result? I have zero social skills. I don't function in normal society. That's a living death right there. And now you've forced me into the end game. You're not alone in my murder, Bernice, because I'm white, male, and unattractive. The global sisterhood is out to crush me, and they will, but I won't go quietly. In fact, I plan to make a hell of a racket and take a few of them with me. He closed his eyes, recalling the airbrushed mountain range of perfect tits he'd tacked onto his wake-up wall, the treasured chests he'd never get to discover. Roger's stomach lurched as his old self-hatred seeped through him, a sick feeling like a slug bursting under a bare foot. A vein throbbed in his forehead as the toast rose in his throat. "What did I just say? I'd take a few?" he shouted. "Shit! Piss! Fuck! Screw that! I'm going to take everybody with me." Roger leapt up, his chair clattering backward. He glared one last time at Bernice, whose head had cocked to one side, leaving her right eyelid drooping in a conspiratorial wink. "Creepy to the end," he muttered. "Lovely. Say hi to your cop buddies when they get here." He headed back up to his room.
"9:30 a.m. Emma Franz." Emma opened her shirt from the top collar to her belly button. She took a baby wipe from its package and washed her armpits. "Ooh!" she cried aloud in the employee restroom. "I need to let those get warm after I bring them in from the car." When the shivering ended, the security guard made a mental note for the second time. "Concentrate from now on. You know better." But she knew she'd forget again and that it wouldn't matter much. Warmer weather is around the corner. A mall co-worker in the first stall shouted, "That you, Emma?" Emma rubbed warm water on her face. She leaned over the sink so that her freshly washed cheeks wouldn't drip on her uniform. Pulling paper towels from the dispenser, she used them to pat her face dry. "Yeah, it's me, Gretchen. You're in early. Or is it late?" The door to the stall swung open, and a middle-aged woman with oversized everything stepped into the wash basin area. "My daughter says I don't have to wear pantyhose under my uniform anymore, but she's got no idea what she's talking about. If I let my thighs rub together while I clean the floors, they get so raw." The woman struggled to straighten the tops of her hosiery around her upper legs. "I hear you on that one," Emma responded in a conciliatory tone. She reached over and rubbed the cleaning woman's shoulders. "How about wearing some shorts underneath? If you go to Dick's, they've got 'em in all shapes and sizes." Gretchen cast a sidelong glance at the security guard as Emma buttoned her shirt. "Oh, they do they? Dick's? Got 'em in all shapes and sizes? Now that's a slogan that will sell." The two women erupted with giggles. "Ah, you know what I mean," Emma winked at her friend. Gretchen washed her hands, then hit the blower to dry them. "To answer your earlier question," the older woman smoothed her hair as she studied her reflection, "late night for me. I got a chance to clean the old Party City at the end of the mall. Finished my regular shift at 5 and headed over there to help them get ready for the construction crew that's coming in to do the reno." Walking over to a long line of employee lockers, the charwoman turned the combination until the last click, then opened the door. "I'm grabbing my lunch bag and heading back to the motel. I need to get some shut-eye. I want to be back here by 5 again this evening. You know, I like to go to the pastor's food court chat things, or whatever he calls them." Gretchen shrugged and continued, "I don't have a formal church, don't even know if I believe in any gods, but I sure like the way the man thinks. He's got kindness in his heart for folks most others don't even notice." Emma walked up next to her friend, and the two women hugged. Smiling as she moved away, the younger woman added, "I'm glad he brings his message to the mall then. Maybe sometime I'll join you when I've got some time." Both women giggled at her pun. Emma worked a combination on her own locker. How is it living at the Pike Motel? I need to get a place for me and the kids pronto. Truth be told, my mom's driving my little Sylvie kind of crazy. She's far more strict than she needs to be. Uh-oh, what's your mom done this time? The cleaning woman asked. Nothing big, her young friend answered. She's just stifling my little girl's mojo. And I'm pretty sure she's taught Sylvie to call the other girls in class, or anyone with painted nails, floozies. Yikes, the cleaning woman chuckled. That's hysterical. But grandmoms can be generations behind where they need to be. Not that I blame her for watching out. Kids do grow up fast if you let 'em. Gretchen turned to the young woman and wrapped her arms around her. The Pike's okay for an old single woman like me. No security deposit and no credit check. As long as I pay with a debit card at the beginning of each week, they leave me alone and I return the favor. The cleaning woman hugged Emma a little tighter, finishing her squeeze, then letting go. But it's no place for a mom and 2 kids. Some mornings I have to step over old condoms to get to my car. Ew, Emma covered her mouth with one hand and her stomach with the other, gesturing like she might be sick. You'd think in a hotel they'd throw those things out in the room. Motel, Gretchen corrected her. It's pretty gross. Anyway, I know it's hard to have the kids so far away, but you keep your nose to the grindstone, and you'll get a better place. I tell anyone who will listen to me about what a good mom you are. It's like that Solomon story from the Bible. You'd rather give your children up than see them suffer. Emma knelt to tighten the laces on her shoes. That's me, 21st century Old Testament lady, right here. Shifting from one foot to the other, she continued, But you're right, I think. At least that's what I tell myself. I'll be so glad when the kids and I have our own place. But for now, it's okay. I just got to get Sylvie, and Teddy too, for that matter, out of Mom's house before she gives them the same bunch of complexes she gave me. That woman can be hard on your self-esteem. Gretchen bent down and kissed her friend on the back of her head. See you after the weekend, if I don't run into you tonight at the food court. Emma agreed. Yep, I'll probably see you when I meet my mom and the kids for dinner. I'll wave so as not to interrupt the prayin'. The younger woman smiled. Monday, I'm noon to 9 at the computer shop. Stop by if you come in early. Will do, the cleaning woman promised. Have a blast with those kids, she shouted over her shoulder as she slammed the locker door shut and walked out of the employee lounge. Emma put the rest of her toiletries into her own locker and took out a zipped-up makeup bag. Returning to the mirror, she brushed her hair and tied it back in a tight little ponytail. Opening the pale green cosmetics case that read Clinique across the top, Emma muttered, I bet there's no other homeless girl with a $40 concealer and a $30 lipstick. The locker room door swung inward. A slender woman with perfect lips, strong cheekbones, Nefertiti's nose, and a long silver wig entered and went straight for the lockers. Hey, Emma, how's that Clinique working for you? Carefully applying mascara, the security guard responded, Oh, this stuff you gave me is so nice. I used to think this was all overpriced, but dang, my skin feels great, and it lasts through a whole shift. I can't thank you enough, Alia. Kicking off the fur slippers the cosmetologist wore everywhere but work, Alia answered, You don't need to thank me. We brought in that whole new spring line, and my manager told me to throw away the Christmas sample gift bags. My granny says waste is a sin, and I knew you could use some new stuff. 4 inches taller in her work shoes, Alia walked over to Emma and examined her face, inspecting the guard's handiwork. You look so pretty when you do your eyes like that. If you run out of that rich lady's goop, I got more of those gift bags in my locker. You just shout and I'll hook you right up. Thank you, Emma spoke with a smile. Don't you mention it. We'll talk again later. I need to get down to the counter. Macy's is having a big sale today. While they don't mark cosmetics down, it's our chance to grab some easy sales targets as they walk by on their way to shoes or ladies' fashion wear. Tossing her hair over one shoulder, Alia shouted, "Have a good day, Queenie. Hope nobody tries to steal a phone today. I know how you hate to file that paperwork." Emma turned toward the far wall and looked at the time. Her stomach growled. Packing her cosmetics back in the case, she stuffed the rest of her things into the locker. "If I hurry, I can run out to the car and grab a pack of peanut butter crackers before my shift starts," she murmured, heading for the exit. As the security guard's hand connected with the lever to pull the door, it flew open from a push on the other side. "Whoa, that was close!" Emma exclaimed as a young, thin person wearing a food court uniform blew past her, seeming not to notice. Emma didn't care. She only had 14 minutes to get to her car, find the peanut butter crackers, and get over to supervise the store opening procedure. Standing guard as the store opened mattered to Emma. She knew the mall's technologically gifted Apple employees, unlocking the electronics at the store, couldn't watch for bad actors while they concentrated on passwords and entry codes. Even underpaid, she knew her job had value. Emma left the locker room without another word.
"10 a.m. Will Humphreys." Regina hurried over to Will, both on their way to the same class. "I went to Brubaker, told him I saw Dirk throwing you around and that somebody ought to stop it." Sarcasm overtook the discouraged teen. "Bet that did a lot of good." He saw her head droop. "Look, I know you tried, but he's not worth the time. He doesn't give a shit." She curled her hands into fists. "He accused you of sending me to fight your battles. What an ass! I told him you didn't want me to come, but I had to. I said somebody needs to do something. Brubaker just told me to tell him the next time so he can catch Dirk in the act. I said, 'Give me a break,' and left." Will reacted. "He didn't give you detention for mouthing off?" "No, why?" she asked. "Nothing. That's just his M.O., at least for certain guys. He slapped me with detention." "That cowardly idiot!" she yelled. "Why don't you tell Davis? Word has it that she sticks up for us, even when it causes waves with the administrators." Will nodded. "I left a note about meeting third period if she can. We'll see if that happens. People get in line to see her." Gabrielle Davis, the school counselor, showed interest in the teens, especially for marginalized or voiceless students. A first-year faculty member, she listened to their concerns, didn't judge them, and didn't blindly defend disastrous teachers or administrators at the expense of students. As the two friends walked into their social studies class, Mrs. Ashton commented, "Will, you really could wear something more presentable than a jacket coming apart like that." Regina blasted back, "It's not his fault. If somebody would freaking do something about Dirk, this wouldn't keep happening." Mrs. Ashton's eyes got big, but she said nothing. Will moseyed to his feet and ignored the teacher and her out-of-touch welcome to the classroom. Lacking sleep, the tormented student fought to stay awake while a monotonous voice rattled on for 50 minutes. 3 times during class he checked for posts on Twitter from under his desk. The last time he added his own message, "If people don't listen, I'll make them listen." After the bell rang, Will strolled silently beside Regina down the hallway. She asked, "You okay?" He scowled and shrugged. "See you at lunch." Walking away, Regina called over her shoulder, "I hope you get to see Davis." Will's break came during third period. The teacher motioned for the long-haired senior to come forward and handed him a piece of paper. With his hall pass in hand, he headed out the door to the school counselor's office, wanting to end his living hell. He knew she was his one chance. Miss Davis, a tiny woman with kind eyes, looked up and greeted him. "I'm glad to see you, Will. I hope things are going better for you." She moved to a seat alongside her desk, one that sat face to face with Will's chair. A planter with daisies by the window and 2 artificial ficus trees by the door added warmth to the room. In a flat tone he answered, "Nothing changes. Dirk hassles me every day." She looked down at Will's elbow and ripped jacket. Hurt showed in her eyes. Will continued, his monotone hiding the depth of his despair. "I can't take it. I told Brubaker, but he won't do anything. He basically said he doesn't plan to." She closed her eyes and lowered her head. "That's awful, Will. I'm aware of issues with Dirk and Mr. Brubaker. Others have raised similar concerns. I'm working on it. It's taking longer than I'd like for administrators to act. I'll speak to them again. I feel badly that this is happening. You don't deserve to be treated this way." Will pressed his lips together. He didn't say anything. The school counselor added, "I'm working at it from different angles. I've called Kids Helpline. They told me they usually deal with at-home abuse, and that administrators must act about in-school issues. I explained the lack of appropriate response on our end and asked them to take action. The responder said she'd pass along the info to her superiors, that they would make the final decisions. She asked your age. When I said 18, she apologized because they only handle cases 17 and under." "No action again." Will wagged his head. "Believe it or not, I called the police about it." Will's eyes widened. "A police officer took the information just like Kids Helpline," she explained. "After he asked your age, I said 18. The officer answered the same as the hotline for children, that you fall under adult status. He said administrators should deal with it in the schools except for life and death situations." The counselor exhaled slowly. "He says you're an adult and you have to report it." Will shrunk in his seat. "Like I'd ever do that. Dirk would literally kill me if I called the cops on him. So they basically want schools to police themselves. Right. As if that'll ever happen." "Typically I wouldn't share all these background details with students, but, Will, I thought you deserved to know. I've been frustrated and angry about this whole ordeal, which I'm sure is a fraction of what you lived with." He shrugged. He honestly thought Davis cared. "She's spinning her wheels just like me. Nothing can save me from Dirk's bullshit." "I've also pushed to get an anti-bullying character education program," she said, looking like she knew Will wouldn't be thrilled about it. "That's the topic for the fifth period assembly today." "You really think bullies give a shit about that?" "I'm pursuing every avenue that has a chance of helping. I'm sorry about what's happening, especially in light of your 2 recent suicide attempts. I hope things are getting addressed through the psychiatrist." Will's expression showed nothing. "Things are being taken care of." The dejected young man stood up to leave as she said, "You don't have to go yet. It might help to talk about your feelings." He made a face. "I don't have anything more to say." When he turned to leave he saw the counselor close her eyes as if to say a prayer. "I don't know whether to hope any more. She's nice, but maybe it's like Mom always says, justice doesn't come from people around here."
10:10 a.m. Caitlin Browning. Just as she signed and dated the last page of the clinic documents, a light tap on the door startled Caitlin. Come in?" "Namaste, Caitlin. I'm Gary, the yoga instructor." As he approached, the tall, slim, blond man extended his hand. "I understand you might be attending class this morning." She stood to shake Gary's hand. "Yes, if that's possible. I'm starting to believe there's something to this mind-body connection." Gary chuckled. "Yoga was part of your treatment as an inpatient, right? Our next class begins in about 30 minutes. How about I take you on a quick tour of this facility?" "What about Dr. Gardner? Won't she wonder where I am?" "No worries. Dr. Gardner sent me. Have you finished filling out the forms?" "Yep." Caitlin waved the clipboard. "Great. Then we can drop them off with Lila on our way." Gary opened the door, ushering Caitlin toward reception. After dropping off the paperwork, they strolled around the facility. He pointed out several areas where group therapy sessions took place. Gary narrated his tour. "We use these small sitting areas for groups. We use private rooms, like where you and Dr. Gardner met, for one-on-one." He stopped at a large, sunny room. "This is our all-purpose area. It's used for art, yoga, tai chi, and occasionally a meeting hall." Turning the next corner, Gary stopped again further down the corridor. "And finally, here's our lunchroom. You can sit at any of the tables by yourself or with others, which we encourage." Gary turned toward her with a warm expression. Caitlin looked away. "Of course, if you're not too social on any particular day, we understand. That's cool, too." Caitlin looked back, the corners of her mouth turning up ever so slightly. Almost as though he'd read her mind, Gary added, "I mean, every now and then you see someone in a cafe and want to pretend you didn't, right?" "Yeah, some people make me feel antisocial even when I'm not." Chuckling, Gary added, "I hear that. By the way, that's not a sign there's anything wrong with you. That's a sign that some folks are irritating. We get that. Let's face it, if you were going to spend every day with 12 other people, you'd probably pick 12 other people. But we're all here to help each other. Sometimes annoying people are just like a grain of sand in an oyster." Caitlin's eyes brightened. "They help you make pearls?" "Exactly. Now, let's get on with our tour." Gary pointed out the coffee, tea, and water machines. He showed the clinic's newest patient where to find the tea bags, milk, sugar, and cups. There were soft drinks and snacks. As the tour progressed, Caitlin felt less and less like an outsider. "The fridge is for use by everybody. Just make sure your name is on your stuff. Unmarked things tend to disappear." As they exited the lunchroom, Gary checked his watch. "Perfect timing. Ready for yoga?" At Caitlin's thumbs up, he put his hands together in namaste. "Okay then, come with me and we'll find you a mat. If you have your own, please bring it with you next time. Just like the food, make sure you put your name on it." Caitlin made a mental note to bring her mat when she returned on Monday. "This place might not be so bad," she thought, looking around. "It's bright and light. So far, so good, Happy Dale." Caitlin enjoyed the yoga session. Only a handful of people attended. Most were teens. A couple of women her mom's age seemed friends with the lone elderly guy. Self-conscious at first, Caitlin relaxed when no one stared at her or made her feel like an outsider, a feeling she knew well and dreaded. One girl approached her after class. "Hi, I'm Emily. Welcome to Happydale," she giggled. "This is my second week here. It really isn't so bad. The staff are nice." Attempting to sound nonchalant, but failing, the preteen asked in a hopeful voice, "Are you staying for lunch?" Caitlin took a few moments to respond. She played her own past attempts at friendliness over in her head and recognized the pleading in the other girl's voice. She felt pretty sure she understood Emily's feelings. The middle schooler seemed unsure and anxious. "I'm Caitlin, and this is my first day. Well, my real first day will be on Monday." She extended her hand for a shake, hoping it would make Emily feel accepted. "Nice to meet you. As for lunch, not today, but I appreciate you asking." Caitlin removed her ponytail holder in a gesture of unfamiliar boldness. "My mom took one look at this mop and made me an appointment for everything." The two girls chuckled. "Maybe we can get together next week?" Caitlin wanted Emily to feel validated, something she'd learned to do in her month in the hospital after she'd realized how little she'd felt seen over the years. "I mean, if you think you'll have time." "I'd like that," Emily beamed. The younger girl waved and disappeared. Caitlin found Gary and told him she couldn't stay for lunch. "Do you know where I can find Dr. Gardner?" "Oh, gee, she could be anywhere." Gary paused and added, "If it's super important, you can have her paged." "I only wanted to say goodbye and thank her. I'll tell Lila on my way out." She grabbed her jacket and backpack from the floor. Rolling up her borrowed mat, she handed it to Gary. "Thanks." Her panicky feeling had faded. "This feels like it's getting easier," she conceded, and headed for the door.
"10:20 a.m. Roger Elliot." Roger tossed the pistol onto his bed, careful not to jostle Black Beauty, his pride and joy. Too bad she's not my bride and joy, he thought. Firm, perfect curves, her purpose fulfilled by my needs, and she only makes noise when I tickle her trigger. Standing motionless in the middle of his bedroom, the center of his lifelong universe, Roger considered his next move. Going out in a blaze of glory should be easy enough to do, but just how did someone launch that? Sure, he could run out onto the street where he'd grown up, screaming his rage and cutting loose with his Colt M4, but who would he shoot? Mrs. Longstad, whose lawn he'd mowed? Old Man Weezer, the next-door neighbor who'd always bought him a creamsicle from the ice cream truck when he'd finished Mrs. Longstad's yard? Those little kids who'd just moved in across the street? Roger sighed. Online it was clean and easy. The game opened with shadowy figures creeping toward you, your digitally enhanced weapon punching gaping holes that sprayed blood in pixel-enhanced 2D, knowing that your turn was coming. Soon, unless you were very agile and shifty, slugs would stitch your chest and shatter your skull. You would collapse, pain-free, limply onto the ground. As first-person sight dimmed to black, a third-person view faded in, highlighting your blood-drenched form, lean and muscular, a square jaw shrouded in hard stubble, wise but war-weary eyes riveted downrange at the enemy. Glorious. But, geez, God Almighty, it was another thing altogether to engineer your own battle entrance point in the real world. It would be the mall, of course. That was a given. Mass shootings, now an everyday fact of life in America, had acquired a pattern fast approaching a protocol. If you wanted to make a splash, you hit up the malls, schools, and popular events. Body count mattered. So did shock value. Who gave a rat's ass about a few old white people who got popped while slopping the hogs and boning the goats in butt-fuck Nebraska? No, if you craved Internet fame, and really who didn't, you needed to target the young and the innocent doing regular, everyday stuff. So he would take Black Beauty shopping. But when? Roger cast his mind back to his working days. Customers were the bane of every working stiff at the mall. And the time the demanding hordes descended like cranky locusts? Why, Friday, just after 5 o'clock. Everybody panting to get in, buy their shit, and get out before the weekend truly kicked off. Today's Friday. He just had to kill some time until rush hour. Won't be the last thing I kill today, he muttered. Roger gave his teeth a cursory brushing before sliding into jeans and a gray hoodie. He raked his patchy beard with his fingers and shook his head to remove the dandruff from his lank black hair. That only produced more white flecks highlighting the oily sheen. "I should shower and shampoo this mess," said the dwindling persona whose opinion used to matter. "Fuck off," snarled the one who called all the shots now. "Who cares what you look like?" He sighed, tucked his hair behind his ears, and put on a blue ball cap. Tiptoeing down the stairs, Roger slid out the back door and into the garage. Grabbing a screwdriver, he removed the license plates from Bernice's car. Roger sauntered next door and into Old Man Weezer's garage, acting like he owned the place. The side door was unlocked, as always. He made short work of swapping out the plates and returning home, where he attached the new plates to his mother's car. "First thing they'll do when they discover the body is issue an APB for this car," he told the back plate. "There's about 100 piece-of-shit tan Camrys in this town. They'll be focusing on the plates for ID. This'll give me some extra time." Heading back outside, Roger paused just before the kitchen entrance, debating whether to peek in. A bizarre fantasy took root in his brain. Rigor, or some other post-death force, had contorted Bernice into a crazed caricature of every woman in his life. She now sat with her arms straight out, finger aimed like a gun at the doorway, waiting for him to look in. her lips drawn back and mouth wide open in a cackle of laughter. Pointing and laughing at him like she always had, like all the others always had. He turned his head away from the entrance and tiptoed back upstairs. Chicken shit, he thought. Oh, yeah, he replied. Shall we go back down and take a look? Roger assessed his internal double-dog-dared-you for a good 5 seconds before conceding defeat. Nope. One last mission-critical item remained in the footlocker, the Trojan horse, Black Beauty's no-questions-asked VIP pass to the big show. Roger lifted out a large cardboard box emblazoned with an image of a recurved bow. A long box, long enough to cradle his darling in secret as he strolled past dozens of people. He savored the thought of himself as Death, moving incognito among the masses, a lord whose mere touch, bestowed or withheld, determined death or life. God, I can hardly wait. Roger tugged an end flap open to reveal the styrofoam block cradling the bow. Getting it out without damaging the cardboard container was a struggle. Holding the box upright, he repeatedly jerked the open end toward the floor. Vacuum and static electricity joined forces to thwart him. Inch by reluctant inch the block emerged, voicing its objection with little shoofing noises. When he had enough packing material to work with, Roger placed the exposed end on the floor, clamped it with his feet, and pulled the box upward. It gradually surrendered, but not without a long, burbling swoof that sounded like a calm fart. "Great," he muttered. "If I use the styrofoam to secure the rifle, by the time I get it out, everybody will have laughed themselves to death. Who needs bullets?" Roger rummaged through his clothing until he found an old black sweater. Rolled up inside, Black Beauty nestled into the box like she'd been born there. Before he folded the cardboard flap back into place, Roger dared to pull aside the folds of wool around the muzzle and gaze straight down the barrel. Caught in the late morning sunlight, that dead black eye stared back into his. So cold, he thought, so dark. "You don't care, do you?" he whispered. "About people dying, I mean?" His question floated down the barrel and lodged in the chamber, that holy place of repose where the bullet abides before hurtling outward to its one destiny. Roger seemed to hear a light whoof floating back up the barrel toward him. Against his better judgment, he held his ear up to the muzzle. With the gentlest puff of air, the weapon answered, "No, I love it." Time to get moving. The bow came from the biggest sporting goods store in the mall. Roger pulled the receipt from his wallet and taped it to the box so it hung off like a false flag. Just a man returning an item to the store. Nothing to see here, folks. With the box under one arm and the discarded white block under the other, Roger strode to the door. The cliff now loomed far above, its jutting edge waving good-bye as he tumbled through the air toward a hard landing. Exhilarated, Roger wanted nothing more than to hit fast forward, zipping ahead to the climax scene of his day and his life. But at the doorway he pressed pause instead. Turning around, he surveyed his room. Batman had the Batcave, Superman his fortress of solitude, and Doctor Strange lived in his supernaturally protected sanctum sanctorum. For his entire life Roger's room had provided a safe haven from a world that didn't want him, a place to lick his emotional wounds and escape into his fantasies. Now it was gone, ripped from his grasp by the bitch downstairs, the bitch who represented every bitch on the planet. "I can't even have a shitty little room in a shitty little house. You pretty people, you already have everything." Roger broke off, hands trembling, legs shaking, and breakfast threatening to revolt. "Well, fuck you all!" he shouted. Roger lurched down the stairs, blowing right past the kitchen doorway. As he headed out the back door he yelled, "I'm taking the car, Bernice. Might be gone a while. Don't wait up." He slowed, cocking an ear backward. Bernice chose not to argue. Dumping the styrofoam block into the trunk, Roger climbed into the car and fired it up. Before fastening his own seat belt, he snapped the frayed passenger belt around Black Beauty's cardboard disguise. You need to be handy when things get wonky. Backing out of the garage, Roger squint-eyed the street, left and right. Other than Old Man Weezer, nursing a smoke on his porch, the neighborhood was dead. That friendly fossil smiled and waved as Roger eased into gear. Roger started to wave back, ready to drive on, when a ninja impulse struck. He hit the brakes and rolled down the window. "Hey, Mr. Weezer!" The man straightened in his chair and beamed at Roger. "Hey yourself, young man." "Look," said Roger, "I just wanted to say thank you for the ice cream treats, and for being a good neighbor, and for, well, just everything. His mouth ran down like it always did when he needed to say something that mattered. "Dumbass," he seethed. His knuckles whitened on the wheel as his face flushed red. Old Man Weezer stood and stepped to the porch railing. "You're welcome." He regarded Roger for a long moment. "When my wife was killed, I faced the world with that expression. The old thing that mattered was gone, and I didn't care if the world died or I died." Weezer shook his head. "Turned out I was wrong. Time heals." Roger's shoulders slumped. "I'm sure you're right, Mr. Weezer, but I'm fresh out of time." "I'm sorry to hear that. A man pressed for time usually makes bad decisions. I'm guessing you're smack dab in the middle of one right now." Old Man Weezer sighed. "Well, Roger, I hope it all turns out." He backed away from the railing and slumped into his chair, raising a hand in farewell. Roger parked 2 blocks down the street. He could see the front of his house, but was hidden from Old Man Weezer by its meticulously manicured shrubs. Dropping the seat back flat, Roger adjusted the rearview mirror so he could see without being seen. Been a busy morning. With time to kill until 4:30 or so, he let himself slip into a lethargy that soon gave way to slumber.
"10:27 a.m. Leah McCall." Arriving at the school, Leah parked, then looped the school's ID lanyard around her neck. She lugged out her briefcase and slung her worn leather purse over her shoulder. Clouds crowded out the sun and swept over the school, so she reached for her umbrella in the back seat, just in case. The reading teacher greeted the secretary in the elementary school office and signed in. "I'm ready to see Dale Green for his tutoring lesson. 4th grade. He should be in reading class." "I'll grab a schedule and send him to you." Shana Patel pushed away from her desk. The secretary's black hair gleamed blue in the glare of an overhead fluorescent light. Kohl lined her dark eyes. She wore a bright silk tunic over pants that swished when she moved. "We're glad you're here. The reading teacher, Ms. Thomas, is trying to accommodate all, but some students need help now more than ever. We're lucky you came back. After the divorce, I only had my income." Leah lifted one shoulder and grimaced. "I enjoy working with children, especially those who need extra instruction and attention. Of course, PBS pays much more than teaching full-time. The additional cash gives me walking around money. The station also offers variety. I interview guests on bright day when the regular host can't, among other things." "Sort of like a Girl Friday?" Shauna interjected. "Sounds different." "Well, broadcasting provides another way of teaching, reaching a wider audience." Shauna stood. "Like I said, we appreciate the work you do here. I'll just dash down the hall and send Dale to the reading room. We'll meet you there." Leah watched the bubbly secretary vanish down the hall in a swirl of color. She stopped at the reading room door as her phone pinged. The text read, "Had a cancellation. Can you come to a meet and greet at noon? Dr. Bond." She answered, "Yes, thanks." Leah entered the windowless room. It held an easel, a whiteboard, a gray teacher's desk, and a padded chair. A few feet from the adult desk sat a one-armed desk for students. On the back wall, bright circles in primary colors displayed sayings, "Reading is knowing," "Reading is fundamental," and learning something new. Read. On the far wall, a bulletin board revealed hardback book covers pinned across the top with printed student comments tacked beneath each. A 6-foot pine bookcase held various books on different reading levels. The principal had posted Leah's framed credentials above the bookcase. Leah reviewed Dale's individual educational plan while she waited. Dyslexia, hyperactive. Parents object to meds. 9 years old, 4th grade. Recalls general reading details. Student lacks comprehension. Friendly but sensitive about reading ability. Reading at a 2nd grade level. For tests, Dale has no time constraints. Usual methods haven't worked well. L. McCall. At the last moment, she pulled an apple and M&Ms from her briefcase, placing them on the teacher's desk. Smelling like paste, Dale shuffled into the room and sat at the student desk. His sandy mop needed a haircut and comb. He wore a sweatshirt frayed at the cuffs and jeans scuffed with grass stains. Only his sneakers looked in decent condition. "Mornin', Miss McCall." His eyes roved around the room before he took his seat, squirming. "Good morning, Dale." She reached into her purse and handed him a pocket comb while he settled. The 4th grader tugged the comb through his tangles as his little face scrunched up with the effort. He tried to hand it back. "You keep it." "How's your day going?" Leah asked. He shrugged. "Sorta like any other day." He pocketed the comb. "Well, goodness, that sounds glum. How's the reading class going?" the tutor asked. "About the same. Words look jumbled up and backward." "Well, let's not get discouraged. Want to try something different?" He hesitated and then shrugged. "Well, okay, maybe." "All right, let's turn your desk around. I need your back." "Huh?" Dale's eyes widened. "You look like I asked you to stand on your head," she chuckled. "Just relax. Trust me." Leah then put a piece of paper and a pencil in front of him. "I'll draw a letter on your back with my finger. You print it on this paper. Then I'll trace another letter. Write it down next to the first until you have a word. We'll continue until you have a sentence. How's that sound?" He nodded as his shoulders dropped a notch. He climbed out of his chair, helped his tutor turn the desk around, then retook his seat. "Thanks for helping. Are you ready? I'm going to print a letter." First she traced a capital I on his sweatshirt. Over his shoulder she saw what he had written. "Leave a space. Next letter." She made an S. They continued this exercise until he read, "I was a star in the sky." "Does that make sense to you?" she asked. "Nothing about reading makes sense to me," he grumbled. "Try again. What sound does this letter make?" She pointed to the S. Dale made a hissing sound. "Saw." "Now reread the sentence." He read it correctly the second time. "Good job." Leah patted the boy's back and continued. "You know, when I was in 4th or 5th grade, I had trouble telling the difference between conversation and conservation. Tackling English is hard because people added words from other languages. Over time, settlers came to America with more new words, and looking at English words often doesn't help." Leah printed cough and through on a separate sheet. "Do you see?" Dale smiled and pointed. "The GH in cough sounds like F, and the other GH is wasted. It sounds like—" The boy made a throwing motion. "Yes, you're right. The GH in through is silent." She placed the apple and the individual bag of M&Ms on his desk. "Pick one for your reward." He snagged the candy. "To review, remember, I was a star sounds strange, like fantasy, but I saw a star is clear. Okay, that's enough for today. You're doing fine. Leaning toward the bookcase, Leah chose and handed Dale a scholastic book on Paul Revere. "Try this. Practice reading for 15 minutes every night." "Should I walk you back to your classroom?" She gave him the apple as well. Taking one of the index cards from the desk drawer, she printed "Pass" and the time on it and gave it to him. Dale rolled his eyes and said, "No way, I'm no baby." "Thanks." He pocketed the candy bag, stuck the pass in the book, polished the apple on his shirt, and crunched down on it as he skipped into the hall. "Have a good day." Reaching for her phone to record notes on Dale's progress, it buzzed in her hand. Oh, shit. Leah took a minute for deep breathing. She let it ring twice more, then swiped. "Hello, Dick." "Don't be snide. It's Richard or Rick. Why aren't you taking my calls? I messaged you to talk about Sarah's party. Since you're so busy, I'll be brief. She and her friends will arrive, say, 5 o'clock. I'll take them out to eat, and you're welcome to come. If you do, wear something besides slacks. I'll drop them off at your place for dessert around 8 o'clock. Bring them home around 11 or keep them overnight." First, Sarah's making the plans, so check with her. Second, I'm staying home to clean and decorate. Third, I work 2 jobs and don't have time to return all your calls and messages. And fourth, we've been divorced for 5 years. Don't tell me how to dress. Will Melody be there? Damn. She should have left that last sentence unsaid. Their phone remained silent for a full minute. "You agreed to a divorce. Don't be catty. We still have 2 children together, and we owe it to them to act civilized. And no, Melody will not be here. FYI, it's a father-daughter celebration." "I gotta run. Grab lunch, get groceries, pick up the cake and Sarah's present. I'll see you when you drop them off. Oh, what did you get Sarah for her birthday?" "A car," he responded. "A car? Thanks for consulting me. You're calling about a birthday party but couldn't confer on a car? What kind of car? I thought underclassmen couldn't have cars on campus." Leah felt heat inch up her neck. She clenched her teeth, a habit she'd have to break or risk damaging them. "Who's responsible for the insurance? Does Sarah have to pay to park it on campus? And what about gas? She may have a scholarship, but I'm covering room and board." Rick was picking up the tab for Ryan's college expenses. "Students can have a car if they live more than 100 miles from campus. Sarah picked out a sensible, gold, 4-door Toyota Camry. The dealership called the color Savannah. The sedan's a demo with 5,306 miles in pristine shape. It even has leather upholstery. I'll pay her insurance while she's in college. I'm also giving her a credit card for gas." "Look, I have to go." She hung up, gathered her things, and headed for the exit. Why should I be surprised? Don't let him get under your skin.
"11:15 a.m. Earl Bricker." When they merged onto the highway, Mary Jane reached for the radio dial and turned off the talk station, filling the cab with non-stop political diatribes. "I need a break," she said under her breath before turning to Earl. "I wish you wouldn't listen to that garbage all the time. There's something so dark in the hearts of those, what do they call them, radio hosts? There's no doubt our country has problems, but Pastor Jones says we must hold God's love in our hearts for all mankind. I'm afraid shows like this are turning you bitter, honey. Try listening to music for a change. You like that country station." Earl sighed. His wife had the kindest soul of anyone he knew, and she often chastised Earl and their son Kent for getting too wrapped up in negative politics. In contrast, Mary Jane had always been quick to embrace a good cause. She volunteered at the local library, and these days she was involved in fighting a group of people who were trying to ban To Kill a Mockingbird from the library shelves. He said, "We're never going to see eye to eye on my
favorite radio shows, or my ability to have the full measure of goodness in my heart for those damn liberals that the pastor might recommend, but I'm fine with listening to music for the rest of this trip."
"Thank you," Mary Jane replied, but made no move to switch the radio back on. Pleased with making such a big concession about the talk radio, Earl thought,
"A man has to stand up for himself, but keeping the wife happy is important, too."
After a few minutes of silence, Mary Jane told Earl, "I'm glad you agreed to come with me, honey. I just hate all this traffic on the interstate." With his hands squarely on the wheel and his eyes on the road, Earl responded,
"You know I'd rather drive any time you expect road congestion like this. It's not too bad for Friday afternoon. It will be worse on the way home. Speaking of traffic jams, have you noticed how the Blackfriar Farm streets are so much more crowded than they used to be? Saturday mornings are crazy. The place gets more like a tourist town every day. Trendy little shops, bistros, whatever they are. And I just saw that a sushi restaurant is going in on the corner of Hope and Wood Streets." His tone turned to horror. "A sushi restaurant?"
Mary Jane laughed. "Oh, Earl, sushi has been the in thing for years now. I admit it doesn't appeal to me, but it's quite popular with young kids. The Saturday market has had a sushi booth since last summer. Quite the success from the looks of it. There's always a line." She paused, then said, "I like that Blackfriars Farms is growing. When you have some time, I think we should talk about whether we can plant more veggies this year. I know we could sell more produce at the market. I might try my hand at flowers, too. There's always a high demand for bouquets."
"Let me look at that plot behind the chicken coop. That might make a decent-sized bed for posies. I know you like flowers, and these newcomers all seem to have enough extra cash to buy anything they want. May as well take some of that money off their hands."
"I've loved flowers ever since I was a child. Mama always had fresh blooms in the house, straight out of her summer garden. I like to share the joy of flowers with people who don't have their own growing space." Mary Jane patted her husband's upper arm. "Of course, the money's nice, too. I know we must be careful now that we're both retired, but we don't have to pay for any of the wedding except the rehearsal dinner. And I put by enough cash from my egg sales to buy this dress for the wedding. I want to look nice for my only daughter's big day." Earl shot his wife a quick glance before returning his eyes to the road.
"I'm sure there'll be lots of women in fancy schmancy dresses at this ceremony, but, darling, you and our little Becky will outshine every single one of them, no matter what you wear."
Mary Jane pulled a tissue from her purse and dabbed at her eyes. "I can't believe Becky's getting married. When she moved in with Brooks I thought she'd end up getting hurt. A man like that, coming from family money, growing up with every advantage, he just didn't seem like the right fit for Becky. Plus, both being architects working together in the same firm, that could be a problem. But she's changed and grown, and I have to say that Brooks surprised me. I like him a lot, and he seems to be good for the woman Becky has become."
Earl snorted. "I'm still not sure about Brooks. He's a hard guy to talk to, always going on and on about his rowing or crew or whatever. And I know he's an architect, but how many times can he rave about the fusion of utility and pleasing form in every old farmhouse we pass?"
Earl bit his lip.
"But he's Becky's choice. She's a grown woman, so we don't really have a say in this marriage, do we?"
Earl clicked on his turn signal to merge onto the exit ramp. Just as he was about to change lanes, a bright red sports car screamed by on the right.
"Watch where you're going, pretty boy."
Earl jerked the truck back into his lane.
"Foreign import, out-of-state plate. Where are the cops when you need them?"
he complained as he slowed. Then he looked into the rearview mirror. ignoring the owl trinket still bouncing from his emergency maneuver, checked the side mirror and eased onto the ramp. Mary Jane ignored Earl's outburst and looked at her watch. "We made good time." She lifted her handbag from the floor onto her lap. Wringing the strap with her hands, she said, "I hope I can find a dress in either Macy's or Nordstrom. Today is my last chance to find something decent to wear. If I do find a dress, we should celebrate. Earl, what do you think about stopping at Red Lobster on the way home?" His arms still tingling and heart pounding from the near miss with the sports car, Earl barely heard his wife's question. Although he'd never share his uneasiness with Mary Jane, traffic congestion and driving into this sprawling mall put Earl on edge. Cars coming from everywhere. Parking stalls designed for midget cars instead of decent full-size pickup trucks. Pedestrians stepping in front of you like they own the road. At the first stop sign, a four-way, he took a deep breath, his hand brushing his jacket to confirm that his holstered pistol lay beneath. "I hate coming to this place." When his turn at the stop sign came, he drove forward into a section of the parking lot bathed in shadow. On the left, a towering sign blocked the rays of the early afternoon sun, its 2-foot letters proclaiming Liberty Mall. 11:30 a.m. Will Humphreys. Regina gave a half wave as she charged around the corner of the hallway toward the lunchroom. "Did you see Davis?" "Yeah, she's trying. But she can't get anything done. She's a first year. Nothing's going to happen. Brubaker's over her. I know she has students' backs as best she can. Somebody's got to be able to do something." "Not likely," he replied. "She called Kids Helpline. Doesn't apply to me. I'm 18. Then she called the cops." "No way. She's gutsy. Going around administrators who don't have her back. What happened?" Will showed no emotion. "Same thing. I'm 18. Plus, they want schools to police themselves. For administrators to handle things. Like that'll happen. I don't like the idea of cops being involved anyway. With my luck, they'd arrest me instead of Dirk." Regina's shoulders slumped. "Damn, Will. How can we get something done?" With flattened eyes, he said, "You'll never guess what our fifth period assembly is. An anti-bullying program." "No way," she blurted. "Like that'll stop Dirk. It'll be one big joke for him." Will went through the food line first. Regina followed. Carrying his tray, he studied the tables and chose one with no students nearby. His closest ally sat down beside him, still visibly upset about Dirk. The football star and his two friends had been eating on the far side of the cafeteria. Hopping up and heading back to the lunch line, Dirk looked around and stole a carton of milk. Then he strolled along the row of tables where Regina and Will ate. The big athlete glanced over at Mrs. Halsey, the short, stout cafeteria attendant with straight brown hair. She faced the other direction when he appeared to stumble. A chair slid across the floor as his hand swiped Will's tray in the process. Spaghetti, bread, broccoli, and applesauce splattered in all directions. Will put his hands up in the air as if to say, "Look what this guy keeps doing to me." Dirk's friends on the other side of the room howled like hyenas. The lunch lady sped over to the incident. Will gestured towards the big student, backing away. Dirk covered his cruelty with a lie, pulling off an act that could fool his own mother. "He kicked the chair into me. That's why I tripped." Regina yelled, "He better not get away with this again." Mrs. Halsey looked back and forth, studying each of them. She shook her head. "I don't know what to believe. Just stay away from each other." Angry, Regina exclaimed, "His freaking seat is on the other side of the cafeteria. What's he doing over here?" The attendant ignored her comments. The tormentor glanced back at Will, sneering as he swaggered back to the other side of the room. Will's face turned to stone. After lunch, filled with fresh outrage, Will headed to the bathroom. Once there, he got out his phone and pulled up Twitter. He tweeted, "Nobody does anything. Everybody's afraid to do something. I'm not. FAFO." A tweet from Dirk's buddy Jack followed. "You'll never do anything. You don't have the balls for it." Will responded instantly, blatant this time. "Fuck around and find out." His lips curled into a hard sneer of satisfaction. He left the restroom for fourth period, his gait more intentional than his usual tentative shuffle. Standing by the door of biology class, Regina commented as Will approached, "We get an extra period together after this one because of the assembly." He barely reacted. She studied her friend. "You look different, more serious," lifting a shoulder. "Just Dirk." She kept watching him. Staring back at her, he sounded agitated. "What's up with you?" "I can't get a read. Something changed." As he sat down in a seat at the back of the room with Regina beside him, he added, "I'm not going to after-school detention." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to work, as usual." Will broke off the conversation as class started. As he doodled on a piece of paper, Will's mind wandered. He fidgeted and stared at his drawings while Mrs. Shapiro droned on about protecting species, learning their habitats, and taking steps to reduce extinction rates of certain animals. Will pulled out his phone, keeping it out of his teacher's view. Jack had posted again. "Slugs aren't good for anything except sliding down walls." The doodle lines thickened and darkened, the pen almost tearing the paper. Will's head tilted. He tweeted back, "You'll see. People will listen. I'll make a name for myself." Moments later another tweet came. "You'll always be a useless piece of shit, slug. Nobody notices a little kid in a man's world." Will crumbled up his paper and tossed it behind him as his teacher wrote on the board. His eyes blazed with fire. 10 minutes later Regina turned toward Will as they walked out of class. "Brubaker won't stand for it, you missing detention. It won't end well." Will replied in a strange, distant voice, "Probably not." Regina kept glancing over at Will as they wove their way through pockets of students toward the auditorium. She followed his lead to a section without students close by. Agitation showed as he sat down. "Stop it already." "Stop it yourself. You're so distant. I know you are with everyone else, but not with me. I'm concerned." "Just got lots on my mind." He turned to watch Dirk and his friends, who sat several rows back and to his right. On stage up front the administrators, Mr. Brubaker and his boss, sat in chairs. Mrs. Stauffer, the principal, approached the microphone, tapped on it, and waited for the student body to quiet. In her all too familiar patronizing tone she spoke. "Today we begin our anti-bullying character education program. Our goal centers on developing ideals like kindness and respect, helping each of you become positively contributing citizens to our school community. Focusing on these qualities will decrease bullying incidents in our school." Will saw numerous students turning their heads towards Dirk and his group. The whole gang snickered and gave Will the finger while many students watched. Regina shook with rage. "Those cocky bastards!" Other than his jaw tightening, Will's expression never changed. The administrator continued, "Make no mistake, a school with better character results in less bullying. As our school community grows in kindness, respect, courage, and responsibility, bullies lose power. It only takes one person reporting bullying to make a difference." Numerous students reacted, some even laughed. Will mumbled to Regina, "Not if adults do nothing." Mrs. Stauffer tapped on the microphone again. "You must have courage to do the right thing. That's your responsibility as a community member. For example, speaking up if you witness bullying. Then, as I said, bullies lose power." Will whispered, "Not if administrators sit on their asses about it. Even Davis speaking up did nothing." Regina commented, "Look at everyone smirking. If faculty act like it's a joke, do you think bullies like Dirk give a shit?" After the principal expanded on the program, she emphasized the importance of further training. Then she made closing remarks and opened it up to questions. One student asked, "How will you protect students who report bullying?" Mrs. Stouffer responded, "The reports will be anonymous. Bullies won't know." One of Dirk's peers raised his hand. "What prevents someone from making something up to get someone else in trouble?" Mrs. Stouffer explained, "Good question. Each situation will be investigated to ensure appropriate consequences. That's why we have a process in place for handling bullying." Another student asked, "What actually happens to bullies if they're found guilty?" The principal turned toward her assistant. "Mr. Brubaker will handle the discipline. Could you speak to that?" The stout, arrogant man grabbed the microphone like he owned it. "We want you to know that we take bullying seriously." In the second row from the front, Davis shook her head. Students made eyes at one another. Regina huffed. Will turned red. "We will have a 3 strikes and you're out policy," Brubaker continued. "When someone gets reported, especially from more than one source, we will take immediate action." Will crinkled his face. "What a freaking joke. He already ignored you, me, and Davis reporting Dirk." "What kind of action?" one student yelled without raising his hand. The assistant principal explained. "Consequences can change depending on the severity of bullying, but as a whole you receive a warning after 1 strike, after school suspension for 2 strikes, and the 3-day or more suspension for the last one." After the assistant principal expanded on consequences, some students moaned, others murmured, and Dirk's group snorted and howled. Several mocked Brubaker, pretending to swing a bat and striking out. Regina watched Will. He sat there trance-like. The bell startled him out of it. "What's up?" she asked. "I have one more class with Dirk. I've had enough of his shit. I'm not taking it lying down after today. I have a way out of this hellhole." "What are you going to do?" She looked afraid to hear his answer. "You'll see. I'm not showing my hand just yet." "Are you sure you're cool?" she asked. "You're acting strange." FAFO. Justice is coming to the universe.
11:40 a.m. Caitlin Browning. Walking to the mall, Caitlin thought, "Mom was right. It is a beautiful day." The young woman checked her watch. "I should get to the mall just after noon. I think I'll grab a slice and maybe stop at Sephora before my haircut." Caitlin's mouth watered at the thought of real pizza, not the microwaved cardboard and sauce they served in the hospital. Caitlin found, to her surprise, a small spring developing in her step. "My appointment with Teresa isn't till 1:30. If I'm finished early enough, I might stop at Nordstrom before meeting Ricardo." "Don't get carried away," she spoke aloud to herself. "Mom said I could select things to set aside, and we'd pick them up tomorrow. But I don't want her to buy me stuff out of guilt." Caitlin quickened her pace, smiling without realizing it. Still, it won't hurt to just look. Entering the mall, the teenager headed for the food court. Locating Enzo's Pizza, she ordered 1 plain slice and a small Coke. Caitlin carried her food to a corner table and sat down. Taking a cautionary bite, she shrieked, "Ah! Hot!" Hot enough to burn the top of her mouth. She let the pizza fall to the plate. The teen struggled to peel away the cheese stretching from her lip to her plate. She wiped the grease from her fingers with a napkin. Frowning, Caitlin regretted scoffing at people who ate pizza with utensils. "Sometimes you just need tools," she reminded herself. Learning to let go of her insecurities required constant attention, but she was learning more and more every day. By the time she finished lunch, it was almost 12:30. Pushing back her chair, she stood up, cleared the table, and dropped the trash into the bin. Taking a deep breath, she checked the mall map and headed for the escalator. Sephora, her favorite cosmetic store, was located on the second level, just to the right of the escalator. Flitting from one fragrance counter to another, Caitlin sampled several hand lotions, making her way through the store. While stopping to sniff samples of men's cologne, Caitlin heard a familiar voice. "Caitlin, is that you? Oh my gosh, it is! It's been forever!" Cringing, the young woman replaced a bottle of CK on its display. Turning, she caught sight of a tall, attractive, dark-haired girl. Caitlin's stomach clenched. "Oh, hi, Subin. I didn't know you worked here." Though she hoped to sound nonchalant, the anxious teen couldn't be sure she succeeded. "Well, it's a brand new gig. Just started 2 weeks ago. Can I help you find something? We have some fabulous new makeup." Subin enunciated fabulous as though she'd invented the word herself. Caitlin chewed her lip. She wanted to run. Instead, her feet felt like lead. What on earth am I going to say to Subin? Glancing down at the store clerk's name tag, she read, "Makeup artist." "Wow, you're a makeup artist? Did you have to go through training for that?" Caitlin couldn't think of anything else to say. No wonder Subin sounds so self-assured. Her makeup's flawless. Her black hair, long and straight, has a healthy shine. Her brightly polished nails flash as she waves her hands. "You look great, Subin." She felt even worse when she saw her reflection in the mirror beside the cosmetics consultant. Why am I here? What did I think would happen if I went to the mall? That I'd be invisible? Caitlin's inner monologue continued to bully her. Her unkempt hair pulled back into a messy ponytail, her nails chewed out of existence, her lackluster face devoid of makeup. As her hands grew sweaty, Caitlin rubbed her palms on the legs of her drab sweatsuit. So not chic. Caitlin nearly collapsed, confronted by her brain's stark and unwelcome comparisons. Shaken by this unexpected encounter, Caitlin struggled for an answer. Desperate to say something, she mumbled, "Not sure. Just looking. Maybe eyeliner or blush." "Do you have a specific brand in mind, or would you rather look around for a while?" Backing away, Caitlin answered, "Just browse, I guess." "Shout if you need me," Subin chirped brightly, and hurried to greet a customer entering the store. Caitlin exhaled. Thank goodness she didn't ask me where I've been for the past few weeks. Mom said depression isn't anything to be ashamed of, but... Racing heart, shallow and rapid breathing, and the sudden onset of lightheadedness alerted Caitlin that a panic attack was imminent. I need to get out of here. Caitlin crept out of the store, then hurried back to the escalator. Relax, breathe, she told herself. Calm down, think. Sitting down at a nearby bench, she practiced her deep breathing exercises until the worst of her anxiety passed. I know it's still early, but I can't run and hide every time I run into someone with their acting gear. Maybe I'll feel safer in the salon. I can check out hair magazines while I wait. Rising with a quick nod to reinforce her decision, she headed for her mom's favorite beauty parlor. Approaching the curl shop, Caitlin released her clenched fists. Geez, I'm more stressed than I thought. As soon as she spied the front windows, the salon welcomed her. For as long as Caitlin could remember, she and her mom would run off together for pampering when they needed to cope with stressful days. A sanctuary, a place of refuge, a haven from unexpected encounters with friends or acquaintances. She doubled her pace to escape the mall walkways and disappear inside of her world's best safety zone. No forced smiles or jovial conversations to endure. No need to pretend she was like everyone else, in control of her emotions, in control of her life.
Good.
11:41 a.m. Emma Franz. Emma stood at the front of the Apple store, with her thumbs hooked into her belt. Hitched all around her waist were necessities of her job. The belt held nothing lethal, but a whole lot of fascinating fun gadgets that made it easier when pursuing someone bold enough to try and rob America's most transparent mall computer retailer. Emma's uniform was wired like a Christmas tree and served as a mobile surveillance camera. "It only makes sense that I'd be covered with sensors," she'd explained to her mom when she showed off her uniform's technological enhancements. "One counter alone holds $55,000 worth of computer equipment, and there are 12 display tables in front of the store. The wall of accessories is worth tens of thousands more, mostly in palm-sized electronic devices." Emma wore state-of-the-art digital cameras and communication devices. She found it ironic that she spent her workdays bathed in high-tech gear, but her evenings in an antiquated 2002 Toyota Corolla. She couldn't even see her kids when she talked to them on her flip phone, not without putting their pictures on the dashboard. Still, she was grateful. Emma had gotten her personal cell phone through a government program that used to be called Lifeline. Way before the 21st century, back in the 1980s, the federal government installed landlines in the homes of the poor and the elderly so they might be able to call if they needed medical help. The recipients didn't get any money, just a phone to use if they've fallen and can't get up. That's how Emma responded to the salesman explaining the program to her months earlier at the Oak Street Homeless Resource Center. The cell phone sales rep agreed. "Exactly. The phones were designed to help people. Meanwhile, the local phone company made serious bank off the feds for their trouble. My boss told me that every time they connected one of those landlines, the technicians would chant, 'Cha-ching!' "And all the money for the phone went straight to Ma Bell?" Emma used the term her mom still used when referring to the phone company. Rocking her head, she added, "I doubt it was much trouble, seeing as they just ran another line from the pole." Dismissing Emma's comment, Tiny, the cell phone rep's name tag read Tiny, continued to explain the free phone and why Emma should just take it. "See, when cell service took over, the telecoms knew they needed to transition the Lifeline away from landlines or lose all that cash. So they lobbied Congress or got some other bureaucrats to transfer the landline program over to the cellular networks. So now salespeople like you set up kiosks at every homeless shelter and enroll as many people as you can so that your company can send the bill to our Uncle Sam?" Emma asked him. She knew she'd be taking a free phone, but her snarky self couldn't resist manipulating the salesman to admit that the poor were just a pass-through for the feds to pour millions upon millions of dollars into the world's largest telecom's pockets. "True dat," Tiny answered, his face showing no shame. Why should he be ashamed, Emma thought to herself. He's probably got mouths to feed, if not some kids. At least his own. Emma picked up a clipboard and started filling in the fields required to walk away with 250 free minutes a month while the corporations pocketed the money that came from having her personal info. "You don't have any idea who did the math on the number of minutes we get, do you?" she asked. She looked over at Tiny, adding, "I'm pretty sure if something's going for free to the poor, even if corporate America is benefiting bigly from it, they don't want us using too much of their precious bandwidth." The salesman returned a puzzled look. "Well, I got to admit, you're way more interested in the details of the phone program than my regular customers." Emma's smile flashed and vanished, leaving an irrepressible sneer in its place. "Yeah, I'm new to homelessness. All the fight hasn't gone out of me quite yet." Taking the box containing her new flip phone and charging cord from Tiny, she continued, "But I tell you, many more people need your phones than the few who live in shelters. Your stereotypes are causing you to miss the bulk of your business opportunities. If I were you, I'd set up in the park and tape flyers to the trees telling people when you'll be there. Most folks in need wouldn't go to a shelter if it were the last place on earth. You need to get outside of your thought bubble, bro." With that, Emma turned and walked away. 250 minutes isn't much time. The security guard stood at the Apple Store entryway talking to herself. It's only about 8 minutes a day. Casting a backward glance at the iPhones on display, she muttered, "Wish I could afford one of those unlimited packages with internet access. My Lifeline barely gives me enough time to say good morning to my kids." Emma glanced up at the mirrors located at ceiling height across the courtyard from the store. Behind her, a teenager with a Nirvana t-shirt and thick glasses pulled a jump drive from his pocket and plugged it into the back of an iMac. The disheveled youth began hammering feverishly on the keyboard. Standing still, with her eyes fixed on the mirror across the way, Emma held down the button on her walkie, speaking in easy declarative sentences. "We got a cyber genius trying an upload on display table 7. Shall I intercept?" The manager's voice came back. "Good catch, Em. I see him. I'll handle it." 10-4, the security guard responded. "I'll just stay here and watch you professionals in action." "That's why they pay us the big bucks, after all," her boss answered good-naturedly. Releasing the button on her walkie, she scoffed. "Rub that in, why don't you?" "11:45 a.m. Leah McCall. I told Dr. Bond I'd be at her office at noon. Why am I anxious? Should I go? Or call and cancel? Yes. No, you're a coward. What if someone from work finds out? What if my ex finds out? What does it matter? Okay, go just once. You can always walk away. Hopping into her vehicle, Leah drove to the mall, found a parking spot near Macy's, and strode through the department store. Just past the jam-packed makeup counters, the reading specialist stepped on the escalator. She rode to the second floor and emerged onto the brightly lit walkway. A quick glance to the left reassured her that none of her colleagues from the TV station were watching. Still, she stepped up her pace into a right turn which took her past the Apple Store and the restrooms. Searching for the correct office, she passed by the psychologist's location, turned, and stopped in front of a door with a beveled glass pane. The nameplate on the door read, "Dr. Marla Bond," listing her office hours and the words, "By appointment only." Across the top, one golden word, "Welcome." Leah took a deep, cleansing breath. "Don't be embarrassed. First meeting. You've no obligation to return," she mentally coached herself. Leah's phone rang. She pulled her cell from her purse. Eileen Lane, her best friend since grade school, taught at a local Christian academy. "Hello?" Leah answered. "Hey, girl. I have a mess on my hands. We were painting today. 2 kids created a ruckus that wound up with a fist fight, 1 broken easel, and 2 ruined paintings. 2 boys wearing paint with blood spattered across their clothes are sitting in the principal's office with 4 pissed-off parents. I have to go explain what happened and then clean up this mess. I'll miss the teachers' meeting. Quick question. Can we postpone lunch until 3 or 4? "Of course. No need to hurry. I have an appointment now. Let's say closer to 5 or whenever you get there. Just take your time. I'll people watch. But wait, won't the kids be out of school by then?" "They have early dismissal. My parents are keeping Zach and Zoe for the weekend and taking them to that new trampoline place. Wyatt and I are going to eat out late and attend a concert tomorrow night, so I'll grab something light at the food court. Catch you later," Eileen answered. "All right, enough procrastinating. Move your butt. Open the door." Leah pushed through. Dr. Bond's office walls were a peach color. Abstract prints in calming pastels greeted her. The receptionist's desk sat in the middle space. The wall behind her featured a painting of a lake in hues of pale blue water and green pine trees. The edges were blurred. Off to the right was a closed door. A receptionist looked up from her computer, leopard print glasses sliding down her pointed nose. She pushed them back in place. "Welcome to Dr. Bond's office. I'm April. May I help you?" Her chair swiveled to face Leah. "I have a 12 o'clock appointment." April checked the appointment calendar and handed her a clipboard. "After you fill out these insurance and HIPAA forms, please return them to me." Leah sighed, but complied and laid the completed documents on the receptionist's desk. "You may go right in." April motioned toward the closed door. As the new client opened the inner door, Dr. Bond rose from her desk. Leah noticed her limp. "Car accident," she explained. She ushered Leah to one of the brown marshmallow soft leather recliners facing a maple writing table. A notebook, pen, landline, and a stackable lucite organizer for folders lay on the desk. The psychologist wore an emerald green pantsuit. She eased herself into the other recliner. "Dr. Marla Bond, and you are Leah McCall? I recognize you from your reading program. My grandchildren watch it every day. I'll hear all about it when they visit tomorrow. Which book did you choose today?" "I read from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe." "Oh, I love that book. I should stop by the bookstore and buy copies for the kids. Would you like something to drink?" "Yes, please. Water." The psychologist pulled 2 bottles of spring water from a tiny fridge in the corner and handed her new client one. Popping off the bottle's lid, Leah took generous sips. "Thanks, I needed that." Dr. Bond picked up a blue folder. "This includes a questionnaire and my hours and fees. No need to fill it out now." The psychologist flipped the folder open to show Leah the papers, closed it, and laid it on the stand beside the tissue box and a crystal dish with individually wrapped chocolates. Dr. Bond caught Leah eyeing the candy. "Go ahead. Indulge yourself." "Thanks." She chose a dark chocolate heart, unwrapped it, and took a bite. Now I'm the student instead of Dale." Leah sighed. Oh, what a day. Her eyes roved to the framed credentials on the short wall beside the desk. Dr. Bond obtained a B.S. and M.S. in psychology from Cornell and a Ph.D. from NYU. Dr. Bond folded her hands. "Let's start with your job. How did you get started in television? I'm always interested in the ways people find their jobs." "I have my bachelor's in elementary education with a communications minor, a master's in reading, plus grad schools in intervention. I taught at the local elementary school for 7 years. I've spent 10 years at the TV station and continue part-time at the school. I met my current boss at a PBS fundraising event and spilled my champagne on him when I tripped over his shoe. We talked about educational programs. He hired me on the spot after I pitched my idea of a reading program. Teachers invite me to elementary and middle schools to discuss the books in their classes. I put practice exercises, questions, and reading articles on the station's website to download. And I write grants. We just received 2. From the National Endowment for the Arts and Scholastic Books." The psychologist's eyes gleamed with interest, listening intently. "What about your parents?" "They've both passed. Dad died from a heart attack in 2013. He was the best dad. He taught us kids important life lessons. When I was 9 and she was 40, Mother had twin boys, so she had her ups and downs. 10 years later, she passed after a long battle with cancer, and I became the parent at night. Both Matt and Mark enlisted in the Army and are deployed abroad. And both parents were strict. I'm so sorry you lost your loved ones. And where did you meet your former husband? What does he do?" "Rick? As grad students, we met in the college library while researching our master's theses. He's a software engineer who started his own company developing educational video games shortly after we married. I helped with the vocabulary. Have you heard of Whiz Games?" Dr. Bond nodded. 10 years ago, Amazon bought his company for megabucks and hired him as CEO. "And you mentioned children on your voicemail," prompted Dr. Bond. Leah's face brightened. "Ah, Ryan is a junior at Penn State, and Sarah's already a sophomore at Ohio University because she took college courses in high school. The kids have their father's last name, Fox, but I use my maiden name. They are self-confident, responsible, and polite. Of course, they have mild quirks or faults. Ryan procrastinates and takes risks. Sarah can be moody and stubborn. But nobody's perfect. Dr. Bond offered no reply. Most people will talk given enough silence. Leah welcomed the silence, knowing the technique well. She settled back in the recliner and waited a beat, too. She finally said, "I'm not sure this talking cure is the best approach. I'm not Freudian. He's fallen out of favor, given his blanket generalization characterizing his female patients as hysterical. I hear the hesitation in your voice." Leah made eye contact. The doctor waited patiently and watched. Her violet eyes seemed kind. Her hairstylist either permed the psychologist's white hair or it was naturally wavy. The crow's feet and laugh lines suggested mid to late 60s. "How can you tell something's bothering me?" "You mean besides your hunched shoulder muscles, tense mouth, and crossed arms?" "Body language tells all." Leah paused, bit her tongue, and then blurted, Bingo! You hit the nail right where it hurts." "Ah." Dr. Bond leaned forward. "What's Rick like? Your voicemail said you're divorced." Leah grimaced. "We tried a trial separation for a year, but betrayal's a tough pill to swallow, so Rick and I divorced 5 years ago. We agreed to live close to each other so our children could have easy access to both of us. But living close required daily conversations like, 'Pick up the kids today and send clean clothes with them,' and just as many conflicts, it seems, so I don't feel divorced. But when we finally divorced, he kept our house and bought me out. But I took the furniture I wanted, like the bed in the guest room and all the small kitchen appliances like the air fryer and food processor. I bought a brick duplex down on Oak Court in a cul-de-sac several blocks from his house. He lives in that gated community called Hillcrest Acres." "We used to call a cul-de-sac a dead end growing up," Dr. Bond added. "Please continue." "Within 6 months of the divorce, Rick's admin assistant had moved in with him. Well, now that I'm here, I need to vent. I can usually compartmentalize the anger. How can I say this? I feel stuck in a cobweb. All the stickiness is stopping me from moving forward. I felt guilty leaving my marriage, but 15 years were all I could stand of the cutting jabs, senseless arguments, and foul language. I'm not a prude, but angry words and stress damage self-esteem, beat the body down. Rick's affair with Melody was the last straw. Please don't think I'm hysterical. Oops, a Freudian slip." Dr. Bond shook her head. "I don't. 5 years is a long time to harbor those feelings, and it's helpful to vent." She smiled, her diamond earrings sparkling as she tilted her head toward Leah. "But we can do more than vent. How does your ex treat you and the kids?" "He's mainly good and generous with them. When they were young, though, he'd bribe them. Money, candy, a trip to Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade, to behave or do his bidding. Then a broken glass or spilled milk often triggered Rick's tantrums, and he'd yell at all 3 of us. Well, me mostly. After he unleashed his anger, he'd calm down, acted like nothing happened." "And how did losing his temper affect you all?" Leah skirted the question. "Oh, I don't mean to paint a one-sided picture. We had 7 good years in the beginning. He has fine traits, too. We ate out on special occasions. He always remembered our birthdays and the holidays, especially Halloween and Christmas. We attended the kids' activities together, took vacations, and visited zoos and theme parks. Disney World, too. Coaching Ryan's Little League baseball team and Sarah's hockey team meant a lot to him. I loved him, but at times I didn't like him. Even now he gets under my skin, especially when he's angry, bossy, or pushing my buttons. Do you or your children feel abused or afraid? Dr. Bond asked. Oh, no. Rick wouldn't hit us. He's a bit narcissistic, but a decent person at heart, Leah responded. We just drifted apart, with nothing in common but the kids. She stopped talking and suddenly stood, looking around for an exit. I feel guilty, like I'm snitching. Others suffer far more, like the homeless, sick kids in hospitals, or veterans with chronic pain. You'll think I'm a whiny, spoiled suburban ex-wife. She turned to leave. Dr. Bond's passing comment trailed after her. You have 15 minutes left, and it's all right for you to have these feelings. Call me if... Leah's hand dropped from the doorknob. She returned to the recliner and sat down. Took a deep breath. I'm sorry. That was childish. Let's start again. Were you going to ask if I consider verbal assault abuse? The psychologist nodded, beaming as if Leah were a bright pupil. Leah looked resolute. In retrospect, I do.
"12:30 p.m. Chris Deitrich." Chris's phone buzzed in his pants pocket. Pulling it out and pressing the button that lit up his screen, he read a news bulletin. Colorado governor signs tough gun legislation. About time, the pastor muttered under his breath. Lord knows we have far too many mass shootings these days. Fortunately, we haven't had one here. I can't even imagine what that does to a community. I pray that our state does something like this. Noticing the time in the corner of the display, Chris's thoughts shifted. I wonder how Jen's proposal went. I think I'll text her. C. Hey, how did the presentation go? Did you land the client? J. Sad face. J. Hey, we gave it our all. Won't know for another week. How are you doing? C. Been a rough morning. J. Sad face. That sucks. What happened? C. Had a terrible call with one of our homebound and an anon letter. I lost it with that old woman on the phone. She was being ridiculous. Pastor Herman this and Pastor Herman that. Threats to cut my pay and calls to the bishop. Lots of BS. Shit symbol. J. Ugh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Do you think the threats are real or just talk? C. Real. J. Well, you could also ask the bishop for another placement. I'm sure some congregation out there would appreciate you. C. There are certainly plenty of congregations that need a pastor, but not many can pay what we need. Not a great option. Maybe I should consider something else. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of desperate. J. Hang in there, babe. We can talk more about this tonight. Any luck with the bills? C. Angry face. When would I have had time to deal with them? J. I don't want you to slack off on this. We can't keep ignoring them and avoiding collectors. They don't just go away, you know. C. I know. Believe me, I know. It's all I think about. When I'm not being bullied by old rich women who try to tell me how to run the church. J. LOL. C. I'm heading over to the mall soon. You said Sophie needs a lacrosse stick. How much are they? J. The one she wants is $150. C. What? Seriously? How am I supposed to pay for that? We don't have that kind of money. We don't have that much in our bank account. J. I know. It's what she wants, though. I asked her to check with the coach for a hand-me-down, but she's too embarrassed. You'll find a way. It's not like you're paying any of the other bills. I gotta go. Anyway, I love you very much. C. I love you, too. J. See you soon. C. K. Just be careful with how much driving you do. We have to make the gas stretch out until Monday. I was supposed to be paid today, but there's a delay in the processing. Pam told me earlier this week that the money could come through this evening or over the weekend. No one knows for sure. J. K. Gotta go. Now. Love you. Heart. C. Love you too. Chris put the phone back in his pocket. He turned in the direction of his backpack. This has got to end, or it's going to be the end of us. The pastor continued in a John Wayne-type voice. This church ain't big enough for both of us, pardner. Why don't you just head on out of town and not come back? In his mind he heard the pile of bills respond through the backpack. You're not in charge, bucko. We still want our money, and if you don't give it to us soon, there's going to be some real trouble for you hear? Yeah. I'm wearing a collar, buddy. Be careful who you mess with. My boss won't like it. He sneered back at the backpack. Silence. Chris turned back to his desk. Okay, let's finish this sermon and get going.
"12:54 p.m. Caitlin Browning." Waving to the receptionist as she entered, Caitlin murmured, "I know I'm early for my appointment with Teresa. I'll just look through these magazines while I wait." She picked up several featuring the latest hairstyles and settled in a chair to leaf through them. Finding a few possibilities, she dog-eared the pages displaying the haircuts she liked best, stacking the magazines one on top of another. "Oh, I like that one," commented Teresa. Caitlin jumped. "Sorry, I didn't mean to sneak up on you. Maybe I should wear a bell so I don't startle people." Then pointing to the most visible picture, she asked, "Are we cutting today?" Caitlin nodded. "My hair's a knotty mess. I thought a haircut might cure the worst of it." Teresa studied the 5 hairdos selected by her new client. "I think a pixie might be a little too dramatic a change. A bob would be cute on you, but I think I like the choppy look of the shag better. It would be a breeze to take care of. Kind of wash and go. And we can cut the layers as long or short as you prefer. Or," she laughed, "as your knots will permit. Come on back. I'm ready for you." The stylist looked at the pictures again. "All of your choices feature hair with highlights. We can add in a few if you'd like. Brighten up your look a bit." Caitlin studied the glamorous photos. Making decisions confounded her. "Okay, Caitlin, choose," she coached herself. Feeling pressured, she pointed to the shag. "I agree, this one." Then studying the model's picture, she added, "Do you think Mom would freak at the highlights? I don't want to disturb her. She's at a tricky closing." "Your mom said we could do a few. We chatted when she made your appointment." "Oh, what else did Mom tell you?" Caitlin cringed as she awaited Teresa's response, hoping her mother hadn't revealed too much. "Just that you're going through some tough times and that your hair and nails suffered as a result. So here's the drill. First we wash, second we cut, third we highlight. While your highlights are cooking, Shelley can do your nails. That girl's a whiz with acrylics. Sound like a plan?" Caitlin's composure returned as she followed Teresa to the stylist's chair. "Thanks, Teresa. Wait till you see this horrible mess." Caitlin reached up and removed the red scrunchie holding her ponytail. Her hair barely moved, as though a month of trauma therapy had frozen it in place. "Believe it or not, I've seen worse." Wielding a large toothed comb, Teresa tackled as many knots as possible. "Thank goodness most of the worst ones will get cut off. Let's wash this bird's nest." As each brittle lock hit the floor, Caitlin imagined the stylist cutting away fragments of her emotional pain. Watching the hair pile up around her chair, Caitlin's spirits rose. As Teresa snipped and tresses tumbled, Caitlin's new image emerged. Locks of hair fell forward, with the longest layers skimming the back of her neck. Perky bangs crossed her forehead. Caitlin was fascinated as she watched the transformation. Staring at herself in the mirror, she proclaimed, "I can't believe that's my hair. What a difference!" "I need to dry it before I add the highlights. You won't see the total effect until that's done. But even so, your new cut looks phenomenal." "Now," said Teresa, as she applied the color to the last few strands and folded the final foil packet around them, "these need to process for about half an hour. Shelley's waiting for you at her station in the next room." With some misgivings, Caitlin approached Shelley. "I'm not sure you can do anything with these." Caitlin spread her hands out in front of the manicurist. "Good grief, girl, what have you done to these poor nails?" "You gnawed them down to nothing," Shelley observed, eyes wide. "But not to worry. I can fix anything. Had plenty of practice on my sister's talons. A real nail-biter she was. Cured her with acrylics. So much more difficult to bite." Shelley prattled on while she filed and applied the enhancements to Caitlin's nails. Caitlin suppressed the desire to roll her eyes. Chatty Cathy, she thought. But a part of her envied Shelley's ability to speak without weighing every word. Shelley pointed to a huge display on the wall behind her. "Time to choose your color." Caitlin wavered. "I'm not sure. I didn't think that far ahead." "Well, let's start with your favorite color, which is—" "Well, that's easy. Red." Shelley beamed as she indicated several rows of red polish. "Still too many to choose from? Let me show you my favorite. It's very nice, and I love the name. Caught Red-Handed." Amused, Caitlin giggled. "Is that really the name of the color?" Shelley took the bottle of polish. "Yep. Crazy, huh?" "Love it." Just as Shelley finished brushing the final top coat, Teresa breezed into the room. Examining Caitlin's new nails, the stylist exclaimed, "Oh, wow, you look marvelous, darling. I told you Shelley was a miracle worker. Are you happy with the results?" She looked at Caitlin for her response. Caitlin beamed. "They look so pretty." She turned to Shelley. "Thank you. This color is epic." Teresa gestured Caitlin toward the stylist's chair, warning, "Be careful not to touch anything till they're completely dry. Follow me. It's time to remove the foils and rinse out your hair." 10 minutes later, while looking at herself in the mirror, Caitlin's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. What an amazing transformation. "Teresa, I love my new look. Thank you so much." Suddenly, tears rimmed the teen's eyes. Her words stumbled on their way out of her mouth. "I don't know the girl in the mirror." Grabbing a tissue and offering it to her client, the hairdresser rubbed her shoulders. "I'm so glad we found this hairstyle for you. It's perfect. I'm delighted you're pleased. Change can be tough, even good change." Teresa leaned over and gave Caitlin a firm hug, whispering into her ear, "I have a great idea. Do you have your cell with you?" Caitlin nodded. Teresa continued, "Wipe the rest of that happiness off your face and let me take a picture of you. We can text it to your mom so she can see how stunning you look. What do you think?" Dabbing her eyes, Caitlin asked, "Could you please get my phone out of my backpack? I don't want to ruin my polish."
1 p.m. Earl Bricker. "You don't mind a little hike, do you?" Earl asked Mary Jane as he pulled the truck into a parking space, surrounded on both sides by vacant slots. The SUV that had been following peeled off with a roar. "Glad to get that guy off my tail. Everybody's in such a rush these days," Earl groused at the departing Escalade. "Well, dear," Mary Jane said in a distracted voice, "you were just inching along. Perhaps the driver needs to get back to work. I'm fine with you parking here. This door takes us directly into Macy's. I don't remember which floor ladies' dresses are on, but there will be a map." Earl switched off the truck and opened the door. The moment his feet hit the asphalt, he circled the cab and opened the passenger door for his wife. She grabbed his arm as she slid onto the running board and then the ground. With her petite stature, entering and exiting Earl's truck posed a challenge for Mary Jane, so Earl always insisted on helping her out of the F-150. "Thank you, honey." Mary Jane touched Earl's arm in appreciation before she slipped on her light cotton coat.
Spring is in the air, but that breeze still carries a chill." She stepped back and took a long look at her husband. "We rushed out the door so fast I didn't have a chance to tell you how nice you look, Earl. I appreciate you getting spruced up to take me into these department stores. That blue plaid is one of my favorites." Earl shuffled his feet and tugged the zipper a little higher on his good Carhartt jacket, so that only a few inches of the shirt in question peeked out. "Well, you bought this shirt for me, so I guess you would like it. And I saw you put on the sweater and slacks you wear to church suppers, so I wore khaki pants. I didn't want to look like a hired hand escorting the mother of the bride to the mall. I just thank Jesus that I didn't have to dress up when I went to get measured for my tux. Still can't imagine wearing that thing for a whole day." "You will look handsome and do our Becky proud, Earl. Now, I just hope I can find a dress this afternoon that will do the same." Mary Jane wheeled toward the store entrance, but stopped mid-turn. "Just one thing, please." She pointed toward the red baseball cap with 4 capital letters on the brim. "Can you leave that here? I don't think hats are appropriate for stores like this." Earl looked over his wife's head at the shoppers streaming in and out of Macy's. Many of the men and several of the women sported baseball caps, but he swallowed any thoughts of protest. Mary Jane had worked herself into a tizzy about this shopping trip. He thought she'd blown the importance of this dress way out of proportion, but he knew when to hold his tongue and when to humor this woman. So he plucked the cap off, opened the door of the truck, and tossed it on the seat. After he hit the key to lock the doors, he hurried to catch up with Mary Jane, already walking toward the mall. Earl spotted a black sedan with darkened windows driving past, music playing loud enough to hear from yards away, and thought, "Glad she didn't remember to ask me about the pistol. In a place like this you can never be too safe." After 2 wrong turns, one into children's clothing and another into a section with mirrored mannequins decked in hats and scarves, which Marilyn called accessories, they found ladies' dresses. Mary Jane plunged right into the midst of several racks filled with sparkly and frilly frocks. Unsure what else to do, Earl followed her and stood patiently as she found her size and browsed through the dresses one by one. Soon she had slipped several hangers off the rack, draping the possibilities over Earl's arm. He'd glanced at the price tag on the first gown and gasped in shock, wondering how long she'd been saving egg money to pay for a dress that expensive. Then he stopped worrying about the cost and just acted as Mary Jane's clothes rack. Earl rarely had felt so out of place. Well-dressed women wandered up and down the nearby aisles, sorting through clothes just like Mary Jane was doing. The pile of dresses in his arms steadily mounted. When Mary Jane draped a blue sequined number over the stack, the dress brushed his face, the spangles scratching his nose. Trying not to sneeze, he gasped, "Mary Jane, I'm running out of room here." "What, dear?" His wife lifted a new dress in the air, then slid it back onto the rack. Earl breathed a sigh of relief when a tall, heavily made-up woman swooped in. "May I help? Perhaps I should start a dressing room for you." Mary Jane looked up from her task. "Oh, that would be wonderful. I'm looking for a mother of the bride dress." "Formal or informal? Floor or cocktail length? Any specific color?" The sales clerk spit out a rapid series of words. Although baffling to Earl, his wife knew exactly what the woman meant and responded to each of what were apparently relevant questions. After a few more minutes of conversation, the clerk said, "Why don't I take these dresses to a fitting room?" As she lifted the growing pile of fancy froth from Earl's arms, she addressed him for the first time. "Sir, we have a few chairs for gentlemen over near the dressing rooms. Would you be more comfortable there? I'll come back and help your wife with any additional choices she might make." Earl threw Mary Jane a look of pleading mixed with desperation. "Yes, Earl, why don't you sit for a while? I'm almost finished looking through these. I'd like your opinion when I try on the different options." "Sure. I'll be right over there somewhere." He followed the sales clerk to a row of 4 chairs lined up near a 3-sided mirror. "If you just want to sit here, sir, you'll be able to see each dress your wife tries on. Congratulations, by the way.
Is it a son or daughter who's getting married?" "Daughter." "How exciting!" the clerk exclaimed, in a tone that told Earl she could care less. "I forgot to mention you can read magazines while you wait if you want." Earl soon learned that the discomfort he'd experienced standing among the dresses was nothing compared to that of a dressing-room monitor. Minutes after he sat down, a shopper popped out of a room on the left, wearing a mini-dress. He tried not to watch as she whirled and posed to her triple reflection, but the mirrors stood directly in front of him. Then the woman stopped abruptly, shaking her head in disgust, and stalked back to the changing-room. Earl slumped into his seat, relieved that she was gone. However, the fashionista soon flounced out to the mirror, wearing another mini-dress, and then another, and another. A second customer, a thin brunette, emerged from another door and waited her turn for the mirror. With a sideways glance and frown in Earl's direction, she stepped into the mirror area as soon as mini-dress girl left. This brunette wore a bikini so tiny that it made Earl blush. Flustered, he picked up one of the magazines and buried his nose in it, even though he had no interest in Formula One racing. He frowned as he browsed through the pages of sleek cars. "I'll take NASCAR or drag racing as local track in real American cars any day over all those scarf-twirling foreigners racing multi-million-dollar sports cars and swilling champagne." Having worked his way through the race car magazine, Earl moved on to one called The Metrosexual Male. He became so absorbed in the feature "Grooming for Spring Grooms" that he jumped when Mary Jane tapped him on the shoulder. "Are you okay? I can't believe how patient you've been with all of this," Mary Jane bubbled with enthusiasm. "I found a lot of possibilities. I'm going to sort through them in the dressing room. Those I like best I'll wear out here for you to look at, okay?" "Sure, I'll be right here." When Mary Jane disappeared into a cubicle, Earl stood, pacing back and forth to stretch his legs. A different sales clerk, an elegant woman not much younger than Earl, sailed by and then returned with a bottle of water. "This is for you, sir. It's thirsty work watching women try on clothes." "Thank you." Earl gulped down half the bottle. He hadn't realized how parched he was. Or hungry. Breakfast and that quick slice of pie seemed like days earlier instead of mere hours. Earl beamed when Mary Jane emerged from the dressing-room, looking stunning in a silvery blue gown that brushed her ankles and framed her neck. "Wow! Beautiful, honey. I've always liked you in blue. Is that the one you want?" "I like it, especially the high neckline and the long sleeves, but I'm not sure about the sequins. This one might be more appropriate for a fancy party than an afternoon wedding," Mary Jane replied. "Well, I have a lot more to try on." The next half hour became a blur of lace and other frilly fabrics, which Mary Jane and her sales clerk identified as chiffon, silk, shantung, and satin. The two women compared the various skirt and sleeve lengths, necklines, and embellishments like hand embroidery and bows. Earl sat, bemused by all these aspects of women's gowns he'd never contemplated, yet dazzled by how wonderful his wife looked in the fancy dresses. While Mary Jane always looked attractive in her usual jeans and serviceable Sunday church clothes, seeing her in this finery made him appreciate her beauty anew. "You're beautiful in that dress, honey," Earl told Mary Jane again and again. Only twice did he criticize her choices. "That one isn't you," he commented on a flouncy, layered chiffon that made Mary Jane look like an aging 5-year-old. When she sashayed out in a slinky blue-black dress with a plunging neckline, Earl cried, "Absolutely not!" Mary Jane burst into laughter at his response, and he realized she'd worn this one to get a rise out of him. "Not funny at all," he grumbled, but the laughter helped take Earl's mind off the tedious dress selection process. Finally, Mary Jane emerged from the dressing-room in her street clothes. The sales clerk swooped in and began carting away dresses. "Which one did you choose?" Earl asked. "I know this isn't what you want to hear, but none of them strikes me as the perfect dress. Two of them, the rose lace and the darker blue chiffon, are strong possibilities. The sales clerk will put them on hold for a couple of hours. That way I can go to Nordstrom and see if they have something I like more. If not, I'll come back here." "Really," Earl whined, "I know I haven't been much help, but you look wonderful in almost all of them." And he looked at his wife with a dazed expression. "Do women go through this with all the clothes they buy? Men never make shopping into such a big deal." "Earl," Mary Jane said with a tinge of exasperation, "you only shop for clothes at Tractor Supply or one of the sporting goods stores. Otherwise I buy all your clothing." "What I'm really saying is that I'm just not good at this. You should have brought one of your friends along. Or Rebecca. Why didn't she come shopping with you?" "She gave me guidance about the dress color. She wants me and Brooks' mother to wear pastels in blue or pink shades to harmonize with the bridesmaids' dresses. She helped me choose that online dress. But I really didn't like it when it arrived. It fit funny. Now Becky has a big project at work with a tight deadline. I didn't want to bother her." Aware he was losing the discussion, Earl took a deep breath and forced a hearty smile. "Okay, Nordstrom it is. Can we walk there? Maybe stop and get something to eat at the food court on the way? That's near Nordstrom, isn't it?" Mary Jane rose on her tiptoes to kiss Earl on the cheek. "You've been such a good sport, driving me here, spending an hour and a half in the ladies' dress department, and even watching me try on all those dresses. Why don't you go to the food court and get yourself a snack or something? I'll check out the dresses in Nordstrom. Then I'll join you and grab a quick treat, maybe a pretzel. Fingers crossed for the perfect dress at Nordstrom, but we can always come back here and buy one of the two I put on hold." "Well, that sounds good to me," Earl beamed, giddy at the reprieve from another session in the ladies' dress department. "Are you sure you're okay with me skipping this next store?" "Yes, dear." Earl and Mary Jane walked slowly to the other end of the mall. By the time they reached the down escalator to the food court, Earl's bad knee ached so much he couldn't disguise his limp. "See you soon, Earl. I can see that your knee is acting up, so having a late lunch will give you a chance to rest. Maybe prop your leg on a chair. Make sure you have the volume up on your cell phone. I'll text you when I'm on my way back." Mary Jane patted her husband's arm and continued walking. Earl leaned against the railing of the mall's upper deck, resting his knee and watching his wife hurry toward her next store. She stopped, moved out of the flow of pedestrian traffic, and plucked her phone from her purse. Seconds later Earl heard a ping from his pocket. Opening his cell phone, he read her text: "Don't eat too much. I still want to stop at Red Lobster on the way home." Chuckling, Earl slid the phone back into his pocket and stepped onto the escalator, hand on the rail to ease the weight on his bad knee.
"1:10 p.m. Leah McCall." Tramping briskly along the mall's walkway to the corner apple store, Leah felt the anxiety dial back after seeing Dr. Bond. She straightened, smiled, and felt like she'd stepped out of the fog into the sunshine. Leah finished the water and tossed the bottle into a recycling bin. Leah approached the bright white store dotted with tables and customers. Two people were discussing the merits of a particular iPhone. She approached a young woman in a uniform. Her name tag read Emma. Both thumbs were hooked into her belt. The guard spoke. "Good afternoon." Leah said, "Oh, hello. Your uniform. You're not a sales clerk. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'd like to pick up the AirPods that I purchased online." Her eyes roved across the room, looking for someone who worked at the store. "I don't see—" "Let me get someone over here who can help you." Emma pressed a button on her walkie. Within moments, a tall, willowy young woman carrying an iPad bearing the Apple logo approached to assist her. "Thanks for your help," Leah said to Emma. "No problem. Enjoy your day." After finding Leah's purchase, the Apple specialist opened the bag, showing her customer the noise-canceling earbuds. Leah inspected them, while the 20-something prattled on. "I think you made a good decision. These are the newest model and just fit into the convenient little case. They're compatible with—" A sweet floral perfume wafted off her as she listed the devices the pods fit. "Here you go." The clerk gave Leah the little transparent bag. Leah thrust the bag into her purse. "Thanks." "No problem. Have a nice day," the clerk called after her. The efficient mother strode back down the hall to the bakery for the layered chocolate cake with a fudgy ganache. On the top, white icing read, "Happy 18th birthday, Sarah." She paid and thanked the teen who boxed up the cake. As she exited, she smelled popcorn from the movie theater. Her stomach rumbled in protest as she shoved Macy's outer door open and beelined toward her rogue. Carefully placing the cake in the cooler, she hurried into the grocery store, trying to remember what she needed for the party. She nabbed a tray of mixed fruit and aimed the cart toward the snack aisle, selecting popcorn and tortilla chips for nachos. At the dairy aisle, she grabbed grated cheddar cheese. At the frozen food section, she literally ran into Richard's cart. His hair, more salt than pepper, matched his gray eyes. From his build, Leah surmised he was still going to the gym and golfing regularly. Always putting himself first. Startled, the ex-wife backed up her cart. "You're buying groceries? That's new." "Well, we're buying party stuff." Richard pointed to a confetti-spangled happy birthday banner. "Seriously, I'll pick you up when we go to eat." "No, thanks. I already told you and Sarah that I'm staying home to clean the house, decorate, and prep for her party." "We're picking up her car tomorrow," he added. "Too bad you'll miss her excitement." "Congratulations. If you'll excuse me, I must get the groceries home and return for a luncheon meeting." Over the top of the aisles, floating mylar balloons drifted in their direction. Leah turned to see a radiant Melody with a swollen abdomen carrying the helium-filled baubles in one hand and a stuffed animal pillow in the other. Her wide wedding band boasted a multi-carat diamond twinkling in the overhead fluorescent light. The second Mrs. Fox halted when her eyes fell on Leah. Melody looked back and forth uncertainly between the former couple. "Well, I see you're starting another family. Midlife crisis? Do you realize how old you'll be when that kid is 18? 65! And you don't feel guilty for cheating on me? Guess not." Frustration and anger surged through Leah. She felt her temper winding up, her voice rising. She aimed her ire at her ex, ignoring the other woman. "You'd think one set of kids would have sufficed. Please don't call or send texts. Now that the kids are grown, I can tell you good luck and goodbye." Leah refused to let them see her cry. Blinking away her tears, she leaned into the freezer, blindly grabbing ice cream and orange sherbet and tossing the containers into the cart. Without a glance back, she thrust the cart down the aisle and around the corner into a self-checkout lane. Once she bagged the groceries, Leah darted to her car. Trembling, she thrust the quarts into the cooler and rammed the cart into the return lane. She gunned the engine in her hurry to escape. Swatting the steering wheel, Leah was relieved that no one she knew saw her outburst in the grocery store. Braking sharply at the stop sign at the grocery's exit, Leah looked both ways and started to pull onto the street between the mall and an office complex. A red Mustang sped out of nowhere, the driver blasting the horn. She stomped hard on the brake. Her seatbelt cinched her tightly in place. Veering around the rogue, the teen gave her the finger. Leah's heart thrummed in her ears. "What else?" she asked, sitting for a minute until she regained her composure, tears sliding down her cheeks. 1:30 p.m. Emma Franz. Just before Emma's usual lunch break, her phone rang. She looked down and saw in bright letters on the little window of her flip phone, Snyder Elementary School. Emma let the call go to voicemail. A voice message she'd never listened to because listening to messages used up cell minutes. Emma depressed the button on her walkie. "Hey there, fellow security types. My kid's school just called. Any chance one of you could come forward a little early and relieve me so I can call them back?" After about 3 minutes, a voice responded, "Sorry, Em, we're short right now. The kids will have to wait. We'll send someone forward at your regular break time." 10-4, Emma said. Taking her thumb off the switch, she added, "And fuck you, too. You sure respond fast enough when your computers are at risk." Grunting and stomping 1 foot, she added, "Why do I work for these losers?" But the young mom knew the answer. All Apple cared about was a clean background check. They were the only employer that didn't blink an eye when she listed an address matching that of the Oak Street Homeless Resource Center. Oak Street gave unstably housed people a place to pick up their mail. Ever since 9/11, the old vagabond fallback plan, general delivery, ceased to exist, and the United States Postal Service only authorized post office boxes for people with a corresponding physical address. Plus, they cost money. Emma continued to fume about her heartless coworkers. These snotty-nosed smarties probably wouldn't know the address of a local shelter if their lives depended on it. Emma stopped her whispering rant when a woman approached, asking for help with a gift she'd purchased online. "Let me get someone over here who can help you," Emma smiled, once again depressing the button on her communication device. "Sales assistants at the front of the store, please." An instant response. "Be right there." Murmuring her thanks, the customer walked away with the clerk who had made herself available. "Ooh, a sale. Better hurry," Emma muttered, getting angrier and more anxious about what could be happening at the school. The security guard shifted her weight and stomped her other foot. As she continued, the nervous impulse that made her look a little like a sumo wrestler in slow motion, she waited for her replacement. 20 full minutes went by before Emma's relief materialized. Too angry to speak, the young mom nodded to her coworker and darted to the back office in the store. Sidestepping the genius squad working on devices, Emma made her way to the back desk to use the company landline. Picking up the handset, she dialed the school. "Yeah, hi, I'm Emma Franz. The school called me a few minutes ago. Sorry, I don't know exactly who called. I'm kinda in a dead cell area and I can't access my messages." A little white lie, the kind Emma had become an expert at telling since she and the kids first lost their home. "Oh, yes, hello, Mrs. Franz. I believe the school nurse called you. Hang on, I'll connect you." "Oh, great. A sick kid. What if this means I can't see them this evening?" Blood rushed to her cheeks as Emma felt a little panicky. A moment later, a woman spoke into the line. "Angela Higgins here. How can I help?" "Oh, hi, Miss Higgins. I'm Teddy and Sylvie's mom. You called? Are the kids okay?" "Thanks for getting back to me," the school nurse responded. Then, without taking an additional breath, she continued, "There's been a fight. Teddy came away with a gusher of a bloody nose, but he seems fine now. I'm about to send him back to class." "A fight?" Emma shouted into the phone. Then, composing herself, she continued, "What happened?" "Well, we're actually still looking into it," the nurse responded. "But it seems that one of the older kids, a 4th grader," Emma interrupted. "Your school let a 4th grader punch my 2nd grader in the nose?" "Calm down, Mrs. Franz. We didn't let him. It just happened." Without noticing, Emma began snapping and unsnapping the compartment on her belt that held her pepper spray. "Well, what did you let happen?" The nurse maintained her composure. "I don't blame you for being upset. One of the older boys taunted your son about being homeless. And, well, Teddy popped him one. Seriously, your little 2nd grader started the physical portion of the fight." Still annoyed, but buoyed by the notion of her son's righteous indignance, Emma felt a smile curling her lips. "Why do you let the 4th graders bully the 2nd graders to the point of violence? What kind of a school is that?" Angela responded with a sigh. "We don't like it either, Mrs. Franz, I promise. But kids are kids, and they can be really quite mean." Exhaling another heavy sigh, the nurse continued, her voice a little more upbeat. "Might I add, we don't have Sylvie and Teddy listed in our McKinney-Vento programs. If you're homeless, we can—" "You can what? Further stigmatize my children? Put an even bigger sign on their foreheads that reads, 'Homeless kids, please make fun of me'? No, but thanks anyway." The computer techs, occupied with repairs, glanced at Emma and then back down at their work. Emma forced herself to adopt a quieter tone. "Just tell me, is he in trouble?" "I understand your concerns. And no, nobody's in trouble. We just thought you should know." The security guard's face continued to flush as she tried to calm herself. "Thank you for what you do for our children. Thanks for helping with the bloody nose. I'll be chatting with Teddy later tonight, and I'll explain that he's got to keep his hands to himself, no matter how mean the other kids are." "It's my pleasure. Both your kids are a real joy to be around." The nurse added, "I hope you'll change your mind about the McKinney-Vento designation. We can build a lot of support around your kids. It's the best program the federal government ever created for helping unstably housed children. And seriously, Mrs. Franz—" "Yes, what?" Emma snapped, and in the same instant she felt bad that her living situation made her so defensive. The nurse is just doing her job. "It seems the kids around here already know that you're homeless. May as well get some help." With that, the two women disconnected the call. Emma glanced at the phone's electronic display, thinking, "Oh, great, break's over, and I got nothing to eat or drink." She walked back to the glass partitions at the front of the store. She turned to the clerk who had taken her place during the break. "Nothing stolen, I assume?" Emma looked away as she spoke, hoping to hide her disdain. The cheerful young sales clerk responded, "Just 15 minutes of my life I'll never get back. I don't know how you just stand here all day." Exhausted from the phone call and trying to ignore her growling tummy, the last of the fight went out of Emma. Any other day she would have explained how she watched people for the tells that they had bad intentions, a talent she hoped to further hone on a real police force one day. Instead, she swallowed her frustration and replied, "Tell me about it." Waving, the clerk returned to a position deep within the store.
"1:55 p.m. Will Humphreys." In the hall after assembly, Dirk and Jack caught up to Will. "You're not getting off that easy, slug," the big blonde taunted. He put his arm around the short teen's neck, looked around, and whispered, "No matter what fat-faced man says, you're still not safe. I'll hunt you down when nobody's watching." The athlete released Will's neck and strutted ahead toward their last class of the day. The football stars went to seats at the back of the far side of the room near the windows. Will took his assigned seat, second from back on the side closer to the door. Their psychology teacher had arranged for retired school counselor Mr. Pugh to do a guidance lesson on careers and job searches. After covering career statistics and trends, the elderly volunteer asked students to discuss their post-graduation plans. Some students said lawyers, doctors, nurses. Others mentioned fire chiefs, college administrators, police officers, professional athletes. At Will's turn to speak, Dirk yelled in a mocking, belittling voice, "Yeah, slug, what kind of janitor you shooting for when you grow up? You going to clean toilets the rest of your life?" Everyone burst out laughing. Will's face turned fiery red. Barely heard over the undying laughter, the elderly faculty member spoke. "Hey, now, we're not going to have that in here. Let's move on." The soft-spoken man might as well have said nothing, done nothing. The cackling took forever to die down at Will's expense. After the whirlwind of torment ended, the next student said he planned to join the Navy. Will never spoke. The oversized bully smirked at his humiliated target. Will glared back, which only made Dirk gloat more. After Mr. Pugh emphasized practical tips for job searches, the class bell sounded. Will darted out of the room and straight for the bathroom. Stepping inside, he tweeted, "If nobody takes action, I will. I'm ready." Then he worked his way through the building toward the parking lot. Passing the school counselor's office, he saw Brubaker in what appeared to be an intense standoff with Davis. He stopped dead in his tracks. Then he stepped back behind the edge of the doorway so they wouldn't see him, but he could hear every word. The assistant principal bellowed, "We just started the bullying policy. You can't expect me to take action on yesterday's news." Regina stepped into view, seething. "It's today's news, just like every other day." The young counselor added, "We're afraid that Will's unsafe. He's acting differently, strangely. Is that what you've noticed, Miss Davis, or is that young Regina's version?" "That's ridiculous, Mr. Brubaker. I've seen enough for myself, along with what I've gathered through Regina, enough to know that we better take action. It's urgent." "All right. Young lady," the assistant principal addressed the student with a placating tone, "what did you notice?" "I know him. I'm probably the only one who does. He acted different this afternoon, strange. He sounded cut off, even from me. I'm afraid that Dirk's bullying has finally pushed him over the edge, and his voice sounded eerie, well, even creepy." At Regina's last word, Will reacted. He saw the only line of life support in his world disappear. The only one who knew him had betrayed him. Stepping through the doorway to face his peer, he brayed a tormented, "Not you!" Then he took off down the hallway. The assistant principal yelled after him, "You can't leave, Mr. Humphreys. You have detention." Will turned back with a haunting tone and hardened face, daring the sanctioned bully. "Come and get me. I'll be at work." Brubaker's threatening voice echoed off the walls. "I'll teach you some respect. You're fully suspended until further notice. Don't even think about coming to school Monday." No neck shook with anger. Will never looked back.
2:15 p.m. Leah McCall. Leah, home to unload Sarah's loot, thumbed the garage door opener and parked the car. Opening the cargo bay door, she lifted the cooler, placed Sarah's gift on top, and clambered up the sidewalk. Her neighbor called, "Need any help?" Leah shook her head and kept walking briskly to the back door. "Thanks, Kirk, but I got it. The cooler's not that heavy. Have a nice day." He gave her a thumbs up. She wanted no other witnesses to her meltdown, that she had allowed her ex to reduce her to tears. Unlocking the back door, she stuck the ice cream into the freezer compartment. She laid an ice pack against her head to relieve the ache in her temples. "I need a drink." Instead, she pulled out a tissue and blew her nose. At the kitchen faucet, she dashed her face with cold water. "I'll be damned! I forgot to get breakfast items." Thinking for a minute, she decided to take the girls out to the diner for breakfast instead. After an hour of intense cleaning, tossing out newspapers and junk mail, Leah swiffered the kitchen floor and raised windows to air out the house. Taking deep, cleansing breaths of the fresh spring air, she made herself a promise. "Buck up. Life goes on." "But it's so unfair," the child within whined. What's next? Into the white bags went tissue paper. She fluffed the tissue and wrote each girl's name on her little bag. Each of Sarah's friends would take home friendship bracelets, barrettes, a key ring with a vial of pepper spray, and a roll of mints. She prepared one for Sarah, too. You can't be too careful these days. If someone accosts them, pepper spray will give the girls a running chance. Leah arranged Sarah's presents, the AirPods, and the antique silver "My Daughter" necklace Leah's mother had given her on her 18th birthday. The clock read 3:50. Do I have time to change clothes? Her cell pinged. She examined the screen. Oh, it's Ryan. Leah swiped and said, "Hey, bud, how's college going?" "Hey, Mom. Hi. Well, I like my major courses, except for English Comp 2. Oh, and I lined up a paid internship in the computer lab, so I'll mainly stay on campus this summer. You know, I have to skip Sarah's party. I have a midterm paper due Monday. I'm not procrastinating, but I've drawn a blank on this assignment." "What's the assignment?" she asked him. "What's in a name? I think it's from Romeo and Juliet. We have to write the meanings of our names." "Okay. If you can find a book titled Hidden Truth of Your Name, it tells all about names, their origin, and other information like your zodiac sign. You're a Leo. And numerology. If you can't find that book, look for one on the meanings of baby names. Just think about it. Your first and middle names are Scots-Irish. You can include traits that reflect your personality or take the opposite view. The rest of the saying concludes, 'A rose by any other name would smell as sweet.' True enough, but your name makes you unique. So focus on your strengths and tie them to a meaning, although that's risky." "Why?" "Because you're technically writing against the assignment. Some professors might not approve. Know what I mean?" "Okay, I got it. Like fox. I'm foxy like a rock star." "Ryan, would you put that in a college paper?" "Geez, Mom, chill. I'm not that vain. Let's see. A fox is quiet and wily, and Leos are leaders." "Thanks, Mom. Your suggestions give me a starting point. But what about Sarah's party? I haven't missed one yet." "Did your sister tell you she's having a slumber party?" "I don't think she minds. She, her new roommate, and her high school friends are dividing time between your dad's house and mine. Just email or DM her. Better yet, call her." "Mom, did you just say DM? Direct message? Look at you with the lingo." Leah smiled. "I'm learning, kiddo. We're not all tech savvy. I just started using DMs now that I have an iPhone and a plan that doesn't charge me extra." "Tried to tell you that when I was home. Anyway, I sent her gift priority mail, so will you please check your mailbox?" he asked. "Oh, the mail. I'll check it now." Stepping outside, she clipped down the front sidewalk. The sun popped out, chasing the clouds away. I see a big white envelope sticking out." She tugged the package out. "Yes, your return address and Sarah's name. How did you know?" "Oh, you tracked it." Yeah, thanks. You're super." They're books she wanted. "Bye. I love you." "Love you more. See you soon. Do you have any free time between the semester's end and the beginning of the internship?" Leah asked. "Yes, actually I do. 2 weeks. I'll come home Memorial Day weekend. Okay? Bye. Thanks again for the writing tips."
"2:45 p.m. Will Humphreys." Will coasted into a DQ. He frequented the ice cream place for its Oreo cookie blizzards. After getting one in the drive-thru, he lit a Marlboro and parked in the empty lot. Puffing on the cigarette between mouthfuls of blizzard, he sat in his car, staring into space. How could she betray me like that? No one's trustworthy. It's up to me to right the wrongs, to be the equalizer. Then he checked Twitter for responses to his previous post. Another Jack tweet taunted him. "You're invisible, slug. You'll never do anything. You're a waste of air." The troubled teen sat in his car in silence for another 3 minutes, sucking on a straw one moment and a cancer stick the next. Pulling up his phone, Will Googled a mass shooting from earlier that week. He read with intensity about the notoriety the shooter received from media. The article stated, "An unknown person, in an instant, became known by everyone." The writer criticized how social media, like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, incentivized public displays. Engrossed with the details, he grinned to himself. After checking for traffic, the spiraling young man stepped on the pedal as the tires peeled onto 4th Street. Hell-bent on his mission, Will jerked open the kitchen door and strode to his room. He pulled out a large gym bag from the closet, one his dad had given him for Christmas a year earlier. On the side it read, "Making it happen," an overused expression of his dad's. He took the bag to the big guy's gun case in the study. For the prior 3 years Henry had taken Will to the shooting range, only to load and watch. One time he let Will fire several rounds, criticized him immediately, and told him, "These weapons are my pride and joy. You'll get to use them again when I think you're man enough." That day never came, just like Mom's trips to the movies, empty promises, no action. Will studied the firearms inside the windowed gun case and spoke to himself. It's now or never. Throwing a sweatshirt inside the oversized duffel bag as a wrap for the guns, Will eyed two pistols bought for his mom by Henry, one a Smith & Wesson .38 caliber and the other a Raven Arms P.25. Sally never used them, saying God was her justice. In place of his mom's hollow promises, Will grasped the S&W with his right hand, the left one supporting it like he had seen his old man do. Then he pointed it at a picture on the wall, imitating his dad's closed left eye while aiming at the target. He pulled the trigger as he held steady. Tilting his head and smiling, he repeated the process with the second gun. Justice is coming. Suddenly he shook his head. He almost forgot about ammunition. Reaching for another cabinet shelf, he opened the Raven Arms box of ammo. After loading the gun, he placed it in the bag. Opening the second box of bullets, he loaded the S&W and laid it beside the other one. With a look of self-satisfaction, Will slowly reached into the bottom of the cabinet. Memories coming to mind, he put his hand around the handle of the short-barreled AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. "You gotta be a man for this one, Will," his dad had told him, calling the rifle his doomsday baby. Henry snickered when he said, "This beauty is hell in the hands of anyone who holds it." Will ran his hands over the cold, glistening metal, admiring his oft-promised prize. Copying how his old man had held it, he pulled it up and pretended to shoot in several directions around the room. After loading the 30-round magazine and shoving it in place, he loaded a second clip and placed everything in the bag. The AR-15 barely fit. Going back to his bedroom, the teen pulled a dark blue sweatshirt from his drawer. Similar to the T-shirt he wore, it read, "I'm not listening because you're not listening." Pinning it to the wall with the words visible, he dragged two chairs over and placed the gun-filled gym bag on one. He sat on the other and pulled out his phone. "Now we'll see if nobody notices me." He pressed video, recording himself sitting and talking. "I'm Will Humphreys. You told me I'm invisible, a nothing, that I'd make nothing of myself, that nobody listens to me. That's shit. I told you I'd make people listen. Earlier today I posted, 'I'll make a name for myself. You'll see.' I tweeted repeatedly that if no one takes action, I will. Everyone's all talk. I'm not. I'll tell you who's nothing. Adults, athletes, and supposed friends." Taking the two smaller pistols out of the bag and waving one like a banner, he boasted, "Here's the proof." Then he put them back and grabbed the AR-15 and held it up proudly. "Here's my doomsday baby. Now's the time for the world to pay for what it's done. Tonight's the night. Over and out." Shutting off the video, he slid the phone back into his pocket. He'd wait to post it on YouTube. Will eased the weapon of destruction back in the bag with the towel wedged between each of the guns to keep them quiet. For quick access, the AR-15 sat on top of the pistols. After walking back through the kitchen and past the doorway, he leaned around the entryway to the living room and placed the duffel bag behind a stuffed chair. Then he grabbed a Dr. Pepper from the fridge, opened it, and sat on a wooden stool near the door. With his hand he wiped beads of sweat from his forehead and started drinking. The sound of the kitchen door made him jump. His dad entered. "Thought you'd be on your way to work." "Just about to. Didn't you have another job this afternoon?" "Yeah, I do. Just stopping by to get some invoices." "I know where they are. I'll get them." The young man leapt from the stool and rushed to the study. Will hastened to the desk beside the gun cabinet with glass doors and the missing arsenal. Invoices in hand, he returned to the kitchen, hoping his father had no other reason to enter the study. His dad asked, "What's up with you, getting the invoices?" "I needed the car keys from my room, too." Will looked down at a 4-pack of IPA beers on the table. "The homeowner said he'd like to try one of the new IPAs I got." Henry changed the topic, pointing to the edge of the living room. "I see you got the gym bag out. About time you started bulking up." Will's eyebrows went up. He nodded as he perched himself on the stool again. Henry smacked him on the shoulder. "Will, you got to eat more. That's the combination, eating and lifting. You do that a lot and you'll bulk up, like Dirk Hayes. That opens doors." His son's eyes darkened. The booming voice continued. "You're always snacking on junk food and drinking that soda crap. No wonder you don't eat much at meals. And I smell cigarette breath again. They don't call those cancer sticks for no reason. They ought to call 'em death sticks. Bet you don't see Dirk doing that. You got to make life happen the way you want, Will." His slender 18-year-old son leaned away, agitation in his voice. "Stop, Dad!" The big man gave him a hard shove on the shoulder. "Lighten up, Will. Don't be so serious. You look like the end of the world's coming." Unaccustomed to back-talking his dad, he crinkled his face and looked off to the side. "Give it a rest, will you?" Henry took a step closer, his big hand yanking Will's left arm. "You give me lip like that, kid, you better look me in the eye like a man." Will suddenly swung his arm out of his dad's grasp and got to his feet. He leaned into the edge of the living room, grabbed the gym bag, and flung open the kitchen door. Henry moved toward him. "Sit, Will, or I'll put you down." Before the big man reached him, the unraveling teen escaped through the doorway, yelling, "I'm going to make life happen the way I want." 3:15 p.m. Earl Bricker. Earl stood to the left as the escalator descended, resting his sore knee. Many fellow shoppers brushed by, too impatient to simply wait for the automatic stairs to deliver them to the ground floor of the mall. Earl just shook his head. "Everyone lives at such a fast pace these days. What a shame," he thought. "Mary Jane would tell them to stop and smell the flowers." As he approached the bottom, Earl studied the food court, no more than 40 feet ahead. Food booths paralleled either side of the inner courtyard. Although the first third of the courtyard between the booths was open, lots of white plastic tables and chairs filled the far end of the space. Earl snickered at the tall plastic trees and white boxes that punctuated the seating area and mumbled aloud, "Palm trees? Here?" When his escalator step flattened to meet the metal exit plate, Earl shuffled off and strolled toward the food court. A whiff of grilling beef set his stomach to growling again, and he tried to figure out which of the booths ahead housed the burgers and fries. Maybe even a milkshake, he thought. But the window of a small store to his left caught Earl's attention. Each of the businesses and stores on this level sat back about 10 feet to allow space for the first-floor walkway that bordered the shops. Overhead lighting illuminated store signs well enough that Earl could easily read the large, colorful letters of the store name, World Treasures. However, he had to move closer to examine the creamy white item on display that he'd noticed out of the corner of his eye. Earl wound his way through a river of shopper traffic until he reached the window. "Perfect," he said to himself. "She would love it. I'll call it a Mother of the Bride gift." Earl contemplated the shiny white owl figurine perched amid an odd welter of pottery, woven fabric items, and tribal drums. Then he moved toward the door. Crossing the threshold, Earl recoiled at the overpowering scent and looked around. A hodgepodge of merchandise, even more crowded than the front window, assailed him. Weird music vibrated in the air, a meandering tune of bells and high-pitched cries that sounded like the wails on those nature shows he and Mary Jane watched. This must be some damn hippie shop. For a moment he felt so off-balance that he considered turning round and marching back out the door. But then he decided, no. He wanted to find out how much that white owl cost. Spying a woman behind a counter, he walked toward her, careful not to brush against the ceramics and glass jar candles that lined the narrow aisle. "Welcome to World Treasures. Namaste," the woman greeted Earl, putting her hands together in a praying position. "Can I help you?" Hello," Earl stumbled, not sure how to respond to the unfamiliar greeting. "I wanted to know about the white owl in the window." "Isn't it a lovely piece?" the clerk gushed. "That owl comes to us from India. It's handmade by artisans in the south of the country. Hand-applied capiz shells decorate the surface of the figurine. Very delicate and unique." As she spoke, the clerk walked from behind the counter and crossed the next aisle, beckoning Earl to follow. When Earl joined her, the clerk handed him a white owl figurine like the one in the window. He accepted it carefully and looked it over from one end to the other. "How much?" The clerk pointed to a 25% off sign above the display of owls and other capiz shell animals. "On sale this week for $49.99. That's for the 11-inch version." She picked up a smaller owl. "This petite version is a nice alternative and sells for just $12.99. Earl considered the two birds. "Spontaneous gifts aren't really my style, but Mary Jane will love this owl." He thought about her tears on the ride to the mall, another indication of the roller coaster her emotions had been riding lately. One minute his wife proclaimed to be thrilled about Becky marrying, the next Earl would catch Mary Jane distraught about losing her only daughter. This gift would help lift her spirits. "I'll take the larger one," he said, and handed the owl to the clerk. "For my wife." As the woman rang up the sale, she chattered about the owl and the region of India where it had been made. She wrapped the bird in a swirl of protective tissue paper and slid the cushioned figurine into a sturdy handled paper bag with World Treasures emblazoned on the side. After attaching a showy white bow to the handle, she handed Earl the bag with a flourish. "I'm enclosing this little card which will tell your wife all about the artisan who created the owl. I hope she enjoys your lovely gift." "Thank you," Earl replied. "She has an owl collection, so she'll welcome this new one." Limping to the door, Earl noticed that his stress from the dress shopping experience in Macy's had all but disappeared. A high-pitched whistle rose above the strains of a harp as he passed under the speaker by the door. "Maybe whale music is good for the nerves. Just wait until I recommend it to the boys at breakfast next week." Earl chuckled out loud at the thought and then laughed harder at the three young women who gave the cackling old man a wide berth as he crossed back to the inner mall. As he approached the food court, Earl saw the neon signs on either side that read Palm Court. Well, at least that explains the trees. The plastic palms looked even cheesier up close. He walked to the middle and scanned the booths, searching for one of the fast food chains. He knew that a lot of people dismissed the chain burger outlets for their standard menus and processed food, but that was exactly why Earl liked them when he ate out of town. When he dined at the chains he knew exactly what he was getting. Might not be exciting, but exciting didn't always mean good. He remembered the last time Becky and Brooks had treated Mary Jane and him to dinner at one of the trendy restaurants in the city. Brooks had insisted that they try one of the house specialties, something with an unpronounceable Mexican name. Earl could eat barely a third of his meal, every bite washed down with a swig of Coke, and the damn slop had cost Brooks $35, not including a salad or dessert. Earl limped his way up and down the row of booths, checking out every shop on both sides. No burger chains. How weird. They had an Auntie Anne's pretzel shop, a Starbucks, and a Subway, but the only burger place was something called Tropic Burger. He laughed, seeing Tropic Sushi. Mary Jane is right. Sushi is everywhere. Scanning the non-chain options, Earl considered Chinese or even pizza from a place called Enzo's. But Earl wanted a burger, so he hobbled to the counter of Tropic Burger. At least there was no line. A bored-looking young man slouched out from a back room to the cash register. "Yes," he sighed, as if Earl's appearance at the counter was an imposition. "Does anything come on the tropic burger except cheese?" Earl asked. "The usual." "What's the usual?" Earl frowned. "You know, mustard, ketchup, pickles, and onions." The counter guy's sneer conveyed the clear message that only an idiot would ask such an obvious question. "The menu says something about pineapple. I don't want pineapple on my hamburger, but I would like bacon and fries." "The pineapple comes on the side. That's why it's a tropic burger, but I don't have to put it on the plate if you don't want it." "I don't," Earl huffed. "Pineapple on a burger? Ridiculous. And the bacon?" "Yeah, I'll add bacon. That's extra." "Fine. Anything to drink?" Earl remembered his earlier craving. "Do you have milkshakes?" "Nah, but Cold Stone Creamery does, and maybe tropic smoothies." Earl sighed. "Never mind. Just give me a Coke." The young man rang up the purchase and handed Earl a numbered plastic card with his change. "Put this card in the little holder on your table. I'll bring your burger out when it's done." Earl looked at his watch. He thought he'd have plenty of time to eat before Mary Jane finished shopping, but the detour for the Owl had taken longer than he'd expected, and if Tropic Burger's finest cooked at the same pace as the clerk took orders, it could be an hour before Earl got his meal. The good mood he'd been riding since purchasing the Owl had plummeted with the search for a burger place and the testy interaction with that smart-ass at the counter. Plus his bum knee was killing him, probably due to all the walking on hard concrete floors. Thinking that he'd best keep an eye on his food order, Earl stopped over to a table not far from Tropic Burger and eased into one of the plastic chairs. He sat the World Treasures bag on the chair next to him and slid the little plastic tag with a number into a stand on the table. With a start, Earl remembered that Mary Jane planned to text when she finished shopping at Nordstrom. He fished his cell phone from his pocket and checked. No messages. His stomach rumbled so loud that he glanced around, embarrassed that people at nearby tables might have heard the noise. Then, with a sigh, Earl leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. Could be his sugar acting up from lack of food, but man, his whole body sagged with exhaustion. He groaned at the thought of the upcoming drive home, likely during rush hour, and then a stop for dinner at Red Lobster. Traffic would be crazier than usual on Friday evening, and Friday nights the Red Lobster sometimes had lines out the door. To top it all off, he would miss his favorite TV show, buck hunting, and he hated to leave midnight alone for so long. They usually fed him around 6 o'clock, poor pup. As he dredged up each new grievance, Earl grew more disgusted with his expedition to Liberty Mall. Abandoning any attempt at rest, he opened his eyes and straightened in the uncomfortable chair. Drumming his fingers on the tabletop, Earl kept glancing at the Tropic Burger. A few people stood waiting their turn for service. It looked like the snippy server had gotten help at the counter from a willowy black woman with an afro out of the 60s, but still no sign of his meal. The crowd in the mall had grown, and Earl marveled at the wild mix of people that thronged the first-floor walkway. Teenage boys in saggy jeans that rode so low their underwear showed. Teenage girls with skirts so short they barely covered their butts. Large families of Mennonites in plain purples, blues, and blacks. The women wore skirts to their ankles, and little nylon bonnets held their tidy buns in place. Sporting straw hats, their menfolk dressed in black jackets or muted shirts with wide suspenders. A few people, both women and men, wore suits. Earl imagined that they had stopped by the mall after work. Other harried young women pushed baby strollers while yelling at older children to keep up as they rushed down the corridor. Earlier in the day he'd seen a lot of older folks, shoppers who looked close to his age, drifting in and out of shops, clutching small packages in their hands. But now he saw fewer oldsters, or perhaps their numbers had simply been eclipsed by the younger crowds now overtaking the mall. "You're one, right?" Earl looked up, surprised to see the smart-ass from Tropic Burger standing in front of him with a tray. "Yep." He pulled the plastic number from its display stand and handed it to the teenager. "Thanks." The kid plopped the tray onto the table and slipped away without a word. As he leaned toward his meal, a group of boisterous teens swarmed 2 tables next to Earl. He took a sip of his Coke, but then slammed it back down. The girls' high-pitched chatter grated on his nerves, but the boys were worse, competing to outdo each other with inane hooting and name-calling. How can anyone be expected to eat in peace with these kids around? Earl shot from his chair, grabbed the tray of food, and picked up the bag with the owl. "Oh, eek!" The teen girl closest to Earl let out a loud gasp that rose to a squeal when Earl leaned over for the owl bag. Struck by the alarm in the girl's voice, Earl looked in her direction. She had a hand clasped over her mouth and was sliding her chair away from him in terror. He immediately realized that his partially unzipped jacket had gaped open when he bent over for the World Treasures bag, and the girl had seen the gun in his concealed carry holster. He held up a hand to calm her and moved away with his gun, tray, and package. "Enjoy your meal, Pops," one of the boys called after Earl in a derisive tone. The girls tittered in appreciation of the young man's bravery in challenging a man almost 4 times his age. The girl who'd seen the gun shook her head at the others as if in warning, but they were having too good a time to pay her any heed. Earl ignored the punk and his silly admirers, hoping his preteen grandkids would turn out better in their teen years. As to the girl who'd seen his gun, he hadn't meant to frighten her, but he doubted she'd bring it to anyone's attention, not even that uniformed woman security guard he'd spied earlier. Shrugging off the annoying group of teens, Earl found a table in an emptier part of the seating section with a good view of the escalator. He took a minute to settle himself, zipped up his jacket, and tore into the burger and fries. Turning his attention to the food court area as he chewed, Earl studied a squirrely-looking young man clearing off tables. Although he wore jeans and a denim jacket over a black tee instead of a uniform, Earl figured the young man must be a food court employee. Lucky he doesn't have to wear a uniform. That sullen, awkward kid definitely doesn't look like he'd be comfortable in a tropical print. Earl shook his head as the kid yanked several trays off a nearby table and slammed them into his cart with a clatter. Clearly not a guy who loves his job. While swallowing his last French fry, Earl's gaze swung toward the escalator, still hoping for Mary Jane. His eye fell on a pasty man approaching the food court. The guy looked seedy, with a scraggly beard and unkempt hair crawling from beneath his baseball cap. Not to mention the grungy hoodie that topped off the look. A flare of alarm jolted through Earl's body. Something about this man, his vacant eyes, his rolling gait, the sneer on his face that proclaims, "I'm looking for a fight." Earl couldn't figure out quite what had caused his hackles to rise, but this man was bad business. As the nasty-looking newcomer lumbered toward Tropic Burger, Earl read words on the long box underneath his arm. O.M.P. Dusk Recurve Bow. A hunting bow, Earl sneered. This guy looks more like a lowlife than a hunter. As Earl watched, the man engaged in a shouting match with the willowy server at the burger joint. Almost unconsciously, Earl's hand touched the pistol under his canvas jacket as the argument escalated. Earl thought he heard the woman yell, "You creepy asshole!" The server's afro shook in indignation as she continued to shout, seeming to give as good as she got to the loser with the bow. By now several other servers had aligned behind the woman, presenting a united front to the seedy troublemaker. Earl sat bolt upright when the guy whirled away from the Tropic Burger counter and shot him a contemptuous glance that almost felt like a direct challenge. Earl recoiled from the madness in the guy's eyes, but tracked his progress until he rushed away from the food court area. Earl patted the concealed pistol beneath his jacket, continuing to keep an eye out for the psycho bum. "3:20 p.m. Chris Deitrich." "Lord, now would be a great time for a miracle," muttered the pastor to his God. "You did the whole water into wine shtick. How about turning collections notices into store credits? I don't need much. $150 would be great. Then I can get my Sophie the lacrosse stick she needs for this season. How about it, sweet Jesus?" The pastor rode the escalator to the second floor of the mall. He had his backpack slung over his right shoulder. With the medical debts in the bag, it felt more like a prison ball and chain. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to bring the bills with me, he mused. The bag weighed heavy on his spirit. Dix didn't have the stick she needed, so we'll try Dunham's. The frustrated dad changed the subject on himself. Something will come through. I just don't know what. Besides, things are looking up, he said, laughing to himself as he stepped off the escalator onto the mall's second floor. And no one was here to listen to my pathetic dad joke of the day. What a shame. Chris knew that Sophie would have given him that "oh, geez, Dad" look. His kids, the one universal bright spot in his life. The proud father's chest swelled just thinking about his daughter. She's an amazing competitor. I just know she'll be a great college athlete when the time comes. Maybe even get some scholarships. Well, that would be glorious, he said with a hint of hope, something he hadn't felt earlier in the day. I can't wait to see her play at that level. As Chris passed the kitchen shop's front window, a brand-new, state-of-the-art coffee machine caught his eye, the one that kept showing up in his social media feed. This beauty does everything, makes coffee, has an alarm, and you can put personal settings on it. It's even Wi-Fi enabled so that I could start the coffee brewing from church, and it would be ready by the time I got home. He stopped in his tracks, his shiny shoes squeaking to a halt on the mall floor. "Whoa there, Lefty," he told his souls. "Not so noisy in front of the pretty coffee press, you hear me? Wouldn't I love to get this for Jan and myself? You know how she loves coffee. It would be a real treat." "Sure." His shoe's answer went directly to his brain. "You keep telling yourself that. But how are you going to pay for it? You don't even have money for the lacrosse stick that you came here to get." "You're no fun, Lefty. You should let Righty do more talking." He shot back to his shoe. "Righty's got my back on this one." "I guess so. I can't afford it," he spoke, his sad face up against the window as one full hand rested on the pane. The window was a barrier he couldn't breach. "That's what it's like in debtors' prison cells," he mused. "All the nice stuff's out of reach." Sighing at his plight, he tried to cheer himself. "You can keep me out, but you can't keep me down." Chris turned away from the window, first with his feet, as if his shoes made better choices many moments before his brain did. Then his hips turned, following their lead. His upper body had no choice but to join them. He kept his eye on the coffee maker as long as he could, like two lovers parting ways after a long embrace. "I'll be back for you some day. Wait for me," he whispered to the coffee maker in the window. His left hand was all that was left. He pulled away, waving goodbye with his fingertips. Time to turn his attention to his objective. He needed a lacrosse stick for Sophie. On his way to Dunham's, past the beauty shop, he came upon his favorite bookstore. An idea popped into his head. Detouring a second time, he turned into the bookstore and looked up at the signs hanging down from the ceiling. The pastor loved books. He had an impressive collection back at his office, with 5 bookcases of tomes on a variety of theological and philosophical topics. Mostly biblical commentaries, Greek and Hebrew lexicons, but he also had Bible dictionaries in several different translations. It was everything a well-educated pastor might ever want. He cherished his book collection like the prized possession that it was. As he strolled down the aisles, he found the financial section. "I wonder if there are any debt relief books here." He found one. "Well, hello there, friend." The indebted pastor thumbed through the book, looking at the chapter titles. He found a section about dealing with medical debt and turned the pages in high hopes of finding salvation. "Ooh, did you co-author this book, Jesus? because I'm feeling like this book has some good news for me." He found the page titled "Just Say No" and started reading to himself. Pay one bill at a time and pay it off completely. "Gee, thanks, you think?" Chris smirked. As if on cue, his COVID cough returned, reminding him of where his medical woes began. Rubbing spittle from his chin, the pastor reprimanded the book. "And what if you don't have money to pay the debts? And the late fees keep piling up? And the debt collectors keep calling and demanding payment? And you have to eat, and pay the mortgage, and pay the car loan, and get a lacrosse stick for your daughter, and—" His voice trailed off. Wiping a tear from his eye, Chris added, "Well, Jesus, thanks for helping me realize that getting another book won't help my cause." He shut the book, defeated by his frustration. It made a loud thud just as a store associate stepped around the corner. "May I help, sir? Father?" Chris let the "father" title go. "I used to tell folks the difference between a pastor and a priest, but it's not worth correcting people. Besides, I'm just glad to be seen." Yeah, answered the cleric. "I'm fine. I do have a question, though. Shoot, you need help finding the theology section? Because it's over in the back corner." He indicated the direction of the back of the store. "Back of the store, eh? You know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. No wonder people don't think about church much these days." The clerk said nothing. "Anyway, no, that's not what I wanted to ask you. I was wondering if your bosses buy book collections." Chris couldn't believe the words coming from his mouth. "I can't sell my books." He loved his book collection. "You will if you want the money to buy that lacrosse stick." "Occasionally they do. Can you tell me more about this collection?" Chris went to great lengths to describe his rare and remarkable collection of religious works. "We're talking probably about 500 books. What would something like that go for?" he asked. The clerk hesitated. Well, you see, just tell me straight. I'm not going to shoot you or anything." Chris blurted at the man in a voice that signaled he might do just that. "Okay, it's a rough estimate, but probably about $50. It's just that theology has such a limited audience that it would be really hard for the store to resell the books. Sorry." "Oh," the peeved pastor lost his passion. "That's okay. I'm not sure how I would have gotten them to you anyway. Thanks." His shoulders slumped as he turned away from the sales associate. As if the bills from the morning had climbed back onto his chest, Chris started to cough. The pastor headed back to the mall hallway, where he composed himself. "I've got to get a handle on this cough." Looking ahead, he saw the sign for Dunham's. "It feels like a walk down death row. The only question is, lethal injection, electric chair, or firing squad?" Steeling himself, the dead man walking strolled into Dunham's. Decked out in his ministerial attire, the pastor looked out of place in a sporting goods store. "What, clericals don't go with cleats?" Chris asked with his last gasp of whimsy. He walked down the left aisle toward the lacrosse equipment. "I'll have death by sticking. That's a new one." Finding the stick his daughter needed, he exclaimed, "Here you are. How much do you expect to set me back? I suppose you'll really stick it to me." The bright fluorescent orange price tag, with black numbers and letters, clear for all to see, showed no mercy. "Wow! Looks like the governor rejected my clemency request." The stick's booming voice responded, "Guilty as charged. You don't have the money. The sticking will commence immediately." "Damn," was all the clergyman could say. Suddenly a familiar voice interrupted Chris's inner and outer monologue. Duante, a sales associate who regularly attended Chris's holding court session, spoke. "Pastor Chris, it's good to see you. How are you?" "Oh, Duante, how are you, man?" "I'm okay, I guess. You caught me talking to myself." The clerk gave him a rueful look. "Yeah, there's a lot of that going around when folks see these prices." "I hear that." Chris couldn't help but smile. "I've got to get a lacrosse stick for my daughter, Sophie, but yeah, they are so expensive. even with a sale you have running. It's a lot." The pastor leaned in and winked. "You wouldn't happen to have any second-hand equipment in this store, would you?" "No, I'm sorry, Pastor. Only new stuff," Duante answered. The two men looked at each other in silence. Chris thought the weight of his shame would crush him. He had no words. "I can see how important this is, Pastor." Duante held up a hand. "You hold right on. I might have forgotten about the manager's stash. I'll go in the back and see if we have any recalled or returned sticks that we can discount." "Oh, man, Duante, that would be great. You have no idea what it would mean to me, and to my daughter. What she's using now isn't going to last much longer. The netting keeps breaking, and she's got duct tape on the shaft. It's not just embarrassing, it's hurting her game. I had no idea. I mean, I can't afford it." "Hey, I get you, man. You don't have to tell me. I know what it's like to be broke and how the people who love you get all disappointed." Patting the pastor on the back, Duante continued, "I know that all too well. Can't make any promises, but let me go look and see what I can find. Hang right there. I'll be back in a few." Waiting, Chris mused, "Wow, I feel heard. I had no idea that Duante was in such a bind. Makes sense. Retail workers don't earn big bucks. Still, he never says anything about his situation at Holding Court. He always has a smile on his face, but deep down he's struggling just like me and so many others." Duante returned a few minutes later, empty-handed. "You didn't find one, did you?" Chris asked. "No, sorry. We got nothing out back. It's getting late in the season, so the boss shipped that inventory back, I guess." Duante couldn't hide his sadness. "Yeah, I could see it in your walk," Chris observed. "Don't worry about it. I appreciate you trying. Appreciate it more than you know. I'll figure out something. Her stick has lasted this long. Maybe it will hold out a bit longer." Forcing himself to sound chipper, the pastor added in a hopeful tone, "Will I see you at Holding Court?" "Yeah, I plan on coming. I get off at 4:30. I'll see you a few minutes after that." "Looking forward to it. What's our hot topic this time?" Duante asked with an air of genuine anticipation. "You're not going to believe this, but I'm not sure," responded Chris. "I know I'm usually super prepared, but I'm not feeling any direction today." Shifting the weight in his over-expressive shoes, the clergyman added, "I try not to get too controversial, but maybe we'll talk about violence in society. I got a notice on my phone earlier today about a governor out west signing gun legislation. Or maybe we'll just talk about the places where we see Jesus." Chris used his right hand to tighten the strap of his backpack. "I've got something in the bag, a special surprise that should raise us all up. When I pull it out of the bag, I'm sure it will get a reaction." The pastor chuckled to himself. "Ooh, I can't wait to find out what it is," Duante responded enthusiastically. "Pastor, if you got paid for inspiring people, you could own every lacrosse stick in the store. Please don't despair." Looking at his watch, Duante added, "I got to run. Not too much longer until Holding Court. Thanks for the heads up about today's discussion. You've totally piqued my interest. Same table as usual in the food court?" "Yep," Chris responded. "I'll see you there." 3:25 p.m. Roger Elliot. Roger slept through the arrival of the first cop car. He woke up to see two officers peering through the windows of the house until they reached the kitchen. The agitated conference and urgent radio calls from his front yard brought a second cop car flying past with the flashers on, followed closely by a third. Slouching even lower, Roger watched the circus unfold after the police broke down the front door. More cars arrived, filled with plain-clothes cops and crime scene technicians. A yellow tape perimeter sprang up, holding back his curious neighbors. When Old Man Weiser tottered into view, his attention on the activity, Roger knew it was time to leave. "He may be old, but he ain't blind," Roger whispered to himself as he turned the ignition. "If he looks up the street and sees this car, Roger put it into gear and seized around the first corner he came to. Following every driving law like a nervous teenager taking his license exam, Roger meandered around the town as he worked his way toward the mall. At the edge of the downtown core, the massive agricultural and trade center loomed on his right. On a whim, he pulled into the parking lot. The current event, farm fresh vintage values and handmade goods, was in its final day. Like a lot of things, the killer thought. Parking spaces were plentiful. He tucked the car between two pickup trucks and killed the engine. "Hey," Roger said to the box in the passenger seat, "here's where we met, remember?" The box ignored him. His mind drifted back to the crisp autumn day when he joined the throng crowding into the gun show. The overwhelmingly male presence comforted Roger. Guns are power, he thought. Men have given up enough of that. This house of power should be ours, and ours alone. Ignoring the vendors hawking camping gear, local honey, and beef jerky, Roger stalked the aisles until he tracked down his quarry. Black Beauty. There she lay, glistening in the fluorescent light like a dark diamond. Noting Roger's intense interest, the vendor wasted no time handing him the rifle. Roger aimed it at the ceiling, centering the sights on a flickering light. Lowering the gun, he cradled it in his hands, eyes alight with joy as he caressed the stock. "Is this the military version?" The man shook his head. "Sorry, can't get those. The name's the same, but this here's the civilian version. Ain't no big deal, though. Only difference is this barrel's about an inch longer and it's semi-auto, not full. Which is a good thing, pal. It fires 5.56 NATO rounds, but the mag only holds 30. At full auto, you'd be out in 4 seconds." The man mimed aiming a rifle at the crowd around him. "With semi, you can pick and choose your shots." And about pick and then choose, he pulled an imaginary trigger. Roger stared down at the weapon. So much power, right here in my grasp. Mine. You're mine. A thrill bolted through his body, settling in his loins. He raised his eyes to the gun seller, hoping his arousal wasn't evident. The man was more interested in Roger's face. "Looks like I've made a sale, am I right?" Roger nodded. The man named a price, and Roger forked over the cash. As the gun seller boxed up the rifle, Roger shifted from foot to foot, like a kid waiting for a Dixie cup from the ice cream truck. The man handed him the box. "Happy shooting, bud." Clutching the box to his chest, Roger turned to go, then paused. "Isn't there a form or something I need to sign?" The man chuckled. "Not in this state, pal. I'm a private seller. Since it ain't my main source of income, I can buy and sell all the guns I want without the feds sticking their noses into it. Now go get yourself some ammo and have some fun." After his trip down memory lane, Roger made his way to the mall. From habit, he parked way out in East Jesus, the lot designated for mall employees. He listened to the engine tick as it cooled, re-examining his motives and his plan. "Okay," Roger said, looking at himself in the mirror. "You've definitely stepped off the cliff, and you're going to go splat. One death will get you a good long time in the joint, but you'll get out. Everybody does. I mean, one death, that doesn't count for shit anymore. But a mass killing? Probably life. Or the needle. What say you just head home and surrender?" Another car pulled up and parked 2 spaces away. Out tripped Tiffany and Kathy, 2 fine, blonde specimens he'd worked with at Macy's. Some picky bitches there had kept complaining about his creepy stares, and Roger suspected them both. Tiffany recognized him and said something to Kathy, who glanced over, then smirked. Her reply made Tiffany giggle. "Fuck you, you bitches!" he bellowed. Spittle flew, leaving wet flecks across the windshield and dashboard. The women gaped back at him, eyes wide. The mouse had never roared before. Tiffany's face darkened, and she started toward Roger's car. Kathy grabbed her arm, tugging her toward the mall. They walked off with rapid footsteps. Roger stared after them, knowing they knew he couldn't help himself. Tiffany, who worked front counter sales, had on a butt-hugger skirt. As he devoured the outline of those curves for the thousandth time, Roger fancied that she slowed down deliberately just to add some sassy hip to her skip. "Is that chick-a-boom? Shit! She's giving me the finger with her ass. God damn it!" He slid into his snooty bitch voice, imagining what she'd like to say. "Ooh, you want this, don't ya? Well, enjoy the look, 'cause that's all you're ever going to get, you fat little troll." Roger had a snap fantasy. Freeing Black Beauty, he jumps out of the car and shoots Tiffany in the legs, dropping her to the pavement. Kathy freezes, staring down at her friend, trying to comprehend what just happened. A perfect target. Roger takes an extra 3 seconds to line up his shot and blows the top of her head off. The spatter pattern paints itself across a van parked 2 spots behind her. He strolls up and stands over Tiffany, enjoying her screams. "Come on," he says, with a wicked grin. "Let's see you get back up and strut that butt again. No? Well, now that I've finally got you on your back, I'm going to go where every man has gone before." Humming the Star Trek theme, original series of course, he nestles Black Beauty's muzzle between her thighs and... Spots floated across Roger's vision. He'd forgotten to breathe. Gasping for air, he slammed his hand on the dashboard, sending specks of garage dust floating up into the air. In the billions of years that each mote had existed, perhaps most of them had run across the others, blown through the air, or turned under a farmer's harrow. They used this impromptu mixer to say hi before floating back down. Roger marveled at their calm. "Dust to dust," he muttered. "God, I can hardly wait to join that zen." As the women approached the entrance, Roger reconsidered his fantasy. "No," Roger announced. "Mediocre body count. You've got a target-rich environment dead ahead. Let's get in there and rack 'em up." Closing his eyes, Roger focused on the anger flaming to life in his heart. He stoked the fire with recollections of his pain and humiliation until the raging inferno forced him out of the car. As he stood, he detected a penis as rock-hard as his new resolve. Roger grabbed his box and strode toward his destiny.
"3:45 p.m. Caitlin Browning." As she exited the curl shop, Caitlin's phone pinged. A text message from Ricardo. "Caitlin, sorry, running late. Traffic. Okay to meet at Palm FC at 4:30 instead of 4?" Caitlin responded, "Yep, not to worry. See you at 4:30. Glancing at her watch, she hurried toward Nordstrom. Along the way, she caught glimpses of her new look reflected in several store windows. Startled, she raised her hand to touch her hair and assure herself she was really looking at her own image. "Oh, wow, I hardly recognize myself." Inside Nordstrom, Caitlin cut through the crowds and raced to the junior department. "Hopefully I can find some epic boho jeans." "I love these jeans," Caitlin heard a familiar voice. "Just look at the embroidery." Caitlin looked over and recognized another classmate. Tempted to leave and return later, the conflicted girl convinced herself to stay. What the hell? Can't hide forever. What was that stupid axiom Dr. Sawyer always spouted? Oh, yeah. Act enthusiastic and you'll be enthusiastic. "Those jeans are epic, Marley. Are you going to get them?" Caitlin asked. "They are epic, aren't they?" Her classmate turned. Surprised, she grinned. "Caitlin, haven't seen you in a while. How are you?" Not waiting for an answer, she continued, "Love your hair. So perky, so you. Did you just get it done?" Caitlin could barely hide her astonishment. "Me? Perky?" Guess the image I had tried so desperately to project fooled someone. Relaxing a little, she responded, "Yes, at the curl shop. Teresa is awesome." Pointing to the jeans, she asked, "Where did you find those killer jeans?" "Straight-leg jeans are here on this rack. Check out the flares on those racks over there." Marley indicated a display several feet away. Thanks, I will. I'm interested in both of those styles. Marley headed toward the register with a wave. See you later. Caitlin browsed through all the racks before selecting 3 pairs of jeans. Turning her attention to the coordinating tops, Caitlin chose 5. Checking her watch, she estimated that she had just enough time to try them on and still meet Ricardo by 4:30. Dashing toward the dressing room entrance, Caitlin skidded to a halt just in time to avoid smashing into a petite woman heading toward the 3-way mirror in the hallway. The woman, wearing a beautiful pale blue lace dress, stiffened, immobilized by the near impact. She gasped and stepped back. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Caitlin said, blushing with embarrassment. "No harm done," the shopper responded as she caught her breath. Observing the woman, Caitlin added, "Oh, wow, that dress is epic on you." "Epic?" the woman repeated, looking confused. "Sorry, my mom hates when I use slang. Epic means awesome, extremely awesome, and you look epic in that dress. It's beautiful. You look beautiful. That dress looks almost bridal, except for the color, of course." The woman flashed Caitlin a warm look. "Thank you, dear. Truth is, I'm looking for a mother of the bride dress to wear to my daughter's wedding." "Congratulations! How exciting! I think you've found the perfect dress." Beaming, the woman approached the mirror and studied her reflection. Caitlin frowned, not sure why the idea of wedding dresses made her feel a little melancholy. She pulled out her iPhone and made a note to mention the unexpected emotions that had surfaced. Caitlin realized she had less than 15 minutes to try on everything before heading to the food court. Grabbing the first pair of jeans, she admired the multicolored, embroidered panel on the outside of each leg. They fit well, so she hung the jeans on the hook she designated as keepers and reached for the second pair. They were almost identical to the pair Marley had been admiring earlier, straight-leg blue jeans with cute lines of embroidery stitched near the ankles. Caitlin's enthusiasm returned. "I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm having fun, feeling normal." She followed up her thoughts with spoken words. "Feeling normal and feeling groovy." With that, Caitlin let out a giggle. "These boho jeans remind me of pictures of Graham wearing similar flared-leg jeans back in her hippie days. I'll send pictures of these. What a hoot. She'll crack up." Caitlin felt good about the new jeans, not because they were adorable, but because it would give her an excuse to talk to her grandma about something besides the psych hospital. She knew Graham was worried sick. Looking at her watch, Caitlin set a 3rd pair aside for further consideration. Gathering up the 3 pairs of jeans, she approached the sales desk, making sure the coast was clear. "May I help you?" "Yes, thank you. Could you put these items on hold until tomorrow? My mom and I will be back to get them in the morning." The sales clerk opened a drawer, removed a printed form, and handed it to Caitlin. "Please fill this out and list the items you want to put on hold. I'll attach the form to your items and hold them for 2 days. If you don't pick them up by then, they'll be put back on the floor. Got it?" "Got it." Caitlin filled out the form. She turned to leave. "See you tomorrow." "Have a great day," the clerk called after her. Caitlin started to believe great days might once again be possible. Her mom's old saying had never been true before, but perhaps the correct meds, coupled with better coping tools, could clear the fog. Mom swears retail therapy can lift one's spirits. Maybe she's right. Caitlin jogged toward the escalator and her date. As she descended to the lower level, her eagerness to see Ricardo left her breathless. "I'm really excited. I sure hope he's excited to see me."
3:50 p.m. Will Humphreys. Tires squealing, Will floored the gas pedal as the car raced down the road. Irritable and driving like a madman, he nearly slammed into a stopped SUV at a red light. He shook his head. "Just don't die on the way." 4 minutes later he raced into the mall's parking lot and screeched to a halt. He hopped out, yanked open the back door of the car, grabbed the duffel bag by the strap, and hooked it over his shoulder. Striding briskly through the mall, he studied the people and stores as he passed. Know your surroundings, in case. Macy's buzzed with customers like a hornet's nest. The cash register lines snaked around the aisles. Starbucks, the same. A great day to make the news. He glanced the other direction toward World Treasure's gift shop, then to Tropic Burger. A stocky, elderly man wearing a brown jacket caught his attention. The guy limped as he moved. Where have I seen him before? Talking to my old man at the range? He fired a pistol. Maybe he's carrying. His jacket would cover it. Heading to the staff room without his manager noticing, he opened his metal locker and eased the bag inside. The young man reflected on his earlier tweets as he saw the bag's words again. Making it happen. They'll see. He strode to the food court, his boss frowning and pointing at the clock as he came out. Shirley never cut him any slack. A fiery redhead with freckles, she ripped into him immediately. "It's 2 minutes after 4. That's the second time you've been late. Third time and you're done. You hear me?" "Yeah, 3 strikes and you're out." His words were icy cold. She continued, "This time, after wiping tables, dry them. People have complained about how wet they are. This is Palm Court. Do it right, 'cause I'll be checking." Hiding his smoldering mood, he gave one slow nod and turned to retrieve his cart from the supply closet. He threw extra towels on top and wheeled it over to an empty table. Anger mounted as he cleared the plates, silverware, trash, and trays. He fought it off several times, and occasional spikes of aggression caused a crash of trays and utensils to reverberate across the food court. Brooding about Regina's betrayal, Will lost track of time. Looking up to see that the food court was almost full, he glanced at his watch. Wow, almost 4:30. He gave irritable glances at the people and commotion around him while he cleaned and dried tables. The gimpy man who might be packing sat near the escalator, appearing annoyed. Don't lose sight of him. He looks like he doesn't take guff from anyone. The disgruntled teen turned to his right and studied a group of people talking and laughing. They seemed to direct their attention to a man with a collar, maybe a pastor or priest. I'll bet this guy sings the same tune as my mom when it comes to God's justice. Will rolled his eyes in disgust. A mother and child stood at the counter ordering food. The spiraling worker stared at them. People look as if they know nothing of pain. Clearing trash and wiping the last table, Will recoiled when he saw a 20-something wearing a blue baseball cap with a hoodie over it. The pasty guy looked like trouble. He kept a long box close to him, constantly giving it attention like he was obsessed with it. Another possible snag. Will turned and threw the wash rag and towel onto his cart as Shirley smothered him again with orders. "Pull the empty tables to the side when you sweep. You need to clean better beneath them. Trash and food build up under the stands unless you move them." The stern-faced teen mumbled to himself as he went to the supply closet for the broom, dustpan, and garbage can. Frequently glancing up to observe people, he swept underneath each empty table. Upon finishing, he started toward the utility closet just as another customer stood up and exited the court. He grumbled, but trudged over to the newly vacated table. Will noticed a big blond man sporting a Lockhart University jersey. The 6'4" hulk's broad frame could fill a doorway. He towered over the food court counter, ordering a meal. An elementary-age kid giggled and bounced around at his side. The kid looked just like him, probably his son. The big guy's face turned bright red as he yelled at the boy, "Stop jittering, Joey! You make me crazy! No one can live with that!" He shook his head and gave an exaggerated look of disgust at the little blonde, fighting back tears. With every attacking, punitive word the jerk leveled at his son, Will's teeth clenched tighter and tighter. As he pushed his cart toward the closet, Will's boss stepped in his way and rattled off more instructions. "You got to clean the bathrooms and toilets better. They're not up to standard." He groaned. She kept riding him.
I'm the one who catches hell if those bathrooms aren't up to snuff. There have been lots of complaints, not after the night shift, but after yours. I won't have that. You know what to do. Just do it right. By the time you're done, more tables will need cleared and wiped. Face contorted, Will marched to the supply room. He kept the broom and grabbed the mop and bucket, then wheeled the contraption to the bathroom. He swept first, after putting up the "Caution, Wet Floor" sign. He filled the bucket and started mopping. A middle-aged man with dried mud on his hiking boots walked in, leaving a trail of brown across the floor.
Nobody gives a shit about anybody.
His temper flared with each push of the mop. The boots left behind more brown splotches on the way out. Eyes blazing, the young man performing thankless janitorial tasks stood motionless. Anger turning to rage, he kicked over the mop bucket. Waves of water gushed across the floor.
"4:09 p.m. Leah McCall." Leah laid Ryan's package beside Sarah's gifts and the little white bags of favors on the dining room table. She took her time setting the napkins and utensils. On the buffet beneath the double windows she placed a knife, cake server, and an ice cream dipper on a separate confetti-flaked napkin, leaving a paper doily for the cake stand and dessert dishes. Okay, time to change. Don't want to keep Eileen waiting. Upstairs she splashed her face with cold water, reapplied lipstick, dusted on fresh face powder, and spritzed fabric refresher on her rust-colored jacket. Peeling off her sweater, she donned a hunter green T-shirt and topped it with her now smooth jacket. Keys, purse, water, she murmured to herself. Oh my God, I'm famished. Driving to the mall, Leah parked behind Nordstrom. She noticed the lattice partially hiding a large dumpster. As she locked the Nissan, she spotted a sullen teen dressed in black. He dropped 2 garbage bags on the ground, lit a cigarette, and took hurried puffs. He heaved the bags into the waste bin, the cigarette stuck in his mouth. Looking her way, he frowned at her like, "What are you staring at?" Leah locked her car doors, stepping quickly toward the glass entrance. In the food court, she hung her jacket over the back of a plastic chair facing the walkway to reserve her spot. At the Chinese booth, she ordered a spring roll. "This'll stop my stomach from growling until Eileen comes." Crossing the room and weaving among people perched on white plastic chairs, she bought a vanilla decaf mocha from Starbucks, paid, and waited until the barista handed her the coffee cup topped with whipped cream. A young couple swung by. The girl's long shag reminded Leah of Jane Fonda's hairstyle from years earlier. Half a head taller, the boyfriend leaned toward his girlfriend and whispered in her ear. A group of teens poured into the court and scattered to different booths according to their appetites. Behind her, she heard food trays clattering onto a cart. Her eyes lit on the man sitting near her. His fingers drummed the table as he checked his cell phone repeatedly. A white paper bag with a beautiful bow sat beside his empty burger plate. "Waiting on someone?" she asked, then pointed to the bag. "A present?" "Yes, an owl for my wife. She collects them." Gently he unwrapped and lifted the owl figurine to show her, and then slipped it carefully back into the bag, fluffing the tissue. "Mary Jane is trying on dresses for the big day. Mother of the bride." "She'll love the owl. The subtle variation of white and palest pink along the edges is breathtaking, though that edge could reflect the red lights at the Chinese booth. Capiz shells, right? Congratulations. A thoughtful gift for an important occasion." "Thanks. Saleswoman said it came from India." His eyes roved to the escalators lined with shoppers gliding up and down, some carrying shopping bags, others trying to keep their children close. A number stared off into space as the stairs flattened out onto the first floor. So many shoppers. His head canted toward the escalator. Leah's stomach gurgled, protesting its emptiness. "If you'll excuse me, I need to eat something." The man nodded, his eyes roving back to the escalator. Leah eased onto a plastic chair and munched on the spring roll, checking her emails and messages while waiting. Sipping her mocha, eyeing the escalator, she watched for Eileen, although her friend could arrive from any direction.
"4:10 p.m. Chris Deitrich." Chris stood in front of Dunham's. "I think I'm going to get a smoothie. I have a little bit of time before holding court begins." He looked down at his shoes. "Don't either of you two start. I know we can't afford it, but tropical smoothies are the best." Chris made his way down the walkway. He approached the kitchen shop. "I'm not going to look at the coffee maker in the window. I'm not going to look at the coffee maker in the window. I'm not going to look at the coffee maker in the window." Chris kept repeating this to himself as he walked down the hallway back toward the escalator. "Willpower, Chris, willpower." He put his right hand up to his face, cupping it around the right side, blocking the view of the kitchen shop. "Resist the temptation. I'm just going to keep my head forward, my eyes looking ahead, lefty and righty. You need to do your job and keep me going forward." "Yes, sir," he heard them respond in his mind. Left, 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 right, left. Once past the kitchen shop, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Exhausting. At the escalator, Chris stepped onto the top step with one foot, then the other. As he was heading down, he glanced around the mall. It was then that he caught a glimpse of the kitchen shop and the coffee maker. "Goodbye, my precious," he hissed as the escalator took him down to the first floor. Chris then made his way over to Tropical Smoothie. At the front of the line he placed his order. "I'll have a large strawberry mango, please." "How much will that be?" $7.19, the clerk responded. "Holy cow, I didn't realize it was that much," the clergyman blurted. Pausing, he added, "Oh, sorry, that'll be fine." Within minutes the smoothie artist gave him his drink. Chris took a sip as he rummaged through his pockets for his cash. "This is to die for," Chris exclaimed. Pulling a rumpled $10 bill from his inside jacket pocket, he offered it to pay for his beverage. The young woman blushed. "No problem, Father. Enjoy." The simple act of kindness overwhelmed the preacher. "No, here, take it. I don't want you getting into trouble." "No trouble. My manager told me to." Chris looked round, not seeing anyone employed at Tropical Smoothie who looked old enough to manage the place. "Well, thanks to you, and thanks to your manager." Chuckling, he added as he walked away, "I think more people would come to church if Jesus had smoothies at the Last Supper. Take and eat this strawberry mango. It is for all of you, that you may have eternal life." Chris continued chuckling as he sipped his beverage and arranged the tables and chairs for his 5 o'clock meeting. Chopin's Funeral March played briefly on the pastor's phone. "Hi, Pam. What's up?" he said right away. Chris had picked the ringtone from the app store and set it for the church's number. "Sorry to bother you. I have a family here at the door of the church who needs some help," the secretary said. "As you know, I leave at 5. I can't work late, Pastor. What would you like me to do?" It's one of those families that Kathy was complaining about," he thought to himself. "Well, if I were Kathy, I'd tell you to turn them away." Chris realized Kathy's rant had hurt him, with her words about those people. "But I'm not her. What do they need?" "They have nowhere to stay tonight, have only a quarter tank of gas and no food. Oh, and they have about $5 in cash. You should see the 3-year-old. He's about the cutest you've ever seen. My spidey sense tells me we've got a nice young couple who are down on their luck. I gave them a few bags from the food pantry, but they need more help." After a deep sigh, Pam continued, "He showed me an email from one of the warehouses. He'll get $27 per hour if he can find a place for his family to stay around here. He used to make half that at a Tropical Smoothie in Ridgewood. So he packed the family in the car and came here. I guess he's hoping his brother will put him up, but the guy's not returning his calls." Chris looked down at his beverage and felt a pang of regret. He tamped down the misplaced guilt and responded,
I don't know how people do it. Just leave everything for a job that might not even be there for them when they arrive. Stay on a family member's couch, maybe, and have barely anything to keep them going. All that's assuming their car holds up, and they get enough for gas, and their brother isn't a jerk. It's quite risky, as you know, Pam. Yeah, it is. But we don't have time for philosophical discussions. What would you like me to do? Pam brought the question back to the forefront. Okay. Give them a grocery gift card for $50. It's not much, but the store has gas pumps. Chris swallowed hard. Call over to Motel 6 and get them a room for the night. Tell the manager the church is paying for the room. He'll give us a discount. At least they can have a safe place to stay tonight. A toddler shouldn't sleep in the car all night. I can stop by the motel and pay with the church credit card after holding court. Tell the manager I'll be there by 7. Okay, boss. Before he could hang up, she added, And, Chris, thank you. You are a good pastor, you know. You actually care about people. Oh, thanks, Pam. I try. And have a good night. I'll see you Sunday at church. Ending the call, the pastor slipped the phone back into his pocket. It's almost my favorite time of the week, holding court. Chris sat at one end of the tables he'd arranged. He liked watching people. Nearing 5 in the evening, the food court bustled with hungry patrons. Often he would pray to God for the many people who came and went. Lord, you know who these people are. On the surface they look cheerful and carefree, but if they are anything like me, they are struggling to keep it together. Bless them. He put his backpack on the table. It was time to unveil the object he had been carrying around since Thursday. He took hold of the zipper with his left hand. In a gentle manner the pastor unzipped the bag the whole way. I wonder what people will think about this. I wonder if people will stare. It's not something that really fits the motif, after all, the minister said out loud, gazing at the tropical decorations around him. With the bag unzipped, Chris pulled the flap open. He reached inside with his left hand. There were so many bills in the bag that he had to move things around to get past them. The pastor's hand finally found what he'd promised himself he'd display today, in the name of the Lord. He paused. He looked around. The minister spoke to God. Lord, I'm really struggling here. I'm at my wit's end. I got this free smoothie, and boy, does it taste good. Fact is, I planned to get it anyway and to pay for it, but that was selfish of me, especially when I didn't even get the thing I came here for, the lacrosse stick. I can't afford one. The man of God had tears in his eyes. Across the food court he could see the members of his discussion group waiting in line for their orders, preparing to confront the important spiritual issues of their lives. Chris continued, Forgive me, Jesus. I'm going to take this and put it on the table. We'll use it tonight. It won't solve all my problems, that's for sure, but even just looking at it will give me hope. Life, death, resurrection, that's what I've been preaching. The Lord calls on us to give up worldly things. I can't get much more worldly than debt. I know it's time to, how do the kids say it, let go and let God. Folding his hands in prayer, the clergyman added, Time to die to self and these bills. They are in your hands now, Lord. Amen. The pastor took a breath. Easing his hand out of the bag, he placed the object of his salvation on the table. The pastor pulled away as he watched the crowd for a reaction. Dozens of busy people never looked his way. How can this be? The most powerful thing man could create, sitting on a table right in front of them, and no one even notices. Chris looked at the chalice that he'd set on the table, stunned by the beauty it radiated. Or is that power? Is it power, Lord? The chalice had a long history in his family, belonging to his grandfather, also a Lutheran pastor, back in the day. A gift to Chris at his ordination, he prized it more than any other possession. The chalice reminded him of his grandfather. The chalice reminded him of his faith. The chalice reminded him that he was not alone, not ever. Even swimming in debt,
Chris knew no one could put a price on that. Chris, a man who chatted with store windows, mirrors, stacks of bills, even his shoes, cleared his throat to address his chalice. "Thank you. Besides Jennifer and the kids, you mean the most to me. I don't care how bad life gets. I know I can count on you to be here for me. Which is why I brought you here. Tonight. We're going to do communion right here during holding court." Looking around at a crowd of diners busily moving about their lives, he continued in his tender tone, "These folks need to know that they aren't alone either. They need to know that no matter how bad it gets, or whatever they go through, they are special and they can keep their heads raised up." Chris peered into the cup section of the chalice. The distorted reflection carried a sacred message. "You're welcome, beloved. Life might be crappy, but that's just an echo of the world in which we live. There's a better way. Fill me up, consecrate the wine, taste, and see that the Lord is good. Have hope." Chris was in a type of trance, having a most holy moment, when Duante approached the table. Seemingly oblivious to the spiritual moment, the sporting goods clerk announced, "I just got off my shift, Pastor. Am I the first one here?" Startled, Chris shook the lofty thoughts from his head. "Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good to see you, Duante. Sorry, you caught me in a bit of prayer there. No worries, Padre. I sure hope some of those prayers were for me. I can always use prayers." Duante stood with his arms behind his back. He was holding something. Chris couldn't tell what it was. "You want to have a seat? Or grab food first? You can leave your things with me. What do you have behind your back?" Duante bounced back and forth like a kid with a secret. "Well, I'd say it's the answer to one of your prayers." "Oh." Duante brought his right arm around to the front. He held the exact lacrosse stick that Sophie had requested. "Here, this is for you." "What?" Chris replied in shock. "How much?" "Nothing," the young man responded. "With God as my witness, not 15 minutes after you left, I found it in the back storeroom marked damaged. Someone had buried it under a pile of returned clothes. I looked at the stick for another 15 minutes and couldn't find anything wrong with it. I think it's actually brand new and got put in the wrong pile, but store policy says we can't sell it, so I'm not. I'm giving it to you. Just put out your arms and pretend you're the dumpster." "Oh, my God, are you serious?" Chris asked, not sure what else to say. "Yeah, I'm serious," Duante responded. "You deserve it, man. Give it to your daughter and enjoy watching her play. The store won't take any money for it." Chris couldn't believe his eyes. "Well, let me give you something for it," he insisted. "Nope, not me either. The only thing I'll take from you is a thank you." Chris shot up from his seat and grabbed a hold of Duante, giving him a bear hug. "Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. I can't wait to take it home and give it to Sophie. She'll be so happy. My wife won't believe the good news." Letting go of Duante, they both sat at the table. The proud father set the lacrosse stick on the ground by his backpack. Turning and looking at the chalice in the center of the table, he silently prayed, "You weren't kidding." Other members of the holding court crew were arriving now. The Williamsons were always early. "See, I told you we would get here before everyone else," Jeffrey observed. "Welcome, Jeffrey. Welcome, Pat," the minister said to the couple. "We'll get started at our usual time. I think the others are grabbing something to eat or drink." More of the group had started filtering over to the table, setting soft drinks and bagged meals down, greeting each other, and making small talk. Chris continued addressing the first couple. "Go ahead, Jeffrey and Pat. We'll wait for you if it takes a minute. I've planned a good conversation topic for tonight." "Is that what the chalice is for?" asked Pat. "It's beautiful." "Yeah, I thought we'd do something different tonight. Something I think will give us all hope."
"4:24 p.m. Caitlin Browning." Riding down the escalator, Caitlin caught sight of Ricardo turning at World Treasures and entering the food court. Minutes later, she walked up behind him. "Ricardo, wait up!" "Caitlin!" He dashed to her side and bent down, hitting her full force with a hug she'd waited a month to feel. "I missed you!" He hummed the words into her ear as he lifted her off the floor and spun her around. Caitlin felt breathless. She couldn't remember experiencing such excitement and warmth. Ricardo set her down, but didn't let go. Instead, he held her at arm's length, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Oh, wow! Look at you! Your hair is perfect! You're perfect!" His eyes danced as a shy smile filled his face. Caitlin beamed. "I missed you too, Ricardo." About 6 feet tall and athletic, Ricardo never failed to turn heads. Wearing blue jeans and a blue plaid flannel shirt, he appeared stylish, though casual. Reaching up to tousle Ricardo's thick dark hair, Caitlin watched as his warm brown eyes sparkled and his smile broadened. "Great! I've been so anxious for you to come home. I can't stop grinning. Let's grab a table. Are you hungry?" "I'm starving. Growing boy and all that," he yammered. "I'm dying for a burger, but the food lines wrap around the court. Let's catch up a little first." Holding hands, they ambled over to one of the few empty tables and sat down. They chatted, their heads bent together. Ricardo shared stories about what was happening in school, both in terms of schoolwork and students they both knew. "You missed a really ugly situation at lunch today," Ricardo reported. "Remember that creep, Dirk Hayes, the bully? Well, he was in what my Gramps would call a fine form today. He managed to accidentally knock over the lunch tray of his favorite target, Will Humphreys. Food flew all over the cafeteria floor." "Poor Will. That kid can't catch a break." "Yeah, well, the lunch lady couldn't help. She just stood there and dithered. Everyone knows Dirk is a bully, but no one stops him. He tortures that Will kid, but never suffers any consequences. I think they're all afraid of him, even the principal and assistant principal." The young man sighed. "That's awful." Caitlin felt sadness for a kid she didn't really know or understand. She sensed his deep desire to be accepted. Ricardo continued, "I do feel sorry for Will, even though he's a dork. I guess dorks have rights too." "They also make the best victims." "Right. No one ever seems to stand up for him," he hesitated, "including me." Shaking his head, he added, "I'm ashamed to admit that. Will seems beaten down all the time, like his life is filled with so much misery that he's drowning in it." "That's so sad," Caitlin agreed. "If I've learned anything in the last month, I think both Dirk and Will would benefit from some intensive counseling." "Not that they're gonna get it," Ricardo blurted. "Counseling seems to have been helpful for you, but then again, you're not anything like those two. I don't think Will knows how to get help, and that Dirk would take a therapist's head off. They're exact opposites, those two, but they share one thing in common. They're lost causes." Caitlin leaned back in her chair. A darker cloud had returned. "You think they're locked in eternal battle with each other?" "Yeah. It's almost like a cat-and-mouse thing with them." Frowning, Caitlin replied, "Except in the cartoons, the mice outsmart the cat every time. In real life, not so much." Caitlin looked around, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to change the subject. She could barely cope with her own problems, let alone thinking about those of her classmates, especially that jerk Dirk. Nearby, a minister worked to push 2 tables together. His efforts caught Caitlin's eye. A priest? Is he going to lead a prayer meeting? In the food court? In the back of her mind, she could tell that Ricardo felt excluded when her attention wandered, but their conversation upset her, and she'd learned to distract herself rather than dwell on the sadness. She turned back to her boyfriend and apologized for drifting away. "I can't talk about the bully anymore. I just want to people watch for a while. Somehow that relaxes me." "I understand. I'm glad you told me. I should have thought better than bringing up such sad stuff. You people watch all you want." Ricardo reached for her hand, and she let him. She turned to check out the other customers. At a table not far from her, a man wearing a brown jacket was sitting alone. He keeps looking at his phone, waiting for someone, and getting impatient. As she watched him, Caitlin thought of her grandfather. I miss Pop-Pop. Wish he was still here. A darling man, but not a real patient one. Wonder if that guy has grandkids too. Then, glancing behind her, she saw a skinny kid with long brown hair scrubbing one of the tables. Caitlin shielded her mouth, leaned against Ricardo, and whispered, Speak of the devil, isn't that Will working over there? Sure looks like him, was the quiet reply. Pretty intense. He's making quite a racket slamming those trays around. Changing the subject, Ricardo reached for Caitlin's hand. Time to order. What do you want to eat? Choices are burgers, Subway sandwiches, Chinese food, sushi, or pizza. Sushi? She echoed. I don't think so. Not at a mall. Ricardo laughed. Mental note, no mall sushi. I had pizza for lunch. What about you? I'm getting a cheeseburger with ketchup, lettuce, and tomato, and fries, of course. If you tell me what you want, I'll get the food. I want Chinese, a cup of hot and sour soup, and a spare rib combo platter. Sounds good. You stay here and save our table. Looks like this place is starting to fill up. Observing Ricardo as he strolled away, Caitlin mused, chin resting in her hands. What a thoughtful guy. I'm so lucky to have a boyfriend as sweet, kind, and considerate as Ricardo. That's what sets him apart from most other boys his age. On top of that, he's so handsome. But even more important, he truly understands depression. I can relax and just be myself. I don't have to hide my mood. No false bravado. No pretending to be okay when I'm not. No platitudes. Just support. She sighed. Wish that was the case with the rest of the world. Nearby, an older woman with 2 young kids sat playing Uno. How delightful to be young and happy, Caitlin thought. No self-doubt or lack of esteem. No worries. No pressures. Earth to Caitlin, Ricardo teased as he placed their food on the table. You're a million miles away. Sorry, just thinking. Now you're scaring me, he joked. Caitlin pulled the paper down her straw and blew into the open end, shooting the wrapper at him. Ricardo's expression changed. Becoming more serious, he spoke. You know, the tickets for the senior prom will be available next week. He hesitated, swallowing several times before continuing. Caitlin, I'd be honored if you would be my date. Will you? Are you up for it? Without hesitation, his girlfriend responded, Of course I will. She laughed. If you don't mind me wearing these sweats. Careful there. I've got a straw, too, he glowed as he teased. I'll need to find a dress or a gown. Ugh, decisions. I can barely pick out jeans. But Mom would love to check out prom stuff. She and I are coming back here tomorrow. It's formal, right? Are you going to need a tux? The prom dominated their conversation as they ate their dinner. They discussed what they would wear and color choices, so Ricardo's tie and cummerbund could match Caitlin's attire. He knew more about it than she did, which felt nice for a change, for both of them. Flowers were another topic. Wrist corsage or one to be worn on the shoulder. A matching boutonniere for Ricardo, and on and on. I'm so glad you're on top of this, Caitlin chewed slowly, pausing before she finished speaking. I'll be doing Tai Chi and working on my coping skills while you get the flower shopping done. Tilting his head toward the mall walkway, Ricardo stood up. Restroom. Be right back. Caitlin glanced around the food court as she waited for Ricardo to return. Pulling out her phone, she texted her mom. Mom, today, amazing. Happy Dale, promising. Love haircut and nails. Thanks. She hit send. Then, grinning, she wrote another text. OMG! Ricardo asked me to prom. Check out prom stuff tomorrow? After sending the second text, Caitlin realized she would be home later than expected. The young woman crafted a third message. BTW, eating at food court. Will text on way home. Love you. Lucky you are my mom. A warmth flushed her face. OMG, she mused. What is this feeling? Could it be happiness? No sooner had she embraced her good feeling when Caitlin glanced around the room, noticing someone she had not seen before. At a table near the exit sat a bearded man wearing a blue baseball cap and a hoodie with the hood pulled up over his cap. Geez, that's one whack-looking dude. Where did he come from? Grimacing, she turned away. Something about him was disturbing, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Why is he constantly fiddling with that box? Just watching him caressing it makes my skin crawl. His body language is strange. A minute passed, her nerves tensed. Her mouth fell open as she realized why he made her uncomfortable. He reminds me of one of the patients in the hospital, the one who was schizophrenic. Where's Ricardo? I need to get out of here. She began to hyperventilate. She tried to calm herself as panic took hold. Stop it. You're overreacting. A moment later, Ricardo returned. After a look at Caitlin's face, he asked with concern, What's wrong? She let out a sigh. I'm not sure. It's probably just me, but there's a guy over there. No, don't turn around. Who gives me the heebie-jeebies. He's wearing a blue baseball cap covered by a hood. Strange. He's not right. Ricardo sat down next to Caitlin and put his arm around her. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the man who was the source of Caitlin's distress. I can see why you reacted the way you did, he whispered as he turned to her. He looks like a junkie, or maybe a drunk. The way he's fiddling with that box, he's probably got his stash inside. Strange, I'll admit. We can leave if you want, but he's probably just homeless. Caitlin took a breath. Yes, I'm probably just overreacting. Let's stay a while longer. I was actually enjoying myself. "4:25 p.m. Emma Franz." Emma meandered past the shops near the Apple store. Famished from having missed her lunch, the security guard had to plead with her manager to get a 15-minute break. Biff, not his real name, but what Emma called him in her thoughts, told her that she'd have to work through to the end of her shift. It's only a little more than a half hour. You got a short day today anyway. Emma fumed. I'm entitled to a break. The law requires it. Forcing a respectful tone when she would have much rather threatened him with her pepper spray, she added, And it's more than what you're legally compelled to do. It's the decent thing to do. Le Chocolatiers gives free truffles to their fudge club members every week. If I don't get mine today, I'll forfeit them. Have a heart, man. I'm talking about chocolate here. The manager relented, calling a member of the Genius crew over to take watch. Emma so wanted to sprint down to the confectionery store. Thinking better of it, she walked instead. Always on duty, and with a wary eye, she checked her surroundings. She watched for malingering high school kids and other ne'er-do-wells. Emma's mom called them hoodlums. Her best friend Jason called them ball-busters. Every town had a troop of those kids who already had zero respect for mall security, and when given the chance would cause unnecessary frustration and massive headaches. Though short on time, with some serious mall territory to traverse, Emma had no intention of running down the hall in some desperate fashion and giving those ball-busters something to laugh about for the next few days. The security guards at Liberty Mall had learned the hard way that they were never actually on break. Among their other shenanigans, the hoodlums remained on constant lookout for any moment of unprofessionalism they might exploit. Lucky for Emma, it hadn't happened to her personally. But Jason, poor Jason, he worked security at the jeweler's by the mall exit. One evening, after working late, one of the ne'er-do-wells recorded him running to his car and busted his balls good. The hoodlums set their 20-second video to slapstick music from some old black-and-white movie. Jason never lived it down. He quit his job 3 weeks later. "I miss him," Emma muttered to herself. "Took one for the team, he did. Being the first one of us captured on tape, actually looking human. I don't care how short my break is. I'll never run for anything," Emma chuckled to herself. "Unless this place catches fire or something, then I suppose a running security guard will look heroic." "Unless she's filmed running away," a voice added. Surprised by the eavesdropper who snuck up on her and interrupted her as she spoke to herself, Emma whipped around to see Robin from the confection store, right on her heels. "Oh, you startled me," Emma blurted with a smile. Her face flushed, as it always did, when she got that close to Robin. "You headed my way?" the clerk from Le Chocolatiers asked, elbowing Emma gently in the ribs. Blood flushed Emma's face and ears. "Gah, I wish I could wear my hair down," she thought, feeling self-conscious about the full-blown blush that had undoubtedly turned her entire head and neck bright red. "As a matter of fact, I am. I have exactly—" The security guard checked the time on her wristwatch. 11 minutes left to my break, and I intend to spend 5 of it savoring a turtle truffle." "Lucky for you, I'm just coming off break myself. We've been so busy lately. You'd probably have to wait in line, but I'll get it for you before I clock back in." Robin flashed that full-faced, deep-dimpled, bright-eyed smile that melted Emma like hot fudge. Just short of a full-blown swoon, the single mom maintained her composure. "I'd tell you that you don't need to do that, but I'm pressed for time, so I'll just say thank you." "Well, I'd tell you that you could thank me by grabbing me an iPad next time you're leaving work, but I realize you're not that kind of gal." Emma chuckled, playing along with the joke. "Some days I wish I was. If I had a sideline selling off electronics, I'd have a place in town by now." "You still living with your mom?" Robin asked. "Oh, man, yeah," Emma lied. "That commute is a biatch." Robin leaned in and rested their head on Emma's shoulder as they walked. Emma wriggled out from underneath the embrace. Robin shrugged it off. "You still afraid to be caught on tape?" "Poor Jason. His torment really left a mark." Patting Emma's arm, the candy clerk continued, "Well, anyway, you let me know when you're living in town, and I'll make good on that offer to buy you pizza and a beer one night after work." Emma stammered, We'll do." Once inside Le Chocolatiers, Robin donned an apron and opened the truffles case. Placing 2 turtle truffles in a small white bag, they brought the package to the back of the line and handed it to Emma. A customer in front of the mall cop complained, "Hey, we were here first." Robin turned and bowed at the waist. "Pardonnez-moi, madame. Merci for your patience. I know you wouldn't want this brave person in blue to be late for her guard station. Besides, I haven't punched back into work yet, so technically this isn't even happening." The customer shrugged. "Yeah, sorry. Chocolate cravings make me hangry." Emma whispered, "Thank you." Robin blew a kiss and whispered back, "You owe me." Once outside the chocolate shop, Emma put one of the candies into her mouth and turned 3 pirouettes as she walked back toward the Apple store. "Hey, let them put that on TikTok." Then, straightening up, Emma scolded herself. "I really shouldn't lie to Robin about living with Mom. Robin is absolutely cool about everything, and I'm pretty sure they've had their own struggles to tolerate over the years. They'd probably understand." Deep down, Emma knew, and knew it like she knew her own name. Nobody understood. And besides, she mused as she took the second truffle from the bag, what if they didn't get it? What if Robin just started looking down on me or pitying me? I'd croak. Rolling the truffle around with her tongue to tuck it into her left cheek, she continued her train of thought. I couldn't take it if that delightful flirtation turned into pity. I'd just die. I have no idea why I'm so crazy about Robin, crazier than I've been about anyone in years." Emma smiled and nodded. "It's better this way. We'll have plenty of time to tell our truths over pizza, once I get a place for me and the kids." Savoring the remnants of her chocolate, Emma munched down. Her teeth cut through the nutty center. She crushed the empty bag and tossed it into a nearby recycling bin. Feeling better than she had all day, the security guard approached her post at the front of the Apple store. She waved off her replacement, who hightailed it back to the sales floor. Moments later, a hulking brute stormed over to her side. Emma smelled him before she saw him. A foul odor of rancid sweat mingled with cigarette smoke and urine filled her nose. "Wow," he sneered. The purveyor of so much stench jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward Le Chocolatier's. Emma narrowed her eyes, catching a flash of darkness on the cuff of the sleeve protruding from his hoodie. "Is that blood?" "You and him? Her? It? What's that like? Does it vary based on the appliances you two wear?" Unfazed by his vulgarity, but defensive for Robin all the same, Emma quashed her disgust and ran scenarios through in her head. "Jesus Christ, Roger, that's your name, right? Roger? You've tried to make trouble for me before. What's under that hoodie? You've been out hurting little animals and get their guts on your sleeve? Is that where the reek comes from?" Emma struggled, attempting to conceal the fact that she recognized him. She played along with his taunting. "Mind your own business." His eyes flashed victory. "Good for you, you little shit. You think you've unnerved me." For consistency's sake, she added, "Motherfucker." Clamping her mouth shut, Emma watched as Roger cradled a long box, his filthy hands wrapped tightly around the tattered cardboard. "A longbow? What are you going to do with that, my smelly suspect? You obviously aren't returning it. You've had it for a while." The walking landfill interrupted her thoughts. "Oh, come on, cop lady." Emma looked up and deep into his eyes. He's on something. His pupils are so dilated his sockets look empty. Snickering, Roger continued his harangue. "Just tell me, does it have an innie or an outie? Inquiring minds want to know." "Evaluation's over. This fucker's getting out of my face now." "That's it." Emma yanked her flip phone from the holster and dialed 911. A dispatcher responded. 911, what is your emergency?" Snarling, Emma used her phone to point at the simpering misfit. He surrendered with one hand in the air. "You win. I'm leaving." Emma put the phone to her ear and spoke. "This is Emma Franz, Apple Store Security. I thought I had an incident brewing, but the coward thought the better of it. Sorry to trouble you." 10-4, Franz, the voice on the other end of the line responded. "No trouble. It's why we're here. Glad you brought it under control, but don't worry about calling us whenever you feel the need." Emma folded the phone and put it back in her pocket, trembling as the adrenaline she'd needed overflowed its mission. The residue of her fight-or-flight response coursed through her veins. Did that son of a bitch come here just to yuck my yum? Or has he got violent intentions? I don't like whatever he had on his sleeve. Every bit of her encounter with Roger, that was his name, right? Roger? Every bit of her encounter made her uneasy. The transphobia, that didn't surprise her coming from a thick-necked, dirty white boy. But the box, what's he got in that box? The Apple security guard depressed the button on her communicator and said the one thing she knew would enable her to leave her post. "Possible 487. Suspect proceeding further into the mall. Need a replacement so I can pursue." The store manager's voice snapped back instantly. "Go get our merch back, Emma. We'll get someone to cover the front of the store. Good work."
4:26 p.m. Roger Elliot. The best moments in Roger's short, unhappy life all happened at the end. He strolled past the store fronts on the first floor, a man freed of all filters, spoiling for confrontation. His first opportunity presented itself at Macy's. Stopping at the entrance, Roger surveyed the store. And there she was, Melanie, the biggest set of tits in the entire mall. Melanie, who preened and arched her back whenever a hot dude was in sight. Melanie, who fussed with her name tag and shirt buttons while conversing with said dude. Melanie, who clutched clipboards, stock items, or her arms directly across her chest whenever she had any interaction with Roger. Chatting with a young couple, she positively wriggled in post-sale delight. On the counter between them sat the all-clad 10-piece stainless steel cookware set. "Ooh, big score, Melanie," he chuckled. Melanie's practiced smile fell as Roger sidled up to the couple. "Good choice, folks," he said, with a glance at the boxes. "You can't beat stainless. Totally worth the outrageous price." Roger caught Melanie's eyes. "You made sure to include the extended warranty, right, Mel?" As his eyes drifted down to her chest, she raised a sheaf of papers and held them in front of her. "Is that it, there?" Roger plucked the papers out of her hand. "Let's see here. Oh, goody. A lifetime additional warranty, and for the low, low price of $9.99 a month, charged directly to your card, forever. Such a deal." He turned to the couple. "These pans are made of steel. That's the same stuff they build bridges and skyscrapers with. Know why? 'Cause it's fucking indestructible. And yet you're coughing up an endless stream of money to protect it from what exactly?" The woman's glare at her partner told Roger the whole story. "Was this your idea?" Roger asked her. "No," she said, lips pursed. "His." "Don't be too hard on him, honey. He couldn't hear you. Melanie's tits don't talk, but damn, they're loud. You seem nice. Here's a favor." Roger ripped the warranty to shreds and let them flutter to the floor. "Tefal is half the price and easier to clean. It's 10% off at the kitchen shop just around the corner." "You greasy fat pig!" Melanie's face drained to pale white. Pink spots on her cheekbones contorted to ugly. "How dare you!" Roger laughed. "It's a new me, Mel. Gotta go. But first, I just have to know." Cupping each breast from the side, he bounced them together, an eager grin stretching up to avid eyes. Melanie let out a loud shriek as she swatted his hands away. "Don't touch me! How dare you!" "Whoa!" he gulped, ignoring her protests. "Real. Dear God, so real. Damn! If you only knew how much money I could have won with this knowledge." Three slack-jawed faces watched Roger amble out of the entrance. He wandered down the walkway, doling out his hate to those who'd hurt him. Thinly veiled insults, crude remarks, and hand gestures gave way to uglier acts. As his filters fell away, Roger found joy in topping his prior verbal barbarism with each inappropriate performance. Waltzing into Tropic Burger, where that snotty Chelsea had always made an art form of slow walking his order, he grabbed his crotch, leaned across the counter, and hissed, "Hey, Chelsea, here's the beef. Gobble this, you black bitch." Few in the food court heard him, but everybody heard Chelsea. "Get away from me, you creepy asshole!" she barked. The madman's grip on reality falling further away, paranoia in full bloom, Roger had another snap fantasy. Chelsea smirks at him, her eyes glittering. "Unless you'd like to order a Roger burger, we make those special just for you. It's a team effort." Roger glances around. The two fry cooks meet his gaze. Grins spread across their faces. One clears his throat. The other mimes a sneeze. He thinks, "You cocksuckers, let's go right here, right now." Yanking Black Beauty out, he ignores Chelsea as she drops behind the counter, focusing on pumping lead into the fry cooks first. Dancing like marionettes from the steel-jacketed impacts, they fall back onto the hot griddle, screaming and twitching. A new sizzling meat smell fills the air. He leans over the counter, training the rifle on Chelsea, and waits. She looks up and gasps, her eyes and mouth widening into giant O's. Roger giggles as he puts a single round right down her throat, Spit that out, sweetie." "No," Roger whispered. "Step away. Wait. The time will announce itself." Chelsea stood, arms crossed, glaring at him. She wasn't alone. Among the other eyes staring at him was an old fuck, easily 60-something, his brown Carhartt jacket snugged around a beefy frame. This fossil had been giving Roger serious side-eye since he stomped into the food court, full of a driving need to kill everyone in reach. Roger's return surveillance confirmed a concealed handgun. As the old guy regarded Roger, his hand kept caressing the shoulder of his jacket. "Concealed weapon," thought Roger. "He's memorizing the position and angle. Time to mosey." Roger grinned at Chelsea and, channeling his best Schwarzenegger, pronounced, "I'll be back." He paused at the entrance to the food court to watch a little passion play unfold on the other side of the walkway. Emma, the Apple Store security guard, practically hugging herself as she got free candy and a blown kiss from the whatever it was who worked at Le Chocolatier's. As she walked away, Emma danced, literally danced, down the walkway. Her dreamy expression said it all. "Holy shit," Roger said. He followed her back to her post at the front of the store, recalling their first encounter 1 year earlier. While waiting for an appointment at the Genius Bar, he'd simply been browsing all the cool Mac toys when he felt her eyes on him. They stayed on him, nonstop, no matter where he drifted in the store. Finally Roger locked his eyes on hers and walked right up. "Problem, lady?" "Your coat," Emma said, indicating the ankle-length black duster he was sporting. "In my biz we call that the shoplifter special. Nothing personal, pal." Roger watched her gaze shift from his messy hair to his close-set eyes, and then on down to his unkempt fingernails. When her face came back up he read her assessment. It was more than just his coat. Once again, rejected on sight of a woman. "You do know that every item in this joint is cabled to the table, right?" "Yes, and I know that pockets as big as those can easily hold a fine pair of cable cutters, plus any merchandise those cutters might liberate. Just doing my job." "Sure you are," replied Roger. "Fine. Go ahead and watch." He turned and walked off, murmuring, "Jesus, give a bitch a badge." "Sir," came from behind him, "my ears work even better than my eyes. Any more disrespect and you'll be banned from this establishment." Coldness and suspicion had highlighted all their encounters since. Now, as Roger approached her, Emma's goofy smile faded to a flat line of compressed lips. "Wow," he said, jerking his thumb back at the candy shop. "You and him? Her? It? What's that like? Does it vary based on the appliances you two wear?" Emma struggled for composure. "Mind your own business." She clamped her mouth down hard, but Roger still heard "motherfucker" echoing in the space between them. "Oh, come on, cop lady," he snickered. "Just tell me, does it have an innie or an outie? Inquiring minds want to know." "That's it," Emma snarled. She yanked her phone out and tapped the screen. Roger heard an emergency operator answer. 911, what is your emergency?" Roger backed away, grinning and waving his free hand in supplication. "You win. I'm leaving." He turned and sauntered off. It wouldn't do for the real cops to come. Not just yet, anyway. He listened to Emma standing down the situation with the operator, and then forgot the entire encounter. There was Tiffany, her legs still mercifully intact, headed to the food court. Perfect. Roger followed, his heart thudding so hard his ears ached. The countdown had begun. "4:53 p.m. Earl Bricker." "How many dresses could one woman try on?" Earl looked again at his cell phone for messages, then glanced up at the second-floor walkway, hoping to see Mary Jane. Almost 2 hours had passed since he'd left his wife at the top of the escalator. But Earl had neared his breaking point. He felt like his ass had fused to this piece of crap uncomfortable plastic chair. He doubted he'd be able to rise when his wife did arrive. Earl had done his best to pass the time while waiting for Mary Jane. He'd bought her the owl, eaten a burger and fries, checked the news on his cell phone, visited the men's room twice, and may have even dozed off for a few minutes. Around 4 o'clock he'd slipped over to Auntie Anne's and bought Mary Jane a cinnamon sugar soft pretzel, anticipating that she would join him soon. At this point she'd be eating it cold. After the pretzel purchase he had no other way to count down the minutes except people watch. Earl had felt a bit like a spy, studying various individuals in the food court. People were gathering for what looked like a Bible study group. A man dressed in black with a white clerical collar Earl pegged him as a priest had pushed some tables together. The priest even brandished a shiny gold cup in his hands, like some churches used for communion. Was it called a goblet? No, another word. Earl failed to retrieve the name from his overloaded brain. Earl hardly called himself devout. In fact, if Mary Jane didn't insist, he would skip church and go fishing or hunting most Sundays. Their son Kent had clearly inherited his devotion to religion from his mother, not his father. But long ago Earl had accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, and he'd always figured a bargain was a bargain, so he'd tried to live a life that would land him in heaven when he died. However, meeting to praise the Lord in a shopping mall food court? That struck Earl as an unusual path to salvation. He thought, I'll have to ask Mary Jane what she thinks of this gathering. As Earl eavesdropped on the Christians, he turned his attention to a trim 40-something woman in a green shirt drinking a cup of coffee at a table near his. She nodded to Earl and said, "Good afternoon." The woman commented on his World Treasures bag, asking if he was celebrating a special occasion. Earl showed her the owl and explained the mother of the bride's significance before carefully swathing the figurine back in its protective tissue. "She'll love the owl," the woman exclaimed, complimenting the cubby's artistry. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the woman excused herself, saying she had to eat her food. As she turned away, Earl heard her phone ping, and the woman murmur something to herself about Eileen running late. He shook his head and sighed. "Looks like Mary Jane's not the only one." Earl reflected upon the brief interaction with the pleasant woman. This kind stranger struck him as a classy person, and looking into the future, he imagined that his daughter, Becky, might have a similar competent demeanor and professional aura when she reached the woman's age. One difference, though: this striking woman carried an air of sadness about her. He hoped that Becky, who had always been such a joyful child and young woman, would retain the lovely spirit throughout her entire life. He saw in his daughter an echo of the sincere sweetness with which her mother lived every single day. Her mother. Thinking of Mary Jane, Earl tapped his foot for a few seconds, then stood up and stretched, just to prove he could still move. He searched one more time for messages before he slammed the phone down. Trying to remain calm, Earl took a deep breath and slid the World Treasures bag closer to him on the table. But the distraction offered by the brief stretch lasted only a moment. Earl ran his fingers through his hair in exasperation. "Damn woman," he muttered. "I'm a patient man, but you could at least tell me what's going on. One more minute and I'm going to text you, or walk down to Nordstrom and find you." No sooner had Earl spoken than his text chime rang. Finally. Mary Jane wrote, "Found the perfect dress. Sorry it's taken so long. I'm leaving here now. See you soon." Earl replied, "Glad you found a dress. I'm still in the food court, near the bottom of the escalator." Feeling a bit guilty about his peevishness over the long wait, Earl made the uncharacteristic move of adding a heart emoji before he pressed send. He noted the time of his text, 12 after 5. It would be close to 6 before they made it back to the parking lot outside Macy's. Earl searched for the positive, like Mary Jane always told him to do. "By then the traffic will have thinned. The line at Red Lobster will be shorter. Plus, I'll be hungry again by the time we get there." Earl leaned forward and frowned when he spotted "that guy," the one the server had called a creepy asshole, slinking back into the food court. Earl couldn't have come up with a better description for the nasty weasel. Earl's hackles rose again as the guy plopped down at a table on the far edge of the food court. The guy seemed even jumpier than when he'd caused the earlier scene at Tropic Burger. Earl caught the creep sneaking glances in his direction and fiddling with the bow box nestled at his feet. Increasingly uneasy, Earl unzipped his Carhartt for easy access to his pistol. He worried that this could shape up to be one of those good guy with a gun situations. Then the guy slammed the table, all the while looking at Earl. The wise old grandpa reached for his pistol, then stopped short with a snort. "This jerk's just playing with you. You're overreacting, man. It's been a long, long day. Let's just hope this creepy asshole leaves the food court by the time Mary Jane arrives." A commotion near the front of the food court caught Earl's attention. At one of the tables a tall blond father in a college sweatshirt screamed at a small boy. Although they were too far away for Earl to hear well, he caught a fragment of the adult's words. "Joey, what did I say?" The man's face contorted with anger. The boy, no older than 8 or 10, sobbed. Nearby, the squirrely cleaning kid had paused his personal battle against discarded dirty plates and trays and stood, just watching the parent-child interaction, with a stricken look on his face. The teen seemed twitchy about the whole thing. For a moment Earl braced for the kid to intervene or even punch out the parent, a guy twice, hell, 3 times the teen's size, but then the cleaning kid turned on his heel and walked away. Glancing at his watch, Earl saw that only a few minutes had passed since Mary Jane's text. 5:15. He noticed an older woman and 2 children playing a card game near the church group. Earl figured the woman for their grandmother. The girl and boy chattered in excitement about going to the movies. Maybe a movie nap for the family. Losing focus on the psycho with the long box, he grew wistful, remembering the long-ago Friday evenings when Mary Jane and he had taken their kids for pizza and a movie at Blackbriar Cinema.
"4:55 p.m. Emma Franz." Emma raced down the mall walkway, no longer concerned about appearances. "It may not be a fire I'm running to, but I'll bet my storage unit something's on the horizon." Pulling out her phone, she hit redial. A voice came through the line. 911, what is your emergency? "Emma Franz here again. I called a few minutes ago." "Yeah, you're the mall cop, No worries," Emma dismissed the belittling term, her heart pounding. She had more important things concerning her. "That guy I called about, I got a bad feeling. I know you can't send someone over here for bad feelings, but can you patch me through to Officer Gomez? The mall's his beat, and he's helped me before." "Hold on, patching through." Seconds later, Eduardo's voice responded. "Officer Gomez, that you, Emma?" "Eduardo, thank God. There's a guy stalking the mall. He used to work here, several different jobs. He's back, and my bad guy radar is going off. He's toting a big box that says a longbow's inside. Gives me the creeps. I think his name is Roger." Silence on the other end of the line made Emma's heart skip another beat. She heard Eduardo talking excitedly to others. "Oh, what's his last name?" "I can't remember. He's about 5'9", gamey as fuck, wearing a sweatshirt with the hood pulled up over a ball cap. He literally smells like shit, and the sleeve of his shirt has some sort of nastiness on it. I could see it when he extended his arm. I'm almost at the mall security office. I hope to get my eyes on him through our closed-circuit system." "You're on your way there now?" Yeah, just walking through the doorway. Oh, fuck, the cameras are all shut off. Our mall manager shuts them off if nobody's working the booth. It'll take me a minute to get them all turned back on." "Good thinking. Do that immediately. When you get them fired up, do you think you can share the feed with headquarters?" "Share the feed?" Emma kept talking as she flipped the switches behind each monitor. "I don't know. I can try. Why? Why don't you just come over here? I'll tell you where to find him." "Franz, look. The whole PD has a manhunt underway for a suspect matching his description. Someone put a bullet in the brain box of a woman. We think she's that guy's mom. Best guess, he did it. If you can get us eyes on him, we can come into the mall sensibly and evacuate the parts of the mall farthest from him first. putting fewer people at risk should he have something dangerous in that box. Jesus, Eduardo, my kids! Where are they? Just then, the first of the cameras glowed to life. They're in the food court. They're with my mom. Emma's voice trembled as she spied Roger. Eduardo, so is he. Calm and forceful, Officer Gomez spoke to his friend. Franz, you're a cop. You're a good cop. The best chance your kids and your mom have is what you're doing right now. Emma stared, transfixed by the lit monitor that showed her Teddy and Sylvie laughing with their grandmother. Emma gasped. Wait, he's gone. Desperate to find Roger, who had slipped from view, she worked even faster, turning on the remaining monitors. I'll get the setup for you. Then I need to get into that food court and get my mom and my kids. You're not armed, are you? Emma wiped away a tear. No, but nothing. We've got men and tactical gear on their way. You've read all the books, most of them twice. Eduardo continued. Emma, we're going to do this by the book. Remember standard procedure? That's the safest plan. We'll get your kids and your mom. Well, if it's by the book you want, I'll turn the cameras on in here too. We'll record your orders and me following them. Emma hit the spacebar on the computer. If this goes sideways, we'll have a record. The screen came to life. She moved the cursor to the icon labeled Security Office Audio and Video. She left-clicked the mouse, opening the program. A red light on a camera behind her head switched on and started recording. Gomez swallowed so hard she could hear it over the phone. Emma, have you got the monitors on? Tell me what you see.
"5 p.m. Roger Elliot." Back in the food court, Roger slid into a chair as far away from the guy in the brown jacket as he could get. The man poked at his phone, one finger texting in the way of the ancient, but he made no bones about keeping an eye on Roger, paying special attention to the box as Roger set it on the floor. For the next few minutes the geezer appeared focused on his phone, but when Roger leaned down to open the top flap, the old dude made a show of unzipping his jacket. Shit, thought Roger. Well, he can't sit there forever. I'll just be cool until he leaves. Roger leaned forward, elbows on the table, hands clasped, head resting on them. His movement drew another glance from his nosy neighbor. Oh, yeah? Well, then, screw being cool. Let's play a little game, pal. Roger froze, focusing on holding himself motionless. He kept tabs on the man from the corner of his eye. His opponent's next glance was a fleeting surveil. The peep that followed a minute later turned into a stare. That's right, buddy. I haven't moved. Does that freak you out a little? Over the next few minutes Roger watched the man's face redden as peek after peek confirmed Roger was playing statue for him. Roger's gut hurt from the effort to suppress his giggles. Finally, tiring of the game, he waited for the guy to stare at the escalator for the 100th time. Jerking himself upright, Roger coughed and slapped his hands on the table. Mr. Brown Jacket jumped, his hand darting inside his coat. It reemerged empty. Roger grinned at the glare that sizzled his way. Writing the old fossil off, Roger leaned back in the chair and began assessing the dinner crowd. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which of you is first to go? He watched Tiffany take her mocha and sachet from Starbucks to a table. Double shot, tall and skinny, just like me, he'd heard her say one time. You first, for sure. As he pondered which way to fire after Tiffany went down, a raised voice caught his attention. I don't care what your mother gets you. You're eating chocolate ice cream because that's what I bought. 3 tables away, a large man jabbed his finger in the face of a young boy, maybe 8 years old. The kid responded with a small whine. The man slammed a fist the size of a ham onto the table. Fine, then you get nothing. He jerked the boy's bowl away. Most customers looked away while others peeped around their food or drinks. Not the skinny teen who cleaned the food court tables, removing trash left by lazy customers and wiping tables down. Roger remembered the kid, Will, from his own tenure cleaning after the mall slobs. Will stood transfixed by this family drama, his cleaning rag fluttering in a trembling hand. The child reached across the table for his ice cream.
What the hell did I say?
Yelled his father. The big man clamped down on the boy's arm and shook it like a castanet. The boy burst into tears. Roger watched the pimply-faced janitor stare at the crowd. Nobody moved to intervene. A spasm of emotion that struck a chord deep inside Roger crossed Will's face. The teen dropped his rag, spun, and marched out back toward the employee locker room.
5:06 p.m. Emma Franz. Emma spoke clearly and distinctly. "Eduardo, do you have the phone number for the landline here? My phone's going to run out of minutes and shut off any second now." "Good idea. Dispatch, you still on the line?" "Yes, sir. Putting you through now." The phone on the desk rang. Emma pushed the speaker button, closed her flip phone, and tossed it on the desk. Officer Gomez spoke clearly. "Emma, the chief's listening in too. Level 5 threats usually go to someone way above my pay grade, but because we got history, they'll let me interface with you. The chief won't interfere. He just wants to listen and learn from you at the same time I do. You okay with that?" Emma, conscious of the camera over her head, stiffened her back. "Yes, sir. I sure hope this is all just me overreacting to a gut feeling." The police chief spoke. "You are not overreacting. At the very least, we think this guy killed his mother. We don't want any more trouble from him." Emma nodded. "You okay, Emma? Can you tell us what's going on?" "Oh, sorry, Eduardo. Forgot you can't see me gesturing. Yeah, the suspect is in the food court. He's just sitting there, for now. Looks like he's scoping the place out. If he stays there, I'll have eyes on him. I have 16 cameras on the dining area. I turned off all the surveillance units over the cash registers, the ones the vendors use to watch for employee theft. I only want to focus on the people and the perp. I also left on the 2 cameras on the upper level over the escalator in case he makes a run for it." "Good. What else can you see?" "Eduardo, you know this place on a Friday evening, packed to the rafters. Lots of teens, families, like my mom and kids, not far from the escalators. I'd say there must be a couple of dozen employees working. There's a church group arriving. My friend Gretchen goes to that. She's a janitor here. She's coming down the escalator now." "Great work, Franz." The chief butted in. "Any update on the POI?" "Honestly, boss, I got at least 2 persons of interest here. There's an older guy. Looks like a model from the cover of Farm and Tractor magazine. Roger's giving him the stink eye, and he's giving it right back, rubbing the left side of his chest. I don't think he's having a heart attack. I think he might be packing. The way the cameras are positioned down there, I can see them both from pretty much every angle. I don't know what's in that bow box, but American Gothic down there doesn't like what he sees any more than I do. Not one bit." "What's the farm guy wearing?" "Work boots, maybe dress pants, and one of those heavy canvas jackets. The cameras are in black and white, so I can't tell you the color." "Like a Carhartt jacket?" Eduardo interjected. "Not sure. Could be," Emma responded. The chief engaged in a secondary conversation, faint but one that Emma could hear. "If the suspect pulls a weapon, we may end up with a shootout. Our eyes inside see what could be an armed citizen willing to engage the suspect. Advise the tactical team to watch for an older man wearing a canvas jacket. Remove his weapon without lethal force, if possible." "If possible," Emma muttered. "You okay?" Eduardo asked again. "As okay as possible, considering I got box seats at a mom's worst nightmare." "I don't know anyone as strong as you, Emma. You got this." Emma licked her lips, her focus bobbing from one monitor to the next. "Jesus, we got another scuffle starting. A big jock of a guy yanking on some little kid. God damn it, this mall needs someone up in the security booth 24/7. Emma turned a knob, zooming in with camera 21. She isolated a close-up of the guy's sweatshirt, Lockhart emblazoned on the front. She snapped a screenshot. Then, zeroing in on the guy's face, she took another. In an instant, she snagged a picture of the little boy, too. "In case I ever see you on the side of a milk carton," Emma said to no one. "Ed, when this is over, I got some pictures of a guy abusing a kid that you can chase down." Emma scanned the monitors, looking for Roger. "Found the POI. He sat at a table as far from the old man as he could. Seems that duffer intimidated him. The freak might stand down long enough for your team to get him." Within seconds of speaking, another monitor showed a flurry of activity. Emma watched a slender, teenage boy dash out of the employee back room, approaching the dining area. "What the fuck?" "What?" Eduardo and the chief asked in unison. "Jesus Christ, there's a third guy with a gun. Male, 140 pounds, dressed in dark clothes. He's just pulled an AR from a gym bag." If the chief and Officer Gomez spoke, Emma didn't hear it. Standing before a bank of monitors, Emma's eyes darted back and forth as she tried to discern where the young man pointed his weapon. "I think it's the minister," the security guard shouted into the room. "He's going to kill the minister."
"5:12 p.m. Will Humphreys." After abandoning a half-hearted attempt to clean the mess he'd made from kicking the mop bucket across the restroom floor, Will stomped through the dirty water and ducked into the locker room. Raging, he snatched the phone from his pocket. Pulling up his favorite social media, he tweeted, "I told you, naysayers. Wrath is upon you for not giving a shit." Then he posted his pre-made video on YouTube. A blinding need for retribution engulfed him. Having no thought or care about anything in this world, he stormed out of the locker room. With ferocity, he scrutinized the surroundings. His boss got in his face and yammered about more tasks. Not listening or caring, the young employee's gaze drifted past her. She yelled, "Will, snap out of it! You got more tables to clear." As if in a different reality, he simply stared at the customers, glancing once at the hooded guy with the box. The slimy figure appeared more fidgety, his eyes cold, lifeless, while studying the old man with a limp. Interesting. The dad, wearing the Lockhart University sweatshirt, suddenly barked, "Joey, what the hell did I say?" The big brute grabbed his son, shaking him by the arm. The little boy burst into tears while his father's punishing attack persisted. Neither in touch with his own humanity nor that of the father who blindly assaulted his son, Will marched back into the staff room and threw open his locker. There's no justice. Like a slow-motion nightmare, gym bag in hand, death in his eyes, he returned to the food court and thrust the concealed arsenal onto an empty table. Unzipping the bag, he whipped out the AR-15 rifle. In a hollow, drug-like state, Will succumbed to the surging rage at the world and his need for a reckoning. His brain drank the adrenaline his fury supplied. He snickered as he raised the gun. "Well, Dad, you're right. A man's got to make it happen." On pain-driven autopilot, Will turned first toward the man in the collar and his group, to punish the world for a lifetime of harassment. Justice, huh? You praying for it like my mom? What a joke. Here's justice. He yanked the trigger repeatedly, while the rifle flailed back and forth at the group. The force of the weapon thrust him backward. Staggering from the power of the discharge, Will heard only screams as people ran from him in every direction. Eyes blurred from lifelong pain, Will waved his instrument of vengeance back and forth, ripping holes across Palm Court, the food counters, fake trees, store kiosks, and innocent people, with terminal ferocity. Shrieks echoed in the mall. "Gun! Gun! Get out!" "5:17 p.m. Earl Bricker." Crack! 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 Earl's entire body went cold. He'd spent too many hours hunting and at the shooting range not to know a gunshot when he heard it. Several people with the church group crumpled to the ground. Earl shouted, "Everybody down! It's a shooter!" From the corner of his eye he saw not the creepy asshole but the squirrely table cleaner kid standing next to Tropic Burger, holding a semi-automatic rifle. His heart dropped. In a frantic scan of the area Earl glimpsed his wife clutching the railing at the upper level entrance to the escalator, frozen, a long plastic dress bag folded over her arm. "Mary Jane, get back! Get back! Save yourself!" he screamed. A continuous burst of gunfire rent the earth, and more people collapsed around him. A hefty church lady dove behind a plastic palm. The card-playing grandmother, standing, struggled to lift the two children into her arms as they screamed in terror. Registering the terrible danger, people fled Palm Court in every direction possible. Earl leapt to his feet, hands scrambling inside his jacket for his weapon. As he rose and whirled to confront the kid with the rifle, the hem of his jacket sent the World Treasures bag careening off the tabletop, and the abrupt twist caused his lame right knee to buckle. As he toppled forward, a gun in hand, Earl grabbed a plastic chair to stop his fall, but a bullet plowed into Earl's chest with enough force to halt his forward motion and drive him backward onto the floor. Earl felt his back slam into hard concrete, already slick with blood from his wound. A plastic chair shard sliced into his leg. The pistol tumbled from his fading grip. In that last instant, through a fast-ebbing din of non-stop gunfire and panic screams, he thought he heard Mary Jane wail his name.
"5:17 p.m. Leah McCall." A sudden uproar climbed a decibel behind her. Chairs squeaked against the linoleum. Some banged against the floor. Shouts, then wails, erupted from people rushing toward her, fear stamped on their faces. An ear-splitting sound ripped the air. Leah turned away, the fleeing crowd pushing her off her seat. Her mocha toppled onto the floor. Eileen appeared at the escalator behind a woman carrying a dress bag over her arm, her mouth an O. The woman looked frozen in place. "There she is! Eileen! Run! Hide!" Leah fanned both arms. "A shooter! Hey, everyone, run! An active shooter!" People in the walkway panicked, pushing and shoving others trying to escape. A bin flew across the food court, but the gunman sidestepped it, the rifle blasting holes as it raked over the shoppers and employees alike. Light bulbs popped. Shards of shattered glass flew like knives. Artificial palm trees sheared off as the shooter demolished his surroundings. Tables clattered to the floor as victims tried to hide behind them. Bodies dropped to the linoleum as the killer mowed them down. The man with the owl toppled to the ground beside her, red blooming from his chest. She glimpsed a pistol on the ground by his lifeless hand. She leaned in to grab it, but Leah felt bullets perforate her back, shredding her insides, smashing bones, and spilling blood. Falling, she slipped in a red puddle, her hands finding nothing to hold on to, and collapsed onto the floor. "Ryan, Sarah, Eileen, sorry." Unable to breathe, Leah McCall's body stilled.
"5:17 p.m. Roger Elliot." Roger missed Will's return. Screams of "Oh, my God!" followed by rifle fire startled him from his reverie. 20 feet from Roger, Will stood, planted in a shooter's stance, muzzle flashes leaping from an AR-15. A man with a group of friends collapsed to the floor, followed by a young girl at another table. The guy in the brown jacket had his handgun out. Drawing down on the kid, he stumbled. Before he got his shot off, his body jerked backward. He went to the ground, his weapon useless at his side. Will continued firing into the crowd. Conflicting thoughts battled in Roger's head. This was my shooting zone, you asshole. Then, maybe I should shoot him. I could be the good guy instead. Countered by another voice growing louder in his head. Yeah, until they connect you with your mom. Then, fuck it, I'll just join him. We can march through this place together and get the biggest body count ever. That idea triumphed. Yanking Black Beauty from the box, Roger jumped up, raising his rifle in one hand and a clenched fist of solidarity with Will. The Kid caught the motion from the corner of his eye. He spun and stared at Roger for a split second. Roger watched in disbelief as the Kid's lip curled and his rifle came up. 4 bullets flung Roger back over his chair and onto the floor underneath another table. The first round furrowed the side of his face, tearing off his cheek and ear. The second and third bullets exploded like tiny suns in his chest and stomach. The pain blotted out all thought for several seconds. When Roger's stunned mind staggered up from the initial shock, he realized it was the fourth bullet, the one that shredded his femoral artery, that meant death had arrived. The torrent of blood gushing from his thigh soaked his clothing from head to foot. He stretched a trembling hand over the wound and felt a warm fountain spurting his life out onto the floor. Black Beauty lay next to Roger's head, the barrel pointing straight at him. He regarded her mean little mouth. Many times Roger had peered into that mouth, imagining his victim's last thoughts when they realized they'd never see another thing.
But you wouldn't hurt me, right? You're my girl.
The mouth made no reply, or did it? Something he couldn't hear over the chaos raging around him? Roger craned his one ear toward the gun. The blazing pain touching his body seemed to diminish. So did the noise, like someone had turned the volume way down. Roger tried to scope the action, but his field of vision had shrunk to a small tunnel. He turned his gaze back to the rifle, still pointing right at him. Maybe now, yes. An echo drifted up through the barrel and out the little mouth. It was laughter. Voiceless, wordless laughter. The last thing Roger ever heard.
"5:17 p.m. Caitlin Browning." A roar echoed through the food court. Every head turned toward the thundering sound of gunfire ricocheting through the room. Caitlin covered her ears. Ricardo gripped one of Caitlin's hands, pulling her to her feet. "Let's go!" She clutched his hand as if it were her lifeline, and the young couple moved across the food court. The man with the box looked up, staring directly at Caitlin. She stopped for a moment, immobilized by his dead, flat eyes. His gaze lingered on her for a moment. Then he looked away. Crack, 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 shots rang out. Ricardo pulled Caitlin down into a crouch. "We've got to run." He leapt to his feet, tugging her toward safety. She shuddered, emitting a guttural sound, and went limp. Ricardo turned and blanched. He caught Caitlin and pulled her closer to him, his arms wrapped around her back. A wet heat coated his hands as they both crashed to the floor.
"5:17 p.m. Chris Deitrich." "Well, we sure need hope these days." Suddenly from across the room came a loud cracking sound. Then another crack, and again crack, followed by screams and the sound of shattering glass. Confusion set in. Each member of the small group froze in place, their brains processing the information faster than their bodies could. Then a temporary disconnect. Time had slowed down. Chris remained seated at the table. Pat, Jeffrey, and Duante lay crumpled on the ground, unable to move. Chris saw everything happening in slow motion bullet time. Jeffrey had moved first. He grabbed Pat and shouted in a distorted voice, "A shooter!" The pastor watched as Jeffrey pulled his wife to the floor. It looked like a series of still movie frames. Jeffrey climbed on top of Pat, still shouting in Chris's slow motion world, "Take cover!" Chris could feel his heartbeat pounding slowly and forcefully. Adrenaline rushed through his arteries, but outside his body everything remained painfully slow. With great effort Chris turned his head toward Duante just in time to see him get hit by 2 bullets in the arm. Chris thought it was only his arm, but Duante's chest exploded. He heard his new friend scream, then collapse. Each moment drew out like a nightmare without end. Crack, crack, crack! Things started to connect for Chris. The scene lasted mere minutes, but it felt like hours before Chris could understand a shooting. He was at the center of some random event. He sensed fear. Panic flooded the food court. Chris watched people running, pulling tables over, dying, all in slow motion. Bullets hit objects, causing them to shatter, fall, and break. Still more chaos came as people scrambled to try and save themselves. Chris sat unmoving. He watched the world around him break into a million glass, metal, plastic, and human pieces. Reality had always been a little off for Chris, in a joyful way at first because of faith, passion, believing, love, and his sweet, sweet family. Then COVID hit. Lung damage, depression, mounting and unending debt caused his life to lose meaning. His accumulated loss twisted his perspective in the opposite direction. Chris looked down at the chalice. The shiny goblet reflected the world around him, the nation's distorted truths. The ones he and his fellow Americans had been living became clear in the concave imagery. His world played tricks. For too long Chris saw all the people with smiles on their faces, in church, at the grocery store, in schools, and so many other places. His world projected safety, but not now. Now he knew. That wasn't real. This is. Looking deeper into the chalice reflection, he gained understanding. He saw the shooter off in the distance, again in slow motion. He watched the gunman turn one way, then another, each time releasing a triplet of terror. Crack, crack, crack! He watched the shooter's body lurch with each tap of the trigger. A distorted world made clear. The chalice spoke. Rise and shine. And get up, Chris followed orders. He looked up from the chalice. He saw an old woman screaming. She had 2 small children. Thanks to Chris's slow-motion perception, he could see the woman's lips moving. Her face contorted with terror as she struggled to yank the children out of harm's way. Chris couldn't see the children's expressions. Rather, he imagined his own children's faces superimposed over theirs. Suddenly he saw Jennifer in place of the older woman. "I love you," he cried out to them. In that moment Chris's time sped up. The pastor leapt from his seat, knocking the chair over backward. He climbed across the table, desperate to reach the woman and children huddled together, but still in the open. Bullets flew everywhere. Chris felt pain and doubted he'd been hit. Too much adrenaline pumped through his body to be certain of anything. Chris knocked over the plastic palm tree standing between him and the children. He charged forward. He knew he had to reach the little family. "I have to make it to them. I have to get there," he said to himself, as if he could rely on sheer willpower. "Help me, Lord. Be my strength," he prayed. He was almost there. Crack! 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 More bullets. A cacophony of sound deafened him. As Chris reached the family, he pulled them down to the floor. As he climbed over the grandmother, he felt white-hot pain in his back that radiated through his body. As his brain acknowledged that he'd taken a bullet to the back, he cried out, "I have to concentrate. This is too important." Steeling himself against the agony overwhelming him, he felt the little family under his arms, his legs, his torso. He shouted, "Are you okay?" A second pain spiked through his body. A third. He had been hit 3 times. This torture is unbearable. He wanted to escape the torment, but kept his arms out wide, like Jesus on the cross. A voice, the grandmother's, spoke close to his ear. "Yes, you saved us. The children are crying, so I know they are alive, but you are saving us." The grandmother couldn't move. She was pinned under her grandchildren and Chris. Chris's vision was fading. He knew he would lose consciousness in a matter of moments. As he lay there, his body covering the family, he looked into the little girl's face, inches from his own. The little girl kissed his cheek. He felt a lightness that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Soon he would be free, free from his debt, free from his worry, free from his pain. "Give God your glory, glory," his heart sang. He and the girl locked eyes. "Shh, shh, don't cry any more. Everything will be okay." The little girl quieted. He whispered to her again, "Just don't move. You know how to play. Now you must play dead." He closed his eyes one last time. His lungs released the air from his chest. Chris Deitrich died. Chris Deitrich was free. "5:17 p.m. Will Humphreys." The old man from the shooting range fumbled with what appeared to be a gun. More prepared for the weapon's explosive nature, Will steadied himself as he fired at the 60-something's chest and knocked him backward. Will immediately turned toward the guy with the box. Whether by instinct or possibly by recognizing a familiar, reckless abandon in the man with soulless eyes, the unhinged teen aimed at him as he, too, raised a rifle. Will gave a partial smile, knowing he had the drop on this other intruder. Pulling the trigger numerous times as he sighted first for the creep's head and then for his body, Will watched flesh and blood spray through the air. People screamed and ran. Chaos exploded across them all. Now, embracing this newfound power for equalizing the world, Will swiveled, hungering for his next victim, the big blond athlete who stood in front of his son. "This asshole looks just like Dirk Hayes. Fuck around and find out." In disgust, Will cried, "It's too little, too late!" Then he unloaded a flurry of bullets into him. The spurts of blood and screams of anguish only fueled the teen's will to hurl more destruction at anyone in view. Channeling his fury through his doomsday baby, he sprayed the food court and mall hallway with the rest of the 30-round magazine. The ejected shell casings jumped into the air around him like metal popcorn. With no hesitation in his quest for destruction, Will discharged the empty magazine, reached into his bag, and jammed in the second 30-round clip. As he unleashed a stream of shots at sudden movements anywhere in the line of sight, power surged in him instead of fear, strength instead of weakness. Surprised at how quickly he emptied the second round of bullets, he threw the rifle down and pulled out his Smith & Wesson .38 caliber. After movements died down and only moans and cries remained, he scanned his surroundings once more. He spotted his boss peeking from behind a plastic table on its side. Without mercy he fired 3 rounds, one penetrating her useless white shield and wounding her, then 2 hitting her chest as she toppled to the floor. As the doomsday slayer looked beyond the entrance to the food court, he saw cops coming into view. He immediately grabbed the chrome-plated Raven Arms pistol with his left hand, still holding the .38 caliber in his right. In attack mode, Will fearlessly strutted toward the police, ready to aim at anyone foolish enough to be a target. As soon as an officer poked his head into view, Will struck it with one of the last 2 rounds from the .38. Still advancing, he switched the P-25 to his right hand and fired. As a barrage of shots blazed from several cops at once, he felt hammering thuds to his chest and the P-25 dropping from his hand. Everything went dark.
"5:17 p.m. Emma Franz." A hail of bullets flew from the end of the AR-15. "Get in there! He's shooting people! I can't stay here! I have to get to my kids!" In rapid succession, 3 people at the Bible study fell. The minister, apparently unharmed, froze. "Move, you fool! Run!" Emma shouted. "Go! Go! Go!" Emma could hear the chief screaming to the police on the other end of the line. Emma's eyes leapt to camera 19. For the moment, her mom and the kids sat in the opposite direction of the shooting, out of the line of fire. "For now," she whispered. Then louder, "Mom, get out of there." "What now, Emma? What now? Our guys have breached the building and are approaching with caution." "Fuck caution," she screamed. "He's just killed 3 people. He's aiming again. It's American Gothic. The old man's reaching for his gun." The surveillance cameras had no sound, but the sight of the old man's body convulsing caused Emma to leap back. Oh, Christ, square in the chest. Where are you guys? There's a stampede of patrons running from the mall. They're on their way, but we don't want our guys killing any innocents either. Fleeing diners raced up both the up and down escalators. An older woman with a garment bag fought her way down the moving stairs as a panicking mass of people shoved their way past her. Screaming, she struggled to get into the food court. "What are you doing, Mama? Was that old guy yours?" Emma asked. Two frantic teens knocked the older woman down. Still clutching a garment bag, she tossed it to the ground and stood. Wiping tears, she limped toward the center of the gunfire. "Second shooter! Second shooter!" the security guard yelled to the officers on the other end of the line. "Roger has pulled a weapon." It was Eduardo's turn to voice disbelief. "Jesus Christ, does everyone have a gun?" "He's down. Roger's down." The first shooter blasted him several times. Watching their prime suspect writhe in his own blood, Emma added, "Roger is no longer a threat." Returning her attention to the kid with the AR, the security guard continued her narrative. "Sometimes he's aiming. Sometimes he's just spraying bullets. A woman has launched herself toward American Gothic. She's trying to get his gun. Oh no, I think she's been hit." Frustrated, Emma flipped on the monitor for the hallway in front of Macy's. "I see your guys have made it through the first retail store. You've got to get them moving faster. It's a massacre in there. The suspect has changed magazines and he's spraying new rounds through the center of the food court." Eduardo tried to explain law enforcement's predicament. "We can't send officers into a hail of bullets. We need a way in that's not a full-on assault." Not listening, Emma continued to describe the carnage. "A young couple just went down. Even in black and white I could see blood everywhere. Tables overturned, palm tree decorations in tatters. When your guys get in there, explain that the shooter does not have cover. Repeat, shooter has not taken cover." Emma struggled to maintain an awareness of the scene. Bodies littered the floor. What's it been? 60 seconds? Eyes darting from one monitor to another, Emma watched the dad with the college sweatshirt wrap his arms around the boy. 2 screens away, but still in her line of sight, Emma watched as the shooter once again took aim and blood flew from the victims' bodies. Emma's jaw dropped as her eyes beheld the horror of bullets ripping through the man's sweatshirt, piercing the man and then the boy. The couple collapsed together in a permanent embrace. Christ, he just killed a child. Silence on the other end of the phone. Motion flashed in the corner of her eye. It was the minister. Leaping into action, he tore off toward the west side of the dining area. "Oh, buddy, how are you still alive?" Emma asked. Following his sprint across the monitors, Emma began to understand his plan. "The shooter's turned. He's pointing his weapon in the direction of my mom and the kids. Teddy looks frozen." Since infancy, the little boy hated loud noises. Emma's mom had pulled the kids from their chairs, but Sylvie collapsed to her knees. Despite their grandmother's best attempts, the children could not move. Emma fell back into her chair, screeching for help. Her colleagues on the phone could not be heard over her screams. Emma watched the clergyman sprint toward her family. He leaped in the air, tackling them to the ground as a hail of bullets sprayed from the killer's gun. The minister, hit several times, stopped moving. Emma, hands trembling, tried to work the Zoom feature. Taking a deep breath, she tried again, succeeding. In the close-up, she watched blood pool around the minister. "Where are my kids?" she shrieked. Her eyes searched for a sign of life. Emma could not see her mom or children trapped under the minister. "What's going on?" Eduardo shouted. Weeping, but finding her voice, Emma responded, "My family is under the minister's body. I don't know if they survived." "We will get to them. We have ambulances outside, ready to roll." Emma continued to speak, her voice changing to a gravelly whisper. "I can see your guys at the top of the escalator. Tell them the AR is out of ammo." On autopilot, the woman continued, "He's cast the long gun aside. He's got 2 pistols. One's a .38 caliber and the other's a .25. Still pretty lethal. He just found a woman hiding behind a table." Spittle flew from her lips as she shouted, "Jesus Christ! He executed her!" Emma watched as officers appeared in the shadows on all sides of the kill zone. "If you're going in, your boy is upright and defiant. This ain't over for him. Someone else will get killed. He won't stop until he's dead." Just then a police officer ventured into the killer's line of sight. "He got off one round. Your officer is down." Muzzle flashes leapt from a dozen different weapons positioned around the court. As smoke, gunfire, and chaos reigned, the mall cop abandoned her job as Death's play-by-play announcer. With so many people firing at once, she could no longer sort the details and had to stop. Scanning the monitors, Emma struggled to comprehend what had happened. The killer's body lay in a gruesome heap on the ground. "The target has been neutralized," Emma heard the chief remark. "Yeah, I can see that." After taking a moment to collect herself, the security guard resumed narrating. "A teenager in the center of the court is trying to stand. He's dragging a girl. Her sweatshirt is bathed in blood. She looks dead." Emma wiped her eyes. "Tell you guys to proceed with caution, but from where I sit, I see no other threat." Hoping against hope, Emma turned to look at the people pile with the minister on top and her children on the bottom. Several police officers, guns drawn, pulled the minister's body to the side. Eduardo's voice came through the phone. "Recon, is that your kids?" "Oh, please," the mom chanted as she watched. One officer helped Emma's mother to her feet. Weeping and bathed in blood, the old woman bent down and spoke to the children. Emma read her lips. "I love you. It's okay." Emma's children rose to their feet. Two officers scooped the children up, holding them in their arms. Emma heard the radio on the other side of the phone. "We have the security guards, children. They're okay. Medics are set up in Nordstrom, transporting them there now." Emma wrapped her arms around her torso and bent forward. Her head resting on the safety desk, dry, guttural sobs leaked from her chest. "Did you hear that?" Eduardo asked. Yes. Pulling herself upright, Emma added, "I need to get down there." The police chief's voice cut through her sobs. "Great work, Franz. Amazing work. We're securing the rest of the mall area. When they finish that, one of our guys will escort you to the triage center to see your family." Emma sighed so deeply she thought her lungs might implode. Gazing at the monitor, she watched a uniformed officer lean over an old woman in the center of the court. "That's the woman who ran down the escalator. She survived," the security guard told herself. Emma watched, transfixed, as the first responders lifted the woman to a gurney. After a brief discussion, they wheeled her over to the spot where her husband lost his life. Fresh tears on her face, the eyewitness in the security booth willed the woman to know one thing: "Your fella tried his best." The medics helped her from the stretcher to lay down beside his body. She tenderly kissed his face. She took his hand, and holding it to her cheek, she wept. The woman reached over and grabbed a small bag that had fallen to the floor. An officer bent down and spoke to her. "Time to go." Emma put words to the silent scene unfolding before her. Time to go. "Time to go." Someone behind her spoke. Eduardo stood in the doorway, tears running down his cheeks. "I'll escort you to your mom and kids."
9:45 p.m. Stephen Bradley. Stephen Bradley began advising Lincoln Property Group from the moment he and Charlotte ended their initial call. Rearranging his flight from New York City, the easiest part of his trip, Stephen arrived in a town reeling from its first mass shooting. When he checked into his hotel, the young desk clerk mentioned the mall tragedy. "I shop there all the time, usually in the afternoon since I work the late shift. It could have been—" I know," Stephen offered. "It all seems so random, and your gratitude makes me feel guilty, but try not to fall into that trap. First of all, it won't help." The clerk wiped away a tear and handed him a key card. "Thanks for listening, Mr. Bradley." In his room, Stephen played his voice messages. The Liberty Mall manager, David Wilkes, had called, asking him to open communications with Police Chief Rushton. Stephen looked at his watch. 10 o'clock at night. What the hell? What have I got to lose? No answer. He left a message. Hello, Chief. My name is Stephen Bradley. I am a crisis consultant working for the Lincoln Property Group, the owners of Liberty Mall. Horrible tragedy today. My sincere condolences. I know it's a tough time, but I'm here to help. Can we talk tonight? Doesn't matter how late. Please call me. Stephen left his number. In crisis management overdrive, Stephen's brain flooded his body with adrenaline. Hyperactive and needing to absorb all the details of the shooting, Stephen grabbed the rental car keys and drove to the scene. The mall, alive with emergency vehicles from a dozen agencies, hummed as multiple generators powered work lights around the incident command center. Watching the commotion as crime scene investigators swarmed the site, the crisis consultant had a visceral understanding of the impact the shooter had made. The world had changed for everyone, not just the victims. Turning away from the mall, Stephen found his way to the town hall a short distance away. The parking lot overflowed. The media with their broadcast trucks had staked out the best setup locations for the next day's press conference. Light glowed in every window, including the police department. Stephen wondered, should I go in, try to find the police chief and risk pissing him off, or just let it rest for the night? He decided to risk it. Walking unchallenged through the main entrance and down the hall to the police department, Stephen wondered what they'd learned from the day's violence. No security? Still thinking nothing can happen here. Through the window of a private office door he recognized a man from CNN's news coverage. Chief Rushton held his hands to his face as he leaned forward, elbows propped on a cluttered desktop. The man looked in pain. I bet you're nursing one hell of a headache. The chief caught sight of the unplanned visitor and waved him in. Chief, I'm Stephen Bradley. I got your message. The chief cut him off. You might as well come in. My day can't get worse. Stephen sighed deeply. Believe it or not, I've been down this road before with other clients, and I know I can help. I can serve as your liaison with the mall. You tell me what you need, and I will get it done. Stephen gestured to a chair in the front of the desk. Oh, yeah, sorry. Take a seat. I'm here to listen to you, Chief. Anything you can share will help me plan a strategy for tomorrow. The chief leaned back and sighed. Perhaps letting down his guard? We've never been through anything like this. There's a pall hanging over this building and everyone in it. I think it reflects what's going on in the entire community. This is not some big city where people live their lives in anonymity. Here we all know our neighbors. My kids go to school with everybody else's. People know the grocery clerk by their first name. The bartender pours your favorite drink before your ass hits the bar stool. You know what I mean, Bradley? Looking up for an answer, the chief's gaze focused on one of his officers standing at the hallway. Bradley, I need a minute with this guy. Sinowitz was part of the entry team today. Please wait outside. Stephen stepped into the hall as the police officer stepped around him, closing the door. Looking disheveled, head down, the officer drooped, his energy all but gone. Waiting in the hall, Stephen realized that the chief's small office offered little privacy. He could hear the two men talking. Have a seat, Herman. No, sir. I need to make this quick. Stephen stared through the window, feeling like an intruder into a very personal exchange, but hoping to glean information they might share. The younger man paced the office. His bloodshot eyes threatened to spill the water that pooled at their edges. Sinowitz never looked up. He just spoke. Chief, I haven't been on the force a long time, but I have seen a lot. Fatal car wrecks, a woman high on meth stabbing her husband to death, a kid drowning. Those were all tough. Breathing deeply, he continued. I dealt with them. I'm not weak. I knew becoming a cop would come with regular doses of ugliness. I knew what it involved. Pausing to catch a shallow breath, he added, I love being a cop. The chief nodded. I am not weak, Sinowitz repeated himself with more force. But today, Chief," his voice cracked, "today was pure horror." Tears rolled. Wiping his nose and eyes with a handkerchief he'd kept in his pocket, Sinowitz continued, "Nothing can prepare you for that. Nothing on TV or in our training gives a true picture of bodies ripped apart by weapons of war. That food court was a slaughter pen, Chief." Stephen watched as Sinowitz pulled the badge from his uniform shirt and laid it on some papers cluttering the chief's desk. "Herman, now is not the time for this." The chief slid the badge back toward the distraught cop. "You are not weak. You are a good man, a good policeman. Trust me, we're all feeling it. It was a fucking butchering, a fucking relentless butchering of innocent people." The chief stood and walked around the desk. He placed his hand on the broken man's shoulder. "Go home, hug your wife and kid, take a couple of days off, talk to your rabbi, get the counseling support we're all going to need, put your badge back on, at least for now, and give it some time. You don't need to decide this right away." Sinowitz looked down at the gold badge with his number on it. Staring for a moment, he lowered his gaze to his boot, spattered with blood. Sinowitz shook his head. "No." Waving his arm, he rejected the chief's request. He left the badge on the desk. Sinowitz backed up to the office door, opened it, and trudged down the hall. Stephen waited, regretting his uninvited intrusion. The chief grabbed the badge, placed it in a desk drawer, and waved for Stephen to enter. "I am sorry, Chief. This is bad timing. I'll leave." Ignoring Stephen's words, the chief spoke. "This has been so tough for the on-site team. I expected some resignations, just not so soon. I know what those guys feel." Stephen eased back into the chair across from the desk. Rushton continued. "As a veteran of the Gulf War, I witnessed atrocities, horrific scenes of human bodies mangled by bullets and bombs. In a war zone, you prepare yourself for those horrors as best you can. You bury your emotions, dissociate, rationalize, or whatever else you need to do to numb yourself to the gruesome visions of human suffering and death on a battleground." Looking up, the former soldier sighed. "Maybe all that carnage is why so many veterans take their own lives. You wouldn't know those statistics, Mr. Consultant, would you?" Stephen shifted his weight in the chair. "Actually, I do know that stat, sir. I learned it from a presentation last week. The Veterans Administration says more than 6,000 vets take their lives each year. 51% more die by suicide than the average adult American." The chief let out a long, loud whistle. "Christ, Bradley, that's a lot of pain. I guess members of the military don't take mass carnage all that well, either. And my guys haven't trained for this the way combatants do." The veteran looked up, his face pleading for answers. "I pray Sinowitz recovers and reconsiders. Our community can't afford to lose good men like him. Heaven help our force if other officers fall victim to this trauma." Rocking his head, Stephen responded, "I hear you, Chief. People tend to forget cops are human, and no one—" Pausing to swallow his emotion, he repeated himself, "No one should have to experience this shit." Lowering his head, Chief Rushton didn't respond. "I have taken too much of your time, Chief." The consultant stood. "We will have time to talk tomorrow." "Oh, one more thing." "Sure, Chief. What is it?" "We have it all on tape. Every last goddamn minute of murder captured for the world to see. Chests exploding, faces torn off, all thanks to a store rent-a-cop, a mom who stood post in the security office to keep my guys from walking into an ambush, even though her kids were in that goddamn melee. That's fucking courage. Courage she shouldn't have had to use if it weren't for all these goddamn weapons." Looking up, rage replaced the sorrow in his eyes, and Rushton continued, I have half a mind to mail the recording to Sandy Hook Promise or those Brady people. Gabby Giffords, somebody. Somebody's got to stop the NRA. I'm saying that, and I used to be a member, back when they were all about gun safety. I wouldn't give those bastards one dime of dues now. Tell that to your fat cat client tomorrow when you make your recommendations. Tell them the chief has it all on tape. Stephen thanked him for the information and left the grieving man with his thoughts. Stepping outside the station, Stephen saw a group of officers huddled around a 55-gallon burn drum. Stephen watched from the doorway. Suddenly Sinowitz exited the rear of the building carrying a gym bag. His peers greeted him with grunts and sighs. Silent, head down, Sinowitz set the bag on the ground and removed his blood-stained boots. The beaten cop threw his footwear into the flames. He then stripped off his shirt, pants, briefs, and socks, feeding the fire with his uniform until his exposed body stood silhouetted by the orange glow of the fire. The burning boots sent up a black, acrid plume into the sky. Two of the officers backed away from the fire, coughing. Two others tried to comfort him. He shoved them aside. Reaching into his gym bag, the naked man clothed himself in workout gear. He bent down to tie his shoes, then stood in sweats and sneakers to watch the flames a moment longer. Stephen heard him murmur apologies to his co-workers. Sinowitz turned away from the fire barrel and disappeared into the night. The next day, 5 a.m., Stephen Bradley. Stephen woke at 5. Disoriented and in an unfamiliar surroundings, he jumped from the bed straight into the wall. His sleep-deprived brain couldn't process his location, let alone his purpose. "Where's that goddamn bathroom?" he mumbled in the dark, banging his knee into the edge of the nightstand. "Shit!" Groping along the wall, he flipped the light switch. Squinting at the brightness that filled the room, he studied himself in the mirror and felt his age. Taking in the dark circles under his eyes and white hair wisping every which way, he wondered if he could still handle so much stress. "You need to get your game face on, old man." When his eyes fully adjusted, he spied the bathroom door. "I will, right after I take a leak." Walking by the TV set, Stephen turned it on. With the news as background noise, he showered and dressed. A quick check of his email revealed 2 messages from Charlotte Crawford, a purchase order for his company's billing department, and instructions for meeting Lincoln Property Group's executive team at their corporate headquarters. Although the company had properties all across the country, the main office, for better or worse, was in the same town as the mass shooting. Convenient for Stephen as he dealt with the incident at Liberty Mall, he knew that the local nature of this mall shooting would make it feel personal to most of the Lincoln Property Group management and might impact their objectivity. Eager to get started, he brought the address up on his phone's map. Good. The office is within walking distance. Let's tackle this before the next freaking shooting. Stephen walked to the Starbucks across the parking lot and ordered coffee, venti. As he waited for the barista, his phone rang. "Stephen Bradley." A voice spoke. "Hold for the mayor." "This is Mayor Jenkins. You're the consultant for Lincoln?" "Yes, sir. I'm very sorry for your loss, sir. How can I help?" "You can help by considering very carefully what I'm about to tell you. I'm taking a chance here. I spoke to Rushton, and he says he likes you. It's worth a try." "Sir, I'm hired by my client." "Look, I know how this works. You're paid well to advise them. You can't advise them properly if you don't know my plans. And that doesn't mean you have to show my cards, either." "I see your point. If I know your plans, I might be able to steer them away from making a misstep." "Yeah, like reopening that bathed in blood hellhole. Well, here's the deal. I spoke with the governor, and someone's pulling his strings. He wants to focus on mental illness at the press conference. You and I both know that's bullshit. People with mental health issues are more likely to be victims of violence than to cause it. The mayor paused and cleared his throat.
Excuse me, I'm struggling.
I understand, sir. Continuing, Mayor Jenkins said,
You know, we have a tape. Mental health problems didn't kill those people. Guns killed them. Guns. The cops found an arsenal in that mall. We even had a good guy with a gun. Now, half of that guy's chest is hanging off the fake palm trees in there. So here's the deal. I intend to go off script today. If your mall owners can't understand the gravity of this moment, then they can at least get out of my way.
The mayor disconnected the call without waiting for an answer. Stephen walked the rest of the way to Lincoln's corporate headquarters in silence. The lobby echoed with emptiness. Stephen approached the welcome desk and presented his credentials. A middle-aged security officer with puffy eyes greeted him.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Ms. Charlotte is expecting you. I can escort you to the boardroom.
Hey, buddy, you look like you've been crying. Did you lose somebody, too? Stephen's somber mood deepened even further. The elevator zipped to the executive level. As the doors opened, Charlotte welcomed him.
Morning, Stephen. Grateful to see you. Let's have a quick huddle in my office before our meeting.
In the corner office, his former colleague continued in hushed tones.
The crisis team will be briefing the CEO, John Ramsey. Ramsey can be cantankerous on a good day. I have no idea what he'll be like today. And I can't be sure how many department heads flew to town for this, but consider everyone in the room executive management. Everyone received an email from me introducing you as our crisis consultant. I will reintroduce you, then feel free to chime in whenever you want. You're part of the team now.
Got it. Anything else?
Charlotte continued. Hard to say. Ramsey cuts to the chase. The meeting may feel rushed. We plan to break at 9 o'clock to watch the press conference. It's important for all of us to hear what's going on over there. You good?
I'm good. No questions from the press to your company as of yet?
Charlotte's jaw unclenched. No, like you said, it doesn't seem anyone knows we own them all. Sighing, she added, I'm really glad you're here. I need the moral support, and I know you'll provide sage advice. Let's roll. The pair walked down the hall and into the crowded boardroom.
To Stephen, it looked like most of the crisis team members were already in place.
The buzz in the room quieted as he and Charlotte entered.
Nice digs. Stephen noted the long, polished mahogany conference table surrounded by black, high-backed leather chairs. This place could afford to pay a few settlements if anyone puts two and two together, or that tape gets out. The tape represented a real wild card for the property group, the police, the city, and the state. Hell, everyone involved. Imagining the repercussions of seeing the actual shooting take place in real time, Stephen shuddered. Charlotte introduced Stephen to the other members of the team. Stephen sized up the group, 5 men and 2 women, fairly youthful for executive level, not too uptight looking, dressed business casual. Taking a seat at the end of the table, Charlotte waved him over. Stephen, please sit here next to me. The team joined them, leaving the table head for Ramsey. On cue, and precisely on time, Ramsey entered the boardroom through the door of his private office suite. Stephen noted the distinct difference in dress, appearance, and demeanor from the rest of the executives. The boss, wearing a 3-piece linen suit, starched blue shirt, and double Windsor tie, didn't appear to endorse the notion of business casual. He had thinning white hair, moosed straight back, and he offered no smile but granted a terse "Morning, all." The obedient group responded in kind. "Charlotte, what do you have for me?" "John, we're dealing with this awful tragedy. The crisis team met last evening, and we want to discuss our strategy. First, let me introduce you to Stephen Bradley of Bradley and Associates. I spoke to you about him." "Mr. Bradley, thanks for joining us on short notice."
"Morning, Mr. Ramsey. I bring my deepest condolences."
Stephen intentionally omitted "good" from his salutation, knowing it was not a good morning. People were dead.
Charlotte continued. "It's still early, and there are many details we don't know. That's the case in almost all crises. We know there were at least 9 fatalities. We aren't sure of the number injured. We don't know if or how many mall employees got shot, aside from the murderer. He was one of ours." Someone at the table gasped. The executive board bowed their heads with the weight of the news. Charlotte paused, then added, "Well, our only employees at the mall besides management are janitorial. It appears the shooter worked directly for us." A male voice muttered, "Jesus, this can't get worse." Unfazed by the casualty count and ignoring the outbursts, the CEO focused on business impacts. "What's our legal obligation?" "Our general counsel has talked about indemnification and force majeure language in contracts as well as lease agreements. They've basically concluded that we have little liability." Ramsey turned to Stephen, pointed at him, and asked, "What is our crisis consultant's view on that?" "I agree with counsel. Assuming there was no negligence on the part of mall management, you should have limited exposure. But plan to be sued anyway. The victims' families will sue everyone involved, including the mall." Pausing for pushback and hearing none, he continued, "Tell me about your security arrangements." Charlotte jumped in. "All mall security is contracted and unarmed, but for budgetary reasons we don't have full-time staffing. The only guards on duty at the time worked for the jewelers in the mall. Oh, and that hero up in the security office, she worked for Apple." Stephen picked up the pen on the conference table and wrote himself a note on the pad. "Research shared liability clause in the tenants' lease agreements." Turning to address the chief operating officer, Ramsey asked, "What is the impact on operations?" "The mall remains closed. We expect to stay closed for the next 48 hours, but we obviously have larger and longer-term operational issues." Stephen looked at Charlotte, raising 2 fingers of his hand to speak. "Stephen, you have a comment?" "I recommend that you have the mall manager liaise with the police and mayor's office. He should learn their plans and act as your voice, coordinating with them so you can get back to business as soon as possible. Your COO here should establish regular coordination calls with tenants and keep them posted on progress. Remember, some of them may have lost employees, either killed or wounded. They'll have their own PR nightmares." Ramsey waved his hand, dismissing Stephen's advice. "That's their problem, not ours." "It's your problem if you'd like to have tenants." Stephen, irritated at Ramsey's complete insensitivity, decided he'd cut to the chase. "Setting aside the loss of life issue, sir, your immediate operational issue is that food court. As we speak, it looks more like day 3 at Gettysburg than an inviting dining experience. The site of the massacre needs to be cleaned up as soon as the police release it as a crime scene. I wouldn't wait for the town to do it." Ramsey pursed his lips and crossed his arms. "Am I being too blunt, sir?" The CEO waved his hand at him. Stephen took it as a signal to hurry up and finish. "Obviously, cleaning that mess can't be done by normal maintenance staff. They, like everyone else within 50 miles of the mall, are at home nursing a full-blown case of shock." The consultant paused to take a breath. "There are companies that specialize in crime scene cleanup. Rent one from out of town." Hearing no objections, he continued, "It's considered biohazard remediation work. I can provide a list. After that, you have a bigger issue of what to do with that space and any so-called return to normal operations." Charlotte took advantage of a pause in Stephen's comments. "The crisis team has considered how to handle this, John. We have a recommendation." "Let's hear it." Stephen turned to his colleague, intrigued to hear the plan as well. "As I'm sure you know, in other instances like school shootings, often the decision is made to demolish the structure, the old space too representative of the awful loss of life that occurred there. We don't consider that an option, but we think we can turn a negative into a positive." "A positive?" "We've had capital improvement plans on the back burner for this mall for some 5 years now. The crisis team believes we can make a strategic move, demolish the current food court area and convert it to a new retail space, expand the other end of the mall with a new dining area, one that's bigger, brighter, with a better variety of restaurants. In the end, we get more retail space and a fresh look. Stephen bit his tongue. Good work, Charlotte. You found a way to keep the old bastard making money without expecting a member of the community to drink a latte on the exact spot where some bloodthirsty assassin butchered her grandmother. The VP of Communications offered another suggestion. We believe some sort of memorial plaque or perhaps a dedicated space like a chapel could acknowledge and pay tribute to the tragedy. Ramsey's face twitched. Let me stop you right there. I don't want any memorial. The communications specialist pushed back. John, focus groups show that public interest persists after these mass shootings. Without a permanent memorial to honor and acknowledge those lost, we could encounter a backlash. We don't want to appear insensitive to what just happened. Ramsey's nostrils flared. His face flushed as the veins in his neck pressed against his starched shirt collar. There will be no fucking monument to murder in my mall. Let me tell you why. Spittle flew from his lips. I don't give a rat's ass what your pissy focus groups say. This time next year, 99% of the community will be more concerned about Nordstrom's Memorial Day sale than what happened yesterday. And the other 1% who get upset because we didn't build a memorial can go shop at the nearest fucking Walmart. Staring across the table, the CEO emphasized his thoughts. Case closed. After years of experience, Stephen knew all too well the role of a consultant. He knew when to push back and when pushing would do more harm than good. Despite that knowledge, he took the risk. I guess I don't give a rat's ass if Ramsey considers the case closed. Mr. Ramsey, if I may. Proceed at your own risk, Ramsey huffed. There is another opportunity here, if you all agree to move forward with the renovation plan. Stephen eyed the room. He was definitely proceeding at his own risk. Like it or not, as these mass shootings continue, people will begin to question the safety of public places, even the mall. Why not anticipate it? Be proactive. Ramsey's eyebrows twitched. Keep going. Fire the current security firm. Approach the town about contracting with the local police department. Make a space in the new renovation plans for a precinct office. I guarantee you the police will be receptive. Hell, you can even rent it to them, creating more revenue for you, more infrastructure for them, and a new partnership for safety and security that reflects well on the mall. The group waited for Ramsey's reaction. The comms guy, again proving that he was nowhere near as timid as his youth might imply, took a swipe at the idea. I see this with an upside and a downside. Stephen turned to the brave young man, decked out in a trendy Calvin Klein suit. Let's hear the downside. But first, tell me your name. I may want to reach out to you when this is over. Hatoyama, Mr. Bradley. Shin Hatoyama. Thank you. Shifting in his chair, the young man continued. We're bound to get some liberal pushback. These folks don't want more guns or cops in public places. In fact, they want the opposite. Fuck 'em. From the looks around the table, Stephen assumed that level of profanity from the CEO was rare. Ramsey continued. They didn't have any cops at the mall yesterday, and look what a mess we have. Tell us the good news, Hatoyama. Yes, sir. We'd probably make the community at large like us better. You know how they always moan about the folks who park overnight, and our tenants might stop complaining to us about all the shoplifting, too. After several silent seconds, Ramsey turned to his chief of operations. Make it happen. Get the architects and engineers moving on the new plans. Close off the food court area. Use plywood barricades if you must. Get the rest of the mall open by this time next week. Charlotte glanced at the clock. Let's turn on the news. We want to know what's going on over there. Ramsey turned and headed to his office. I don't need to hear this. Charlotte, you can brief me this afternoon. Stephen and the Lincoln Property Group crisis team watched a local news channel as Chief Patrick Rushton stepped to the podium, flanked by men in uniform, representatives from the state police, county sheriff, FBI, and his own officers. Yesterday, at approximately 5:17 p.m., a shooter opened fire with a semi-automatic weapon in the food court of Liberty Mall. Our dispatch center received the first of many 911 calls at 5:18. The first officers arrived on the scene at 5:23. Police neutralized the shooter by 5:33. Stephen watched a better composed man than the one he visited the night before. Good work, Chief. Stick straight to the facts and avoid any emotional commentary. The chief continued. The shooting suspect has been identified as William Humphreys, an 18-year-old employee of Liberty Mall, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Lincoln Property Group. Stephen flashed a concerned look at Charlotte. Cat's out of the bag now. Charlotte turned and pointed across the room to the H.R. director and general counsel. They collected their things and left the room. Stephen glanced back at the TV as Rushton gave the casualty count. At this time, we have 10 confirmed dead and another 18 hospitalized. At least one of the wounded, a fallen police officer, is expected to survive. Names will be released after identity confirmation and next of kin notifications. In last night's press conference we told you about a single, possibly related homicide on the outskirts of town. The state police and FBI will continue their work assisting us in that investigation. It will likely be days, if not weeks, before we have a complete picture of what happened, and if or how that incident related to this one. Finally, I want to again stress that there is no ongoing threat to the community. Pausing and swallowing hard, the chief continued, I'll take a few questions before I turn the briefing over to Mayor Jenkins. Questions came like a barrage from every direction, with each reporter yelling to be heard over the others. What was the motive? Did the suspects know any of the victims? Was the gun legal? The motive is not yet known. We are reviewing the suspect's social media posts and his computer. A local high school senior who worked at the mall, it's likely he knew some of the victims. We won't have more information until we finish identifying them. We're interviewing the shooter's parents and friends to determine motive. What was the other question? Oh, yes, the gun. We found many guns at the scene. We believe the perpetrator opened fire with an AR-15, but he also had 2 handguns, all purchased legally by the suspect's father. The chief waved his hands over his head as he struggled to be heard over the clamoring press. Stephen shook his head at the familiar scene. Information-hungry reporters, each wanting their brilliance captured on tape and delivered on air as part of the morning newscasts. While appreciating the need to get the word out, he sympathized with Chief Rushton and others who had to deal with the onslaught while traumatized. That is all I have. Mayor Jenkins will speak next. The mayor walked to the podium and adjusted the mic. He tapped it a few times, fumbled with his papers, then spoke. This is just a painful and devastating day for our community. I think it appropriate to ask for a moment of silent prayer for our friends and neighbors who lost their lives in yesterday's senseless act of violence. 60 seconds later, the mayor spoke again. We must be thankful for the brave police officers who rushed to the scene within minutes and, no doubt, saved lives. They are indeed heroes. Struggling with his composure, Jenkins turned to an assistant and asked for a glass of water. He wiped the palms of his hands down the sides of his jacket. Stephen pushed his chair away from the conference table, standing to watch. Oh, Lord, he's going off script. Here we go. Regardless of how well our police are trained and how quickly they respond with weapons of mass destruction like these assault weapons, madness like this can happen in seconds.
That fact we need to face."
Charlotte's voice interrupted the tension in the conference room air. "The governor's not going to like this." Jenkins' voice grew louder.
"We are a resilient community. We have survived floods, fires, and economic turmoil. But those catastrophes came to our neighborhoods. Yesterday's massacre was homegrown. Our families, our children, our serenity were shattered by a neighborhood kid with a weapon of war at his fingertips. A high schooler with a part-time job wouldn't be a dead mass murderer today if he hadn't had access to those guns. We will pull together. We will help each other survive this, but we can't turn our backs on the truth staring us in the face. The truth has now shot us in the face. You'll hear that Will Humphreys had a troubled past. Well, that may be accurate. However, we wouldn't give a razor blade to a baby, and we shouldn't allow weapons of war in the hands of civilians. It's wrong, and part of our grieving process will be to pass a local ordinance outlawing these weapons. We will also be launching a gun buyback program, and we're challenging the governor, who speaks next, to do the same. Thank you."
Gathering his papers, the mayor stepped into the background with Chief Rushton. The TV audience watched a stone-faced Governor Halsey step slowly onto the dais. A striking figure, the 50-something man with dark curly hair had just enough gray at the temples to portray wisdom and maturity. Well dressed, exuding poise, he'd already been mentioned as a possible candidate for national office. Stephen watched, wondering if the governor would acknowledge the mayor's comments. Ignoring everything that went before him, Halsey read his prepared speech.
"My heartfelt condolences to this entire community on this sorrowful day. These shootings have become far too frequent. It is a national problem, and we need a national solution. But that is not to say that we must not do our part. I will do mine. I want to assure you I have every intention of allocating more funding to set up counseling centers across the state."
Stephen watched the man's eyes. He's scanning the press corps, zeroing in on the major networks so he can speak directly into their cameras. Turning to the man who'd just promised to turn the gun industry on its head, the governor said,
"Mr. Mayor, I hear your words as a cry for help, but I must caution against any rush to judgment. We need to learn the facts. We need to try to understand what drove this young man to such desperate measures."
Stephen imagined smoke billowing from the governor's ears as his mind raced to find just the right blend of words to cover his political ass.
"To that end, Mr. Mayor, I plan to announce the formation of a special task force on mass violence. I will appoint the best minds in the state, in the nation."
Lincoln's VP of Communications whispered, "Sounds uncannily similar to the speech he gave 2 weeks ago when he announced a special task force to investigate train derailments."
"Stop it, Governor! Just stop it!"
At the press conference the bank of cameras turned. A tall, handsome woman shoved her way through the crowd of reporters. She held a framed photograph of a man.
"I know that woman,"
a member of the Lincoln crisis team exclaimed.
"That's Jennifer Deitrich. She's our pastor's wife. How the hell did she get into the crowd of reporters?"
Stunned by her brazenness, no one moved to stop or silence the woman.
"The special panel is too late for my husband who died on the floor of that mall yesterday. Too late for my family. He was a man of God, Governor. He prayed every day. I stand here now questioning my faith. What kind of God would allow this to happen?"
The crisis team member from her church gasped. The governor moved his lips, but said nothing.
"What's wrong?"
the grief-stricken, furious woman demanded.
"Remember who you were talking to?
You were about to call for thoughts and prayers, weren't you? But you can't say that to me. Prayers are no solution to gun violence. No one prayed more than my husband." Mrs. Deitrich, nearly hysterical, trembled as she spoke. "You must listen to the mayor. He's the only one talking any sense. You and your special commissions, they're a waste of time. We don't need more reports, Governor. We need action. For Christ's sake, finally do something." The cameras continued to roll as the woman collapsed. A reporter caught her with one arm. A medic swooped in to help him. The audience watched the governor try to regain control. "I promise you, good lady, we will do something. We must." A plainclothes member of the governor's detail walked on stage, covering the mic with his beefy hand. Leaning in, he whispered in his boss's ear. The governor glanced at his watch and made a final remark to the press. "I have another engagement. Any questions, please forward them to my office." Stephen took the remote control from the conference table and switched the TV monitors off. The Lincoln Property Group crisis team fumbled with their laptops. They had to craft a response to the news going public about the shooter's identification and employer. The woman who had just learned that her pastor had been among the victims wiped tears from her eyes. As Stephen retreated to the back of the conference room, he envisioned what would come next. People placing white handmade crosses with the names of victims on the mall lawn. The media identifying victims, providing their biographies, interviewing their heartbroken families and friends. The public learning about the dead, ordinary people who could have been their children or neighbors or themselves. The revelation that some troubled kid massacred them all on one random day. He thought about those who died. He considered the seemingly random decisions each of the victims had made, decisions that brought them together in a single place at the exact moment when Will Humphreys snapped, decisions that, like a roll of the dice, brought them face to face with destruction. Stephen sighed. This crisis management job was taking its toll on him. "I'm not sure how many malls, churches, synagogues, schools I can handle. Maybe Michael and I need to buy that little house in the sticks we're always talking about. Maybe it's time." He rubbed the base of his skull, where a tension headache was nibbling at his neck. "Our country has taken that deadly pistol game, Russian roulette, and twisted it into our own sadistic, warped pastime. Untrained civilians play with weapons built for war. We've created American roulette." Stephen closed his eyes, focusing on his interior monologue. "Russian roulette is a solitary game. How American to conscript dozens of innocent people to the carnage. In Russian roulette a person holds a gun to their own temple, taking a chance on only one life, their own. The people playing American roulette have no idea they're in the game. Someone else loads the chambers, someone else holds the gun, someone else fingers the trigger, and someone else decides who will die." Stephen thought about the woman at the press conference, the minister's wife, with both sympathy and admiration. She was spot on. Thoughts and prayers, what a laugh. We are at a point in our country when anywhere, on any given day, any American might stare down the barrel of a loaded weapon. It's a matter of chance, a spin of the wheel. We no longer know whether any of us will survive church or a nightclub or workout class or school. Our own backyards have become killing fields. Any one of us the casualty when the next American roulette player pulls the trigger.
Liberty Mall carnage caught on tape. Apple Store security guard hit record button. Mayor promises to release video. Fewer than 50 hours after 11 people were killed and several dozen wounded at Liberty Shopping Mall, Mayor Alan Jenkins rocked the community again by revealing the existence of a videotape of the mass shooting. At an afternoon press conference following a brief update on the investigation by Police Chief Patrick Rushton, Jenkins discussed the recording. Reading from a prepared statement, the mayor said, "In a community already reeling from the mass murder committed at our local food court, I feel duty-bound to take every step necessary to keep our citizens safe and informed. Additionally, it is incumbent upon us to do whatever we can to stop this from happening again in some other part of our country. For that reason, we have decided to release footage recorded by Emma Franz, the Apple Store employee who served as our eyes and ears in the mall security booth during the melee." The police department took possession of this video evidence as part of their crime scene investigation. The mayor continued, "I must confess that I have personally agonized over whether dissemination of this horrific tape will cause additional trauma to the surviving victims, their families, and the community at large. However, I believe that its release best serves the public interest, both here at home and in the rest of the nation." Members of the community and several of the victims' family members joined the mayor as he continued his brief remarks. "Behind me stand people far too traumatized to be here, but like Emma, who never left her post, they are here despite their own pain. They are here to save lives. Their courage in the face of enormous and unspeakable loss should inspire us all to stand firmly in support of transparency when confronted by the possibility that this heinous crime will repeat itself." Mayor Jenkins then introduced City Attorney Clyde Taylor, who took his place before the microphone. "You may all be wondering, why hold a press conference when we could just release the tape? Well, we can't. After being informed of the mayor's intentions, Lincoln Property Management Group, the owner of the shopping center, filed for an injunction to stop the videotape from being shared publicly. As counsel for our city, I assure you we will move swiftly to ask a judge to vacate this injunction." Last to speak, Grant Ames, clerk and comptroller of the Jefferson County Circuit Court, explained that Liberty Property Management Group's injunction triggered a hold on the video's release until a determination hearing. Ames said the hearing will be scheduled within 14 business days of the corporation's early morning filing. When the city officials concluded their remarks, Jennifer Deitrich shared her thoughts. The widow of one of the victims, slain Lutheran minister Chris Deitrich, trembled as she spoke. "I have been to the morgue. I have seen what is left of my husband. Chris died saving the lives of 2 small children and their grandmother. Anyone who knew him wouldn't be the least bit surprised by that fact. But what is surprising is how much damage one young man could do to our community in a mere matter of minutes. Those folks at Lincoln don't want you to see it. Why? I'll tell you why. It's because they have a whole team of real expensive lawyers that told them to protect themselves from liability. What are they so afraid of? The Liberty Mall doesn't even have a gun shop. Why are they stopping us from having this important discussion? Why are they stopping us from having closure?" Michael Jones, father of Duante Jones, a mall employee who attended Reverend Deitrich's Bible study, openly grieved his loss. "Don't turn my son into a statistic. Duante was so special. He was our world. The only reason why my wife and I even live in this neighborhood at all is because of him. We'd heard it was a great place to raise kids, and now we have to reckon with the fact that he got shot anyway, because you can't seem to escape gun violence in this damn country." At the end of the press conference, Jenkins, Deitrich, and Jones walked outside, where a group of approximately 40 young protesters, mostly teenagers, greeted them with signs. Some of them read, "I'm supposed to be writing my college essays, not my will. Our blood, your hands. And I can't believe we're still debating this shit." Deitrich joined the crowd in their ongoing chant, "Hey, hey, Liberty Mall, let gun companies take the fall." One protester, John Russell, an English teacher from neighboring Carter County, explained that he had taken a personal day to attend the press conference and the protest. "At our school, we have active shooter drills. They alone are traumatizing our students. I don't really want to watch the tape. You know, to see somebody's mom or kid get blown away, but I do want it to be available for the family's lawyers. If our politicians won't make sensible laws, maybe the insurance companies will force their hand once big companies like Lincoln have to start paying the victims and their families for not protecting them. Not all the survivors support the idea of releasing the video. Nora Browning, whose teenage daughter, Caitlin, had gone to the mall with a friend, spoke to the media following the press event. If I thought for a moment that releasing the video to the public might prevent the next atrocity, I would absolutely support its release. But we all know it won't. My beautiful 17-year-old daughter, Caitlin, was mowed down just because she happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Watching bullets rip through her body won't change a thing. If anything, it might encourage others to repeat this unspeakable act. One victim, Mary Jane Bricker, who not only lost her husband at the food court, but nearly lost her own life as well, can't decide. I understand what Mayor Jenkins is trying to achieve by releasing this tape, but I was there that day. I witnessed the hell unleashed in that tiny food court. I saw my husband die. Once a tape like this gets out into the news and social media, it could traumatize thousands of people. I wouldn't want my grandkids stumbling across a video of their grandpa dying on that mall floor. But those Lincoln people shouldn't be able to shirk their responsibility for this mess. A big operation like Liberty Mall and no security guards on duty? Inexcusable. Everyone's hailing the security guard whose kids were there for being a hero. Me too. I say God bless that Emma woman for all she did. But she was hired to protect the computers at Apple, not the shoppers in the mall, and nobody should forget that. The Weekly Gazette connected with Mrs. Bricker at Regional Memorial Hospital, where she is recuperating from injuries sustained during the shooting. This reporter reached out to Charlotte Crawford, Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety for LPMG, for a comment. Ms. Crawford's office emailed a brief statement. Our thoughts and prayers go to the victims and the community at this devastating time. We have no further comment. Memorial services for many of the victims are scheduled to begin next week. Those who died in the shooting were Earl Bricker, age 67, Caitlin Browning, age 17, Chris Deitrich, age 39, Roger Elliot, age 26, Shirley Grimes, age 45, Fletcher Harrington, age 35, Joseph Harrington, age 8, Will Humphreys, age 18, Duante Jones, age 28, Leah McCall, age 44, Pat Williamson, age 35, and Jeffrey Williamson, age 36. Of the 14 people hospitalized for their injuries, all but 4 have been discharged. Additional victims of the shooting were treated in local emergency rooms and released.
Related story: Carter County woman shot dead in her home, page 2.
Afterthoughts by Cheryl Woodruff Brooks. My initial first-hand experience of gun violence took place when I was 6 years old. My teenage neighbor, Karen, shot herself in the stomach. She had been rummaging through a drawer in her parents' bedroom, and their gun accidentally went off. Since we lived directly across the street and our parents were friends, 2 of her younger siblings ran to our home after discovering Karen's body. I will never forget the expressions on their faces as they frantically attempted to explain the incident to my mother. Interrupting their wedding anniversary dinner, her parents rushed home to find an ambulance and police cars in front of their home. My second encounter with the harsh reality of gun violence took place in my own family right about the time I turned 11. Tragically, my young cousin, then just 12 years old, shot himself in the head while engaging in a reckless game of Russian roulette with some friends. The gun belonged to one of his parents. Gun violence has been a problem in America since the country's founding. The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees the right to bear arms, but the interpretation of this amendment has been a point of contention. Some argue that the Second Amendment guarantees individual rights to own and carry guns, while others argue that the amendment is meant to protect the collective right to bear arms for the purpose of maintaining a well-regulated militia. A recent meme floating around on social media points out that well-regulated militias don't kill school children, and yet gun violence has become the #1 cause of juvenile death in the nation. The federal government has established a framework for certain aspects of gun ownership, which has evolved over time. While existing federal laws require specific background checks, there are loopholes that allow certain individuals to purchase firearms without undergoing such checks. In 1993, Congress enacted the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act, which mandates background checks for individuals buying guns from licensed dealers. However, this legislation does not apply to private sales. A year later, the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act passed in 1994 and included the federal assault weapons ban. Unfortunately, this ban expired in 2004 and has not been reinstated. Since then, numerous mass shootings have sparked renewed discussions surrounding gun control. In recent years, there have been calls for stricter gun control laws, particularly in the wake of mass shootings. In response, some states have implemented their own regulations, such as waiting periods and restrictions on certain types of firearms. However, there is still significant national debate over the effectiveness of these laws and whether they infringe on Second Amendment rights, and the resulting mosaic of gun laws in America varies by state. The following are sobering gun violence statistics. According to the Gun Violence Archive, the number of mass shootings in the U.S. has nearly doubled in the past 5 years, rising from 336 in 2018 to 690 in 2021 and 647 in 2022. From January to mid-September of 2023, the country experienced 499 mass shootings. The 647 mass shootings in 2022 resulted in 673 deaths and 2,700 injuries. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, reported that in 2019 there were 39,707 gun deaths in the U.S., including 24,090 suicides and 14,414 homicides. In 2019, the U.S. had a firearm homicide rate of 4.6 per 100,000 people, which is significantly higher than other developed countries. A survey by the Pew Research Center found that 30% of U.S. adults personally own a gun, and another 11% live with someone who does. Gun ownership rates vary significantly by state, with Alaska having the highest rate of gun ownership at 61.7% and Hawaii having the lowest at 16.1%. When comparing gun violence statistics by state, there are significant disparities. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the states with the highest rates of gun-related deaths per 100,000 residents in 2018 were Alaska, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Missouri. These states also tend to have more permissive gun laws. Conversely, states with stricter gun laws, such as California, Massachusetts, and New York, tend to have lower rates of gun-related deaths. Additionally, it is important to consider not only the number of deaths caused by guns, but also the locations and demographics of both victims and assailants. In terms of locations, mass shootings have occurred in a variety of settings, including schools, churches, concerts, and workplaces. However, most gun-related deaths occur in homes because of domestic violence or suicide. In terms of victims, certain demographics are disproportionately affected by gun violence. African Americans and Hispanic Americans are more likely to be victims of gun violence than white Americans. Additionally, women are often victims of domestic violence-related gun deaths. As for assailants, most gun-related homicides are committed by individuals who know the victim, such as family members or acquaintances. However, mass shootings are often committed by individuals with no prior connection to the victims. Mass shootings, including school shootings and other gun violence involving children in America, have parents, teachers, and local officials in a state of deep concern and a sense of helplessness. According to the Gun Violence Archive, 6,152 children and teens were killed by guns in 2022. The National Center for Education Statistics, the NCES, reported that during the 2015-2016 school year, there were 17 deaths of school-age youths, ages 5 to 18, at school, including 7 suicides and 10 homicides by others. This is out of a total of 1.5 million violent incidents that occurred at school during that same year. Sadly, since these numbers were reported, violence at schools and in other locales has only increased. A recent NCES update shows 188 shootings with casualties at public and private elementary schools during the 2021-2022 school year. According to Everytown for Gun Safety, a nonprofit organization that advocates for gun control and tracks gun violence in America, there have been over 400 school shootings in the United States since 2013. These statistics show that school shootings remain a significant problem in America and have occurred with alarming frequency in recent years. Education Week journalists track shootings on K-12 school property that resulted in firearm-related injuries or deaths. In 2023, there have been 23 school shootings that ended in injuries or death, according to an Education Week analysis. There have been 167 such shootings since 2018. There were 51 school shootings with injuries or deaths in 2022, the most in a single year since Education Week began tracking such incidents in 2018. In this suspenseful thriller, American Roulette, a collective of accomplished authors unite to delve into the pressing matter of the pervasive and capricious nature of mass shootings, questioning the safety of not only all Americans, but each one of us amidst the escalating wave of gun violence sweeping the nation. Considering the prevalent gun violence in our country, American Roulette incites us to ponder, are we really safe? Cheryl Woodruff Brooks, Historian, 2023.